Please welcome your on-field umpires, Tom Ludley and Paul Pollard. You ready?
Good morning, everybody. Day 3 for the game between Essex County Cricket Club and Nottinghamshire County Cricket Club. It's day 3 and it could be, well, we had a pulsating day 2. Day 3 could see a result today. Essex will need to bat much better than they did in the first innings to try and firstly salvage a draw by batting for the best part of 2 days with the 8 wickets in hand, or should they get themselves a lead of 140, maybe Harmer could do something special late on day 4. But in the meantime, Essex have got it all to come and all to do against a Nottinghamshire side who are the county champions and indeed look like the county champions. They have played brilliantly, have they, in the previous 2 days. My name is Don Topley, and together with Dave Bracegirdle of BBC Radio Nottingham and Beth Harvey, that is your commentary team for this sun-drenched day here at Chelmsford. Good morning, Dave.
Morning, Don. Morning, everybody. Yes, very much looking forward to spending Father's Day here down in Chelmsford alongside yourself, alongside Beth, who's a lucky charm for Nottinghamshire. She was at the Oval last September when Notts effectively got the result that really set up the clinching of the county championship. So we'll chat more to Beth in a wee while. For the moment, though, we just wonder what day 3 is going to begin. I think like yourself, Don, even the most hardened Essex supporter would say that they've not really won a session as yet.
No.
And if they
won the toss.
Well, yeah, if they're to get back in this game, Essex need to have a really good day, and they need to be still batting at stumps tonight.
We only have 8 wickets left. They're 13 for 3 overnight.
2.
13 for 2, sorry,
perhaps
overnight.
Should be 3,
yes.
Don. Perhaps should be 3.
And Bennett is not out. He was the second night watchman, but it's Dean Elgar to face. He's there on 10 not out, and I shall invite you to take the owning over.
Yeah, well, I'll just do this ball, and then I shall have to disappear.
Okay.
Yeah, I think there was certainly one or two in the visiting camp that felt that the very late shout against Dean Elgar perhaps should have seen O'Neill rewarded. He comes in and this is pushed up to mid-on, fielded by Asiba Mead. So it's 13 for 2, Elgar 10 not out. He needs a big day.
We'll see you in a moment, Dave, but Dean Elgar, will he make the most of that then perhaps? 2 slips and a leg slip waiting. So the wicket keeper, Verena, is he's escorted by a slip fieldsman to his left and to his right. 2 slips and a leg slip. In comes O'Neill, who has 2 for 12 at the moment, 2 wickets last night. He bowls a good ball, good length, which Dean Elgar plays up to mid-off, which is Ollie Stone. He will no doubt have a little bowl. He batted at 11 for Nottinghamshire and made a brisk and aggressive 20-odd. They really did bat all the way down. Fergus O'Neill round the wicket to the left-handed Elgar, plays it into the leg side, finds short mid-wicket where there is no run. Dave Bracegirdle's doing an update for BBC Radio Nottingham, and I shall do a very brief update for BBC Essex, where our parish will be desperately keen to hear no wickets have fallen this morning. 13 for 2, Elgar, bat aloft, waiting. And there's a genuine play and miss, good delivery from Fergus O'Neill. Took the 2 wickets last night. He clean bowled Paul Water through the gate for naught. And then the first night watchman, Jamie Porter, he nicked it to 3rd slipper. It was a very good catch indeed by Haynes, the Centurion, off the bowling of O'Neill for 1. So they were 8 for 2. 13 for 2 now. And a play and a miss. Good delivery that bounced. Remember, this is still a new ball. It's the 7th over. And that was a gorgeous delivery which really tested and inconvenienced Dean Elgar, who's been short of runs, averaging just in the 20s.
Overnight, 13 for 2.
In comes O'Neill, bowls down the leg side. That's going to run away. I don't think it's leg buys. No, it's not. It's buys. It's pitched and swung after down the leg side for 4 buys. Well, Essex have lost the 2 days so far against a talented Nottinghamshire side who are the county champions, but they need to bat well. They need to bat for 2 days to get a draw, or indeed they need to get plenty, maybe 400 plus to challenge Nottinghamshire with Simon Harmer on the 4th innings. But in reality, this could be the last day of this match because they're 17 for 2, just picked up a boundary through 4 buys, 17 for 2, but still the best part of 256 adrift from making Nottinghamshire bat again, and they only have 8 wickets left.
As commentary on that game with Don and the team.
Start of a new over. It's going to be Brett Hutton to bowl the 2nd over of the morning, and a little push and a miss there from Charlie Bennett, who came out last night as the night watchman, the 2nd night watchman after Jamie Porter had already come to the crease and been dismissed. This is just the 8th over of the morning, and Liam Patterson-White bowled the 3 overs from this end last night, the slow left-arm spinner who got 6 wickets in the first innings. He bowled his 3 overs for just 1 run. Wouldn't have thought it'd be too long before he has a bowl. Sun just peeping through. That's Hutton in again to Bennett, and he solidly blocks this one. 3 slips, 3 more on the offside, and fairly regulation leg side field of a long leg of mid-wicket. And a mid-on. There, we've got the updates out of the way, Don. We're all set fit on a warm, sultry, slightly sticky morning.
Very humid, very. Ball may swing. This sort of, can I suggest, Durban, Brisbane-esque, that kind of humidity.
There's Hutton in again to Bennett, drives beautifully. Has it got it through the offside? He hasn't. Well stopped by Joe Clark. Good work by Clark. He's mid-off, slightly wideish mid-off, and it's a good job he was, because he still had to scamper about 15 paces to his left and then dive full stretch, otherwise that would have been through and away for a boundary. As it is, it's the first run from the bat this morning, and Bennett off the mark. He played a very contrasting innings on the first day, Charlie Bennett. He blocked and blocked and blocked and blocked and blocked and blocked, which was absolutely fine, just trying to support those around him, and then suddenly he got the bit between his teeth and walloped Ollie Stone here, there and everywhere, and I think he hit 3 if not 4 boundaries in 1 over. Suddenly decided that it's time to flick the switch. Elgar to face Hutton for the first time in this innings. Brett Hutton bowls and Elgar guides it out onto the offside, backward of point for a single. By Pollard at the far end is at least doing as they're supposed to do at the moment. We've just had 2 singles and he just swapped both times from square leg to square leg. Whether he'll still be doing that at 5:45 if we're still playing this evening remains to be seen. I think sometimes a bit of common sense with that, don't you? I know the umpire should be at square leg, but when you've got a right-hander and a left-hander, I think just stand somewhere where you can see. There's Hutton into Big Charlie, tall man, blocks this ball and stays on one. Lyndon James doing the fielding.
Your Nottinghamshire folk will have not really seen much of Charlie Bennett. He's a cricketer of character. Very nice lad, very, very tall. You don't realise how tall he is. He's got a bit of pace. In the T20 he's bowled very nicely in Essex's power play, and he's really performed well for Essex in their recent 4 wins.
Next ball through to Verena. first communique of the day. Nick Morrell just picking up on what I just said. Very interesting that, Dave. I'm glad I wasn't the only one. I was firmly of the opinion that Dean Elgar got away with one last night. Looked fairly blatant, but to be fair, hardly a circumstance that you'd expect him to walk. It did seem like he... I mean, you shouted he's out, he's nicked it, and it just seemed as if he talked and as if he turned and set off to walk towards square leg, and maybe Paul Pollard said not out. I don't know, but
I heard a little noise and it just looked like a nick at the time. Fergus O'Neill, new over this time, slightly leading edge, looking to play straight or into mid on, and Dean Elgar has found mid off, which wasn't where he had planned to play the ball. No run though.
Big news, certainly the biggest news I've heard today with regards to cricket is that after 2 days where he's had a bat and a bowl, Ben Stokes has been withdrawn from the Durham match.
O'Neill bowls, then played with an open face bat by the left-handed former international cricketer, plays it out to backward point, maybe short third man, where he takes a quick single, 20 for 2. What's your thoughts on that?
I think it's wrong, really.
Okay, yeah.
I know why they've done it, because on the first day he had a lengthy bowl, on the second day he's had a lengthy bat, and the third test starts on Thursday. It looks to me like they've already
so there's no
decided
case to answer.
Well, I don't know. It looks to me like that he's been withdrawn from a match.
Atkinson been withdrawn?
That I haven't seen.
I bet he hasn't. Right arm over the wicket this time. That's a nice drive. It's a big stride from Charlie Bennett, who plays a very, well, it's got to be a beautiful shot. Not that of a number 10 or 11, but in fact slightly higher, but he's driven it to the mid-off boundary for 4. Gorgeous shot.
I should have been armed with all the facts. Tom Laws has replaced Gus Atkinson at the request of the ECB, so there you are.
So both have been replaced.
They've both been replaced.
Not to play county cricket. 3 slips awaiting, Bennett facing. Fergus O'Neill comes in, played a little bit shorter, doesn't allow the tall man with the long legs to get that far forward. He bangs it in a little bit and he has to go back and across and plays it into the offside, no run.
You'd have thought somebody would have just thought, well, what if? You know, before they said go away and play for your counties. Seems like, again, the poor old county championship fan has again seen their sides messed about.
3 slips for Bennett. Bennett played it out. I think it was a leading edge out to backward point where it's been easily snaffled. And the night watchman, the second one, has to go. And Essex have lost their first wicket of the morning. 24 for 3. It's the man, Charlie Bennett. And he was caught by?
He was caught by Ben Slater, and the reason I'm smiling is not at the wicket. Ben Slater, of course, caught the catch at the Oval last year. Funnily enough, Tom Laws was the man out who was just dismissed. And since then, not all the time, because that would become absolutely wearing and it'd punch me in the nose, but now and again I will just say to Ben Slater, and Slater's underneath it and he's caught it, like the commentary at the Oval last year. This morning in the hotel, on the stairs, we passed each other. I'd had my breakfast, Ben was on his way down to breakfast, and I just said that, and it's in the air and Slater's caught it, and he smiled at me.
Really?
And
were you on air that day?
Yes, yeah, and lo and behold, 12 minutes later...
So we could find that passage.
I would have thought that's been erased from all sensible folks' memory. There was all sorts going off at the time, of course, but there we are. 24 for 3, so Notts have got rid of 2 night watchmen, and now somebody who's very firmly in the category of top order bat, highly qualified, highly classy top order bat. The Essex skipper Tom Westley on his way out to the middle.
Fergus O'Neill, he's picked up his 3rd scalp, 3 for 17 off his 4.5. Well, remarkable figures in what will probably be his last fixture.
It will be his last fixture, yeah. Well,
could he come back at the end of the season for the championship run-in? You would want him to?
At the moment, he's not scheduled to. Notts went in a different direction.
Who have they got coming in?
Well,
Is it secret?
No, it's not. It's not secret at all.
Cigary Sobers?
Just wait for Fergus O'Neill to bowl, and then I'll try and answer your question.
Oh, well, I like to know.
I'll tell you.
As O'Neill comes in, there's a good ball, just turns, squares Wesley up a little bit on the back foot, but he survives, and it's the end of a successful over, 24 for 3.
Notts, like Essex, like all the counties, they like to, have all their jigsaw pieces nicely in position, so you know what they're doing. And Notts had Fergus O'Neill for the first 8 matches of the season initially signed off, and for the last 6 matches the Pakistan Test player Muhammad Ali was able to come to the country earlier, so was around, and he actually played in the last match against Somerset and will be here for the Metro Bank. And then the plan is for him, then having played some Metro Bank, to be ready and fresh and good to go for the last 6 county championship matches. So that's all in place. Brett Hutton's going to start a new over, but then lo and behold, he's not played for Pakistan for a couple of years, but they've named a large preliminary squad. Pretty much of everybody has played for Pakistan, but they've named a very large squad ahead of their tour to England after New Zealand have finished. Pakistan are coming. There's Hutton into bowl, and this is pushed up to mid-off and fielded by Hamid. And Muhammad Ali is in this large Pakistan squad, so they've got to wait until that's whittled down to the 15 or whatever they will name. If Muhammad Ali's in the squad, then Notts are left with a few weeks, a couple of months to find somebody for the last 6 championship games. If he isn't in the Pakistan squad for this tour, then obviously he's still the one that's contracted to play in those matches, if that makes a bit of sense. Hutton into bowl and pushed up to mid-on.
What does he actually do?
He's a right-arm quick.
Quick, is he? Yeah. What's his name?
Muhammad Ali.
And he packs a
punch.
Oh! Boom, boom. Sorry.
There are sometimes I could just knock you out.
Sorry. Oh. Join the queue.
You enjoy jabbing away at me all day, don't you? They've all been done, because he's been playing in the Blast, of course, and
right.
he's been sending
You
stumps.
could see where I was going.
Hey, if you need a punt, I'm your man. Here's Hutton into Elgar, drives again up to Clark at mid-on, and there's no run.
Beautiful day again. Possibly just a little bit more of a breeze than yesterday, and it's an easterly breeze coming from our left, the old hospital side, the flats are, across the pitch towards the pavilion, which isn't the prevailing normal wind here at Chelmsford, because the normal wind would normally come over the executive boxes to our right.
Hutton into bowl, again to Elgar, little push, and Wesley had come a long way down. The last thing Essex need in this innings is a run out. Of course, their first innings effort was derailed by a real mix-up between Critchley and Allison, which cost Allison his wicket, and then Matt Critchley, who was certainly very much highly involved in the calling for the run out, really didn't make things any better at all, because he fell in the next over. Here's Hutton, 5th ball of the over to Elgar, plays it again defensively and late. Essex 24 for 3 if you're just joining us. Charlie Bennett, the night watchman, has already gone, chipping Fergus O'Neill tamely to Ben Slater at point.
I was having a little natter with Matt Critchley last night, waiting to do a couple of interviews, and just talking to him. And of course, I don't know how much you know, or Matt Critchley comes from Manchester, and in his pathway group,
Hutton bowls, good delivery. Not sure Elgar went at it with too much conviction, just wide enough, taken low down by Verena, end of a maiden, and it's 24 for 3.
So Matt Critchley was talking about
Preston, I think he's from.
Yeah, that's right. And he sort of grew up in his cricketing group was Hamid, Parkinson's.
Yeah.
So that was his background, talking to it, and so there you go. That players go from their original counties because they can't guarantee a game, or they're not rated as highly, and they go off to Derbyshire in Matt Critchley's case, and Hamid has come from Lancashire to Nottinghamshire and captained them to the county championship. In comes the wicket taker, 3 for 17 at the moment, and that is Fergus O'Neill, who bowls a decent delivery, which Wesley is happy to leave, and it goes through to the keeper, Verena, for a dot ball.
Of course, the fact that Essex's first innings number 10 and number 11 have already been and gone means that Shane Snater in at 11.
Yeah.
So there's some depth amongst those that are left.
O'Neill bowls wide and wider, not signalled a wide, but wide of the batsman, no run.
England have lost a wicket already this morning. In fact, they lost 2 wickets. Joe Root and Jofra Archer now out. They're 188 for 7. Root out for 77, and Archer's second ball, both to Matt Henry, 188 for 7. So that one just coming towards a very early conclusion on the 5th day, you'd imagine.
O'Neill bowls, there's an LBW shout. LBW shout not given. I'd like to see the replay. We're not right behind the arm here. We're at a very high third man, probably in between second and third slip. High on the river stand, which is the city end, or Sir Alistair Cook end of the Chelmsford ground.
Slightly knees bent, wasn't he, Wesley? Wasn't at his full height.
So which suggests he probably didn't get particularly far forward. No. May have been going over the top. O'Neill bowls, and this ball just barely carries to the keeper. Verena suggests that this wicket will lose a bit of pace and a little bit of heart, and it just, you might find, even for the spinner, it does die a little bit.
Big day for the women's county side. The T20 County Cup starts today. Essex women are at Colchester. Don, they're playing Gloucestershire, and the Blaze are playing against Durham at Lady Bay, Nottingham. Good
delivery there, brings Wesley forward for the last, not the last ball of the over, not at all. There's still one to go, and he's played it up towards mid-off, no run. Talking about Castle Park, the Colchester Festival Ground, Colchester and East Essex Cricket Club. They are offering its free entry for the Essex women's game, which starts at 2:30, I believe. Free entry. But listen, it's a great setup at Colchester Castle Park, and it's free. So if you're around, outside off stump through to the keeper, no run, end of the over. If you're around in South Suffolk, or indeed Suffolk, and you can make your way south towards Colchester, or if you're in North Essex District and you want to go and watch the ladies play, well, it's free of charge at Castle Park, and it's a great ground to watch cricket. Very famous for many reasons. Certainly that Essex played there for many, many years.
Played at 2 grounds, didn't there? Was a Garrison ground
Garrison
as well.
ground, well done. Yeah, Geoffrey Boycott got 100 there at the Garrison ground.
Presumably that's a military ground or close to the old Colchester barracks. Here's Hutton to bowl to Elgar. 2 slips, short leg down the leg side. It's tickled away for 4 by Dean Elgar. We'll have a look at Tom Lungley, the umpire, signalling a boundary. And 4 more to the tally. It's that sort of glary, hazy sunlight that makes it difficult to see the screens. I think it's still to go on, and it should be 32 for 3, or has it already gone on? 28 for 3.
Yes, correct.
It had gone on. Elgar on 16 of them.
Have you ever been to the Colchester outgrounds?
No.
Castle Park.
No.
Beautiful place.
Next delivery's just worked onto the onside, no run. Apart from here, obviously.
Yeah.
And is it Gowran
Park, South End?
I've done that one.
That's quite windy down there.
Yeah.
Well, the older South End ground, South End on Sea, all our outgrounds during my career had a saucer shape. You know, if you can imagine, if you bang it in the middle, it wasn't particularly responsive, but if you pitched it up, it would carry. Colchester was one of the quickest county cricket squares around England. It really was quite quick.
Hutton's bowl to Dean Elgar, and again he's just manipulated the ball down towards the farm sausages advertising board in that far corner, down at third. Ollie Stone doing the fielding, and they come back for a couple of runs. So which grounds would have been in use in your career? Ilford, Westcliff?
Ilford, Valentine's Road. Then you had Southend, which was South Church Park, where I made my debut, and then Colchester Castle Park. The players loved. We always used to go and play at Colchester in August, and it would turn. And to be brutally honest, it was one of the contributing factors why Essex was so successful in the 80s and the 90s, playing at outgrounds.
Next ball's driven up to Mead at mid-off, and there's no addition to the total.
Invariably, they were easier to achieve results. And there was another county that played a lot at outgrounds one year and won the championship. Do you remember? Under your current coach, Peter Moores. Lancashire, they changed the square at Old Trafford and they turned it around, and they played all their games at outgrounds, and they had success because it's easier to get results on those outgrounds than the HQ.
Hutton bowls, good delivery through to Verena. The Lancashire turning of the square, actually, Nottinghamshire featured very highly in that, because the last game with the square the other way round was the last match of the 2010 season, and it was the match that Nottinghamshire won the county championship title. As you say, they played most of their games at Aigburth the year after, and the first game on the new turn strip was against Notts, and Graham Swan, I seem to recall, had a very good match, and Notts won. Oh, and Andre Adams as well, of course, he always got wickets, but Notts sort of bookended that period away from Old Trafford. As this is pushed up to mid-off, they were the last team to play with the square the other way round, and the first to play as it is now. End of the over, 30 for 3 Essex.
Now, we didn't do it yesterday, we had a few problems. We can receive emails today, and I know Dave's got an email address which he can receive anything from things to do with cricket, county cricket, schools cricket, anything, Nottinghamshire cricket, the results maybe for yesterday's games in the do you call it the Nottinghamshire Premier League?
There's the Notts Premier League is the main one, and then the South Notts Premier League and the Basset Law League in Nottinghamshire.
So we're
teas, cricket teas, we love cricket tea chat.
3 slips. O'Neill's in, bowls a good ball, and Wesley just slightly walks his shot to play a 4 defensive, and there is no run. What's the email address for that?
bracecricket@icloud.com.
bracecricket@icloud.com.
Yeah.
And our one is essex.cricket@bbc.co.uk.
We'll have some more listeners hopefully in a minute or two, because England are now 9 down. Fisher and Tong have gone in consecutive balls. Matt Henry's having a party, 5 for 28.
O'Neill bowls. This is a little too straight. Wesley, very accomplished player, off his legs, clips it down to fine leg for a single.
Henry must have taken 4 for spit this morning. Absolutely. He's run through them. England were they were 180 for 4, and then last night 180 for 5 when Rue was out. And today 188 for 6, 188 for 7, 192 for 8, 192 for 9.
Oh dear. That's a bit of a beating up, this game, isn't it? Trent Bridge for the 3rd test. When does that start?
Starts on Thursday.
Next Thursday. O'Neill bowls outside off stump, and Dean Elgar being particularly watchful as it goes through to the keeper, looking every inch the opener that he is, being watchful this morning. 31 for 3.
See, I would say this Thursday. To me, next Thursday is a week on Thursday. I know some people call it differently, and that's fine. But it's 4 days' time, effectively.
Really? So it is a short...
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And O'Neill bowls. They look for a quick single, but Hamid fields well at mid-on and prevents any Essex scoring. 31 for 3. What's the attendance capacity of Trent Bridge today? I presume the pavilion still isn't in operation.
There are seats back installed and ready to go and sold and allocated and everything for the test match in front of the new pavilion, nothing else.
Nothing inside.
No.
O'Neill bowls, this time bounces, he takes his hand off the bat, bottom hand, his left hand. Elgar will collect a single as it goes down towards the Tom Pearce stand, fielded by Brett Hutton.
So I can't answer your question what it actually is. I think it was about 16,500 to 17,000 before the
it is a
the
magnificent ground. You're very proud of Trent Bridge,
Yes,
aren't you?
yeah.
It's one of my favourite ones. What I remember, and as a bowler, Trent Bridge always swings. You know, you're excited by Trent Bridge.
Do you have success there?
A little bit, yeah. Just the ball is used to swing. O'Neill bowls, an immaculate forward defence by Wesley, up to mid-on, no run, end of the over, 32 for 3, and it's the end of Dave Bracegirdle.
Yep, I'll go and have a well-deserved comfort break and leave you in the capable hands of Nottinghamshire's lucky mascot, Beth Harvey.
It was as if you requested her, Brace? Beth plays a bit of local cricket, very importantly. And I reckon she was playing yesterday, Saturday. We'll welcome her in a minute. So, Brett Hutton will continue. Very good morning, Beth.
Good morning, Don.
Are you well?
I'm very well.
Well, it's Brett Hutton in bowls, and this is played out to mid-on where there is no run. Dean Elgar comes forward, plays a correct shot, doesn't look to whip it. He's happy playing straight, and right that is. 32 for 3. So, were you playing cricket yesterday?
Yep, playing at Great Totham.
Tell us where that is, because we'll have Nottinghamshire listeners.
That is a little village near Malden,
Yeah.
where the sea salt comes from.
Oh,
famously.
very famous, yeah. Hutton on his way in, away from us, in sunshine. On a length, goes back, does Elgar, plays up to mid-on, no run. Success?
Tricky day. Lost by 1 wicket.
Listen, it wasn't as tricky as Essex's, believe me.
That's true.
We lost
we
by
made a
1
good
wicket.
game of it.
Come on then, give us the scores on the doors.
We put on 190 batting first.
Sounds healthy.
29 from me.
At number
3.
29.
Nosebleed.
Can I ask you, how did you get out?
I was caught at backward point.
Playing a shot. Hutton bowls, short of a length, played off the back foot with a straight bat. He opens the face, he runs it down to third man. Ollie Stone, formerly of Norfolk and Northampton and Warwickshire, has fielded the ball there. Elgar takes a run, 33 for 3, and brings Tom Wesley, captain, on to strike. So, were you playing a shot to be caught at backward point?
Yeah, short and wide.
What,
My
it wasn't
eyes
really
lit up.
Wasn't really a wicket-taking ball.
No.
So you gave your wicket away, perhaps?
Yeah.
Were you gutted?
Really tricky, yeah.
You don't normally bat 3,
No.
so
But
it's an
I've been-
opportunity.
I've been showing some lower order resistance this
Are you-
year.
are
And I was
you-
promoted.
Are you maturing?
Mature. I
Or
think
as
that's
a
bang on.
cricketer?
Yeah.
Maturing as a cricketer.
Yeah. Not a mature dismissal though, I must say.
The mature Brett Hutton is bowling from the Alistair Cook end, which bowls an immaculate delivery, but it's respected by Wesley, up to Hamid, the captain, at mid-on, no run. So, you're out. When were you out? What was the score-ish?
We'd got off to a bit of a flyer. I think we were about 120 for 3, maybe?
Okay. And your runs, listen, you're for people listening on radio, you're quite a tall lady. So Hutton is in, right arm over, bowls outside off stump, well left, shapes up to play, and Wesley leaves at the last minute. Good cricket from the Essex captain, 33 for 3. Where were your boundaries?
All offside actually.
All offside. You're an offside Harry.
Yeah, I am.
You favour the offside. You sort of open the face a lot of the time.
Yeah, a bit
Or
of
you're
width.
batting on leg stump.
Any width, give it the beans through
Do
the
you?
offside.
With
yeah.
your long levers.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
good. That's good. No, I'm quite happy with that. Okay, so you mustered 180, did you say?
190.
190. Hutton's in again. Outside off stump, left alone. End of the over. 33 for 3. So, what did you think of that? Wicket good, flat.
The wicket was good. There, we needed probably 30 more. Is what
Okay.
I'd say. We left some out there.
Is it an
as a
overs
team.
game?
No, 45 each.
Maximum 45. So did you back 45?
No,
Got bowled out.
we got bowled
Right.
out.
Okay. How many overs were bowled out?
I don't know, but they have
I'm
this
analysing.
sort of slow bowler who took 6 wickets, bowling slow. That's what it
Bowling
is.
slow.
That's what it is.
Not necessarily bowling well. Not like
No, we
Liam
didn't-
Patterson-White the other day.
Exactly.
He took 6 wickets and he was electric.
O'Neill then is in, and Elgar on the back foot punching that back towards the bowler. Did well to get back on that as it squared him right up. O'Neill's looked good this morning.
He has.
He looks electric,
actually
doesn't he?
bowled quite well yesterday.
He looks
Oh,
really good.
I was trying to get Dave to say it, but he didn't. Did you notice? I was as a reporter, I was asking him pertinent questions. I nearly asked him, "Do you want him to come back?"
O'Neill then in towards us, and Elgar punching on
Good
the back
shot, that.
foot,
Proper shot.
just running off the face of the bat out towards the point boundary, and will run away for 4. Diving fielder at point. I think that's Lyndon James there.
Who's quite a tall man himself. Elgar isn't, but he got on top of the bounce. He stood on the back foot and played it tall, didn't he? I thought that was probably the best shot I've seen him play this season. I thought it was a very accomplished player there. Played it quite late, under control, and he caressed it, and it raced across the short square.
It did, and all along the floor. That's what I did wrong yesterday. Need to learn from Dean Elgar here.
Well, okay.
As O'Neill is in, and this time a play and miss.
Great reply.
Just whistling past the outside edge of Elgar, squared him up again.
You're a tall lady, long levers, long
Yeah.
legs. So if I said to you, a lot of tall people, and I have
Yeah.
experienced this within my family, they seem to play the ball too early when they bat. Is that something that you could consider? They don't necessarily play the ball late, and there's a great question.
O'Neill wide, wayward down the leg side, and Verena running across to clean up.
How do you teach, how do you coach people to stop playing the ball early? As in, you reach for the ball in front of your pads, you plant your foot, you then go forward and you're searching to try and hit the ball, where you should let it come towards you, play it later, under your eye line. Is that something that affects you, playing the ball too early?
O'Neill in, and this time left alone outside the off stump by Elgar.
This is real coaching.
Yeah, thank you, Don. I was standing outside my crease yesterday.
Good,
playing
like
that
that,
foot
like
outside
that.
my crease.
Like that.
I think I'm better when I'm reacting. As you say, I do have a habit of playing the ball slightly early and dishing up tasty little catches to the ring fielders. So
Tall people often do. I'm not
The
saying
arms are too
everyone
long.
does. You
it's
know,
not proportional. As O'Neill is into Elgar again, and this time down the leg side. Verena diving to take that to end the over. Essex 37 for 3.
and the most exciting bit about your game yesterday, you got 190 all out, but they got them for 9.
9 down.
How many overs?
They had time left.
Oh, did they?
They had time
Didn't come
left.
into play
No, it
then.
wasn't.
Exciting?
Didn't come down to the wire, but it felt like we had it.
Did you? So did the last couple of batsmen for who were the opposition? Great Tottenham.
High Roding.
High Roding.
Is that a place?
Yeah, High Roding is a very senior club towards Harlow out the back. Beautiful cricket club, High
Sounds
Roding.
about right, yeah.
Yeah. Nasser Hussein's brother used to play there.
Did he?
Yeah, they have a very good setup at High Roding. Lots of junior clubs, good cricket. Brett Hutton continues from the Sir Alistair Cook end. There's more to come and more questions as they're down the leg side, and Verena parried it, but he parried it back inside like a reverse pass in rugby, but it hasn't cost Nottinghamshire anything. Nearly did a bye, but it's gone down the leg side, but Verena did well to make sure that it didn't cost the opposition any buys.
It was very close to hitting the helmets, actually. Narrowly missed those.
So did their tailing get runs to win the game?
Their number 3 was the only one who showed a bit
Oh,
of
really?
resistance, actually, yeah.
In comes Hutton, bowls, right arm over, short of a length, stood tall, and Wesley pumps it out to mid-off, where he takes a quick single. Sensible cricket, left hand and right hand. The combination here make the bowlers change their lines, but more importantly, the fielders have to move each ball. So the number 3, good player. How many did she get?
He got 60 odd, and then was bowled for the 8th. Maybe he was the 9th wicket, and then we had 2 guys in that you think we can get.
Oh wow! You got rid of the main run getter. Hutton round the wicket to the left-hander, who leaves it alone, way outside off stump through to the keeper. No run, 38 for 3.
And he then, he got bowled. We had a young lad, Evan Quilter, took his first 5-fer in.
Wonderful.
Yeah, top 5, all bowled.
Well, the virtues
Wheels.
of bowling straight.
Yeah,
Quite
exactly.
pacey.
Pacey, very pacey
Really?
for a young lad, yeah.
How old?
Must be about 16, 17.
Hutton round the wicket, this time open face back, runs it down to Ollie Stone at third man, where there is just the single, 39 for 3.
Yeah, wheels.
How many do you think 10 and 11 put on then?
Not many. I think they had about 16 to get between them.
Was there a crowd watching?
There
At
was.
Great Totton?
The threes won and were in the pub at 4 o'clock.
Right.
Quick win. So they were there with their beers on the benches on
Oh.
the side.
Hutton over the wicket to the right-handed captain of Essex, plays off the back foot up to Hamid, his opposite captain, at mid-on, no run.
Couple of chances that dropped in the middle of 3 fielders. Couple of outside edges. This, we had it. We just needed 30 more
Did
runs.
the Oppo stay around and have a drink because they've
Few of them
won?
did, yeah.
Good. I don't involve myself with so much club cricket these days. I'm a lot older than you. And Hutton on his way in, 3 slips waiting, and this is clipped into the leg side. He's going to look for just the one, as there is a man back deep square on the boundary. He collects and prevents the second run at the end of Brett Hutton. Essex have moved to 40 for 3, and they're still way. It was 13. Gosh, they're still 200 and plenty adrift, and they're
2-3-3.
2-3-3 of making Nottinghamshire bat again. Bowling,
A couple of wickets.
did you good? How'd you get them out? You bowl off spin?
Yes. One was a nick to the keeper.
Oh, well done the keeper. Good catch,
Timbo?
standing up.
Yeah. It was a bit of a off the gloves. Caught it on the second attempt. Timbo behind the stumps, very good.
He was alert to it. That's good to hear.
Yeah. And then the other one, probably the worst ball I bowled. Half tracker. Chipped up in the air.
He didn't know
Caught
where
a
to
cow
hit it.
corner. Yeah, could have hit it anywhere. And Jamie Potter with a good grab on the boundary.
Ah, you'll take it. Ollie Stone into the attack.
And he's in, and first ball carried very well to Verena behind the stumps. Got up to about chest height on Wesley. So straight in and hitting the pitch hard is Ollie Stone.
Yeah, he's had his troubles like many bowlers do, but I like him and I wish him well. Harold's from Norfolk.
That's around these parts, isn't it?
It was just a bit the other side of Suffolk. There's Suffolk that divides Essex and Norfolk. Suffolk is a sleepy county, still undiscovered.
Stone in then, and again banged in outside off stump through to the keeper. Wesley wanting nothing to do with that. Shoulders, arms.
Yeah. Essex need to bat really well today. It'll be a great reminder to the county championships, the county champions, that if Essex can keep them out there all day and even part of tomorrow, that would be lovely. Would be truly lovely to make this game an interesting game, because I don't think any rain is forecast for today or tomorrow. In fact, it's getting hotter tomorrow.
Stone
Good ball, there we go.
to Wesley, and really squares him up, right up on his toes, and that just got a little bit bigger on him. Maybe chased him slightly.
Bit of bounce there, got big. And you know, you started your commentary stint with Fergus O'Neill, but Ollie Stone is probably half a yard quicker and possibly a little bit taller with a 12 o'clock arm. So good effort from Stone there. Got a little bit out of the wicket, didn't he?
Yeah, he bowls a heavy ball. He hits the pitch very hard, as you say, that long tall arm. In again, and this time defended back towards him by Wesley, who's laid bat on his first delivery from Stone there.
Yep, 3 slips waiting.
You'd think that Wesley and Elgar are probably the two men best placed to weather this for Essex. Both very watchful, patient, technically very good and able to hang around.
Could you describe that as your batting yesterday? What did you
Probably not.
Probably not. That's the problem, isn't it?
Stone in and left alone by Wesley, who thought about playing it and at the last minute decided to whip his bat up and get out the way of it.
Big Norwich City fan, Ollie Stone, done a bit of journalism up in Norwich as well. Tamal Mills is a Norwich City fan.
Really?
Can you believe it?
Is that where he's hails from?
Yeah, well, Brandon, Norfolk, yeah, he did. He started playing cricket. It was a gentleman called Peter Bennett King who found him around the Brandon area, and he played a little bit of Suffolk under-15s.
As Stone is in, and this time driven up towards mid-on by Wesley. Hasib Hamid coming... Oh no, who's that at mid-on? O'Neill coming round to field it, and it just popped up off one of the wicket ends straight into his hands.
It did. It was a fortunate.
Well watched.
Yeah. Yeah. Tamal Mills was on the academy here, where Ollie Stone was on the academy at Northampton.
Okay.
So this, we're going to see Liam Patterson-White, who, well, he bowled beautifully. I wasn't here on Monday, on the day one, sorry, and Victoria and Dave Bracegirdle said he bowled beautifully. Peter Moore's the coach, said he bowled beautifully, and he took 6 for career best. And Peter Moores was ecstatic with the way he bowled and performed. But had a bit of help with the wicket. It has turned a little bit. And we've got 4 men round the bat. We've got a forward short leg and a slightly forward square leg catching under the lid, a leg slip and a conventional slip for the left-handed Dean Elgar, who watches. The bowler comes over the wicket, left arm over the wicket, bowls it quite full, and Dean Elgar, as you can hear from the applause, just push drives the half volley through the covers to the square Tom Pearce stand, where he collects 4 runs. 44 for 3. Elgar goes to 29. He'll be chuffed with that boundary. Just a little bit full there as a spinner, wouldn't you agree, as a spinner?
Yeah, slightly overpitched. Elgar, not a tall man, but forward and driving.
It's not quite as full. He covers the spin. Slightly open face bat, but there's nothing wrong with that as it goes out to towards backward point. No run. 4 men round. I love spin bowlers bowling with men round the bat, and of course Nottinghamshire can afford that with the amount of runs they've got to play with. Driven back past the bowler, who parries it, but he doesn't get enough on it, and it goes up to Joe Clark at mid on, and Essex left hand right hand rotate, which brings Wesley on to strike on 3.
Yeah, it looks to be a bit of turn in the surface for Patterson White.
And probably with this newish ball, 18th over, we had 6 last night, so we're in our 12th this morning. You're right, might not turn us quite as much with the older ball, which traditionally happens here at Chelmsford. It can die a little bit. Patterson White around the wicket to the Essex captain, who comes with a big stride, smothers the spin, and it just gently runs back to the bowler on his follow through. Patterson White again. Round the umpire, bowls a little straighter, may have gripped that delivery, but it's well played by Wesley. Tight in defence there. I'm wondering whether they can still afford a man under the lid on the leg side, front of the batter. They've got 3 for the right-handed Wesley. This time he goes back a little shorter, and he plays it off the back foot with a straight bat to confirm the end of the first over of spin this morning from Liam Patterson White. And the score here at Chelmsford on day 3, Essex are in arrears by a lot, by 228, are 45 for 3.
A long way to go.
Cool, isn't there, just? It's not even, in some respects, as a batsman, you know, I don't know if you talk about this, if you're a coach, don't look at the scoreboard. Don't feel that the pressure's building up, that you're not scoring. Do not worry. The runs at the moment don't matter. You've got to bat here in a partnership together, keep each other going, reminding each other all the time. Did you do that at number 3 yesterday to your colleagues?
I think I was fairly watchful.
I like that.
Poor execution, I'd say, was my issue.
Can you practice that?
The ball deserved it.
Good. You recognise that?
Yeah. As Stone is into Elgar now, coming across the left-hander, and it's missed everyone. Elgar's played and missed. It's nutmegged Verena behind the stumps. But who's that at first slip?
Patterson White.
White manages to clean up, so there's no run.
Patterson White, you can tell it's him, not because just the name and number, but you can now, he's got a very dirty shirt, jumper, and his trousers.
Stone in and left alone by Elgar. That looked very sharp, and he thought about playing it and then whipped his hands away behind him, almost threw himself off his feet trying to leave it.
Verena's not a tall man, and he was in 2 minds of which way to take that delivery, did the keeper. That was good pace with a bit of bounce. But can you see what I mean? It might be where he shines the ball, but it looks to me as if he might have fallen over. Around his gut,
Do you know
it's
what?
a bit dirty.
I did see him ferociously rubbing his hands in the dust before he started to bowl, so I don't know if he's...
Ah, you spinners know, don't you? Eh?
Stone short to Elgar and defending on the back foot, up by his ribs. There'll be no run as that just trickles into the offside and is fielded by Lyndon James.
You spinners know, eh? So he wipes his hand in the dirt and the dust to get the grease and dampness, sweatiness off his hands, sun cream.
Yeah.
Well, I always tell my charges to never put sun cream on with the hand that you hold the ball with
Just
a bowler.
one-handed stuff. That's a good idea.
Yeah. That comes from my school days.
Stone is in and left alone by Elgar outside off stump, just letting it come across him with the angle. Stone,
especially
bowling.
when you're on tour, you know, because you wear more muti, more sun cream when you're on tour playing abroad. You know, Nottinghamshire, I don't think, gets that much sun. It's halfway to Manchester. I'll upset all the people of the Robin Hood County. They said Robin Hood used to have an umbrella. Eh?
Stone then in to Elgar and prodded forward. Just slightly fuller from Stone there. Elgar coming forward to defend that out into the offside.
You're dead right there. He bowled a slightly better length, didn't he?
Yeah, he's been bowling just back of a length, and he's been getting a bit out of the pitch with the ball climbing and getting a bit of bounce, and he's obviously got a lot of pace, but yeah, he's not challenging the stumps with his stock length at the moment, so slightly fuller there.
Cox bowled Henry for 25, New Zealand have won.
Henry, how many wickets?
He's got 6 for 29.
As Ollie Stone is into Elgar and played and missed, brought him right forward there, and it's just flown past the outside edge. That angle, right arm over to the left-hander, just creating a bit of a problem.
Well, Kevin Shine, if he's watching, because he's not here at Chelmsford. Kevin Shine is the Nottinghamshire bowling coach.
Okay.
He will be watching his charges, and he'll be dead chuffed with Ollie Stone's bowling of that over. Good couple of plays and misses, good pace, good carry, good effort as well, because as a bowler you've got to bang it in and you keep repeating it. It's a good effort from Ollie Stone. So
yeah, maiden there.
There you go. Good morning to you, Mr. Shine. Liam Patterson-White to commence 3 around the bat, all on the offside, slip, gully and one, and that's turned. That's turned
about 4 stumps.
He's played a miss, and he probably may have tried to get out of the way the last moment, but nonetheless Tom Wesley, the right-hander, hasn't got an edge. Bowls again, little too straight, which is clipped, turned into the leg side against the spin, but safely for a single. And the left-handed Dean Elgar comes on to face Patterson-White, who's going to change his line, come from over the wicket, which he has done, to the left-hander, which he's going to bowl into Ollie Stone's footholes, Fergus O'Neill's footholes, all the Essex right arm overs footholes. There will be some crevasses in those footholes. Patterson-White in, it clipped with the spin into the leg side. It goes straight, bounces but goes straight into the forward short legs hands, but not out. Good bit of fielding. You can see from the definition in his trousers he's got a giant pair of shin pads on. Patterson-White in, driven a little straighter to the man on the drive, catching. He's the 4th catcher on the leg side. Very much a leg side field, just the 2 on the offside, backward point and mid-off. Quite a square mid-off. Round the wicket now to Dean Elgar, the left-hander. A little bit of a edge, but safely played with soft hands. Goes out to backward point. There is no run. Good bit of bowling. Looked to play for a bit of turn, but wasn't there.
Yeah, I think this angle, if it's going to turn sharply, probably suits him slightly better against the left-hander.
Over the wicket to the left-handed. In the air, but clipped, but safe. It's going to run away for 4. It goes to the right-hand side. There was an ooh, an ah, or perhaps somebody shouted catch it, but it went wide of Hamid at the captain at mid-wicket, where they take 4 runs. Good shot from Elgar. He moves to 34. Wesley to face on 4. It's going to be Ollie Stone, but Essex, the gentle applause was for the 50 for 3.
Yeah, a bit of an attacking shot from Elgar. We haven't seen a huge amount of that this morning. He's obviously trying to settle in, but that was a bit of a gimme, really. Pitch just outside leg, very full, and he's put his hands through it, managed to evade.
Dave's got
Hamid.
I'm going to suggest Dave's got a update to do at 12.
As Stone is into Wesley and worked into the leg side off the back foot. And they'll come right through for a single as the skipper, Hamid, runs round to field.
And I'm going to suggest, just as a bit of fun, we're going to swap places so Dave can come in to sit there and then I will disappear. Is that all right?
That sounds perfect.
And you take over straight away when he comes in, over from me.
Perfect.
Because then Dave can stay there for an hour.
He'll be locked in, won't he?
He wants to be close to his red mats.
Yeah. He's actually sitting on them at the
We took
moment.
pictures of him. Many of the Nottinghamshire folk won't realise what we've done.
As Stone is in to Elgar now and squared him up. Elgar seems to be challenged by this angle. It's a good battle here between Stone with his right arm over the wicket. Bit of extra pace to the left-handed Elgar. 3 slips in. Waiting for that outside edge. Don's up.
No, go on, I'm just stretching my legs. It's a very humid day here. We're perspiring everywhere.
Stone then to Elgar and driving this time a loose shot outside the off stump and completely misses it through to Verena.
If I had a radio into Dean Elgar's helmet, he's just started to become more expansive, isn't it? He's batted for an hour.
Yeah.
You and me, as coach, would say, come on, battle down.
Yeah.
Don't give it away. Don't need to be expansive. Just keep batting. Keep batting and battling.
And that's what the extra pace of Stone can do, just that split second less time to think about it as he's in. And Elgar fending it off his ribs there. Into the leg side. Well directed. Just back of a length. Stone looking dangerous here. This is a good battle. Elgar opened the batting yesterday evening. He's batted for 20 overs. He's done an hour this morning. And yeah, just getting a bit confident now, isn't he? And maybe playing a couple more attacking shots. A loose shot in this over. Flashing drive that he missed. Just needs to keep his head on for Essex here as Stone is in, and that is
Better shot.
a great shot. He's just leaned on that on the front foot and pushed it through the huge gap between point and mid-off. And that's run all the way across the practice wickets for 4.
That was a controlled shot, wasn't it?
Very controlled. It didn't drive at it. He just sort of blocked it, leant on it.
Super shot. Proper shot.
And the captain Hamid has left that big old gap there to try and tempt him into driving it. 3 slips in. They angle across him from right arm over. That feels like the way that they think they're going to get him is a little nick through to the slips. So just trying to tempt that shot, but that was well controlled. Stone in again and short this time, and a big shout. But I think that might have come off his elbow or his hip. He seems to be holding his hip there.
Yeah, back, just above your rump. He went straight to his back. What do you? I suppose I don't think I'm being rude. Love handles.
Love handles. If he has them, that's where it will have hit. He looks to be in a bit of discomfort, but luckily for him, it's time for a drinks break.
That's right.
That was just sort of pitched straight, and he sort of was in 2 minds whether to play it. Tried to get out the way, but it's just struck him on the back. There's a huge shout for a caught behind. maybe they thought he got glove on it. It was a great take from Verena behind the stumps. One-handed, both feet in the air.
For those older gentry will possibly remember Peter Bonetti. That was Peter Bonetti-esque. You know that name?
Never heard of
I
him.
had his bubble gum. Our generation, especially the older ones like Dave, would have had bubblegum cards as a kid.
Right.
And you football players.
Yeah.
Peter Bonetti was the England and
I
Chelsea
see.
goalkeeper. He was called Peter the Cat Bonetti. Yeah. Are you collecting the World Cup stickers, or anyone in your family?
I'm not. I've been watching a
Panini?
lot of it though.
Have you?
I'm into it.
Is it? I'm going to invite you at this drinks break, if you don't mind letting Dave come in there. Just stand here to our side and I'll then vacate my spot for you. But it's not missing any cricket. The umpires are in place because we do have a proper drinks break on the hour, and rightly so in these temperatures. It's particularly humid, and well, Nottinghamshire are bowling nicely, aggressively, but the Essex have lost just the one wicket. We started this morning at 13 for 2, and then we lost the night watchman, Charlie Bennett, and then brought Wesley in, who's made 5. Elgar's on 38, and Essex have made it to this drinks break after 1 hour, 55 for 3. Dave Bracegirdle, welcome back.
Thank you very much, Don. You really are a picture this morning in your fuchsia. I'll be glad to come in alongside Beth for the next little passage of play. Just have to take the thumb screws off Miss Harvey before we pick up the commentary. God, didn't Don interrogate her there? Hey, crikey me. What shots did you play? How did you get out? How many 4s did you hit? Crikey me. Just due to settle down again for the second part of the morning's action. Good afternoon, Beth.
Hello, Dave.
How are the thumb screws?
God, he was giving me the business, wasn't he?
It's all meant
He's
with the very
disappointed
best
in me.
intentions. He's not. He's not. He's not. I tell you what, the old eyebrows went up when you told him you were playing in men's cricket batting 3.
Patterson White is in now. And that's just worked into the leg side by Wesley.
I think fuchsia's his colour there, don't you?
He's looking very bright today.
The Pink Panther.
Indeed.
So Notts have got 1 of the 8 wickets they needed today. I guess if they got all 8, they'd probably win it today.
Patterson White in to Wesley there, and he's the first ball of the previous over. He turned very sharply, so there's a little bit in it for him here if he can hit the right spots. He's got a couple of slips and a silly point. So he's in and slightly too straight there, leg side, and just drops, picked up by the keeper.
Glad to see you've got your hard hat on. Victoria Polly and I were nearly wiped out sat in these very seats on Friday by Shane Snater.
Tricky. Patterson White in and pressing forward, and it just fizzes past the outside edge. Well, I presume you were ready to catch it.
Oh,
Dave.
I was most gallant. I didn't have to protect Victoria because she was under the counter.
As Patterson White is in, and a much better forward defensive here from Wesley. He lays bat on it.
My issue, and it's not good radio or indeed television, is that as you can see but nobody else can, there's sort of a window frame here, and I wasn't sure if it was coming through the window I'm looking at or just to the right of the window pane, and I was sort of betwixt and between.
Patterson White to Wesley, and worked off the back foot into the leg side.
Sometimes you just know that it's coming towards you. It's got your name and number on it, and it was just arrowing towards us, and it was just a case of which open window it would come through and how much damage would it do. And as it happened, it just hit the lip above the window there, and it's left a large dent, but it was a meaty thud. End of the over, 56 for 3. Beth Harvey, Don Topley, Dave Bracegirdle with you on day 3 of this Rothesay County Championship Division 1 game between the current Division 1 leaders Essex and the reigning Division 1 champions Nottinghamshire. It was, I guess, always billed to be one of the matches of the round, but it's so difficult to see who's the county side with the most momentum at the moment. Some sides huddle together towards the top. Stone comes in and bowls and works away. Think off the pad. Yeah, it's going to be a leg by Paul Pollard at the far end. And as I just touched on right at the start of the day, you were at the Oval, what, for days 3 and 4 was it, for the dramatic outcome?
Yeah, end of last year.
Yeah, the most intense game of cricket I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, that was amazing. Lucky to be there, weren't we? Well, particularly from the Nottinghamshire perspective.
Yeah. Lots have got 3 slips in now. Patterson White, Freddie McCann, who's just been joined by Jack Haynes, who had a day to remember yesterday. Stone comes in to Elgar, bowling at the stumps, attacking the stumps here, Stone, and full pitch delivery is just defended out onto the offside by the Elgar prod. Jack Haynes with a century yesterday. Liam Patterson White with 6 wickets on the first day. They've been the the 2 standout players for Notts, although they shouldn't forget the 89 from Asiba Mead. Somebody up towards the top orders generally got to sort of set up the innings, and it was Mead's 89, then Haynes with the ton at number 5, and Fergus O'Neill rattling a quick 61 at 7. This is a good delivery, beats Elgar. Well, it goes past Elgar, I don't think he played at it, but that's slippery sharp from Ollie Stone, and he gave him a bit of a glare as well as it went past the South African.
A little bit of needle there, I think, between these two.
He's the nicest fella off the field, Ollie Stone, and he says himself, white line fever, Dave, as soon as I get out there, white line fever, and I think you've got to have a bit of that as a nasty fasty.
He seemed to be chuckling as he was walking back towards his mark, so hopefully all in good spirits.
I generally lost it a little bit out on the field a time or two, but Stone comes in and bowls, goes through to the keeper, but I'd always be the first to buy a round afterwards, as teammates and opposition would generally in those days get together for a little glass of rehydration afterwards. Dr. John, I've no idea. A time or two you've mentioned the Bracegirdles and the Hobbit and the Lord of the Rings. I've never seen it or read it or whatever, so all your references are lost on me, Dr. John. I don't know if well, I don't even know if we could go down that line, but apparently there were some Bracegirdles that Tolkien would write about, but no, they certainly weren't a relative, that's for sure. 57 for 3. This is edged, I think, for 4 by Elgar. Down there is Joe Clark, can't get to it. Slightly streaky, but doesn't matter. Get him on the board, keep your wicket intact, keep Notts at bay, and Dean Elgar has moved very nicely onwards this morning. His score goes up to 42 from 68. Dr. John, the end of his missive about the Bracegirdles. I look forward to reading the latest missive. That's Seventh Heaven, the book. You can almost retitle it Ramblings of a Madman, my day-to-day account of last season's county championship victory, now on sale at Trent Bridge. Seventh Heaven. Thanks for mentioning that, Dr. John, as Elgar plays this up to mid-on. And then he says a puzzle. I don't know if the information's out there. I wonder what the most number of caught and bowls per innings is, and also by any individual bowler. I've obviously no idea, Dr. John. You'll need to steer that in the direction of I don't know, Andy Zoltzman maybe on Test Match Special. Maybe he's got several hours to spare to pick that up. No idea. Thank you, Dr. John, as always. bracecricket@icloud.com if you've got anything that you want to get off your chest and share it with the commentary team, one of whom is Beth Harvey.
Yeah, it's going to be Patterson White to continue from the end closest to us, as he's into Wesley, and this time smothered on the front foot, just pushed back up to the bowler. There are 2 slips and a sort of a silly cover. All crowded round the bat here as Patterson White's in again and defended on the front foot again by Wesley.
Patient game as always, isn't it, for the spinner? Can't expect to come on and just start knocking wickets over regularly.
He's in again and defended again by Wesley. He's bringing him right forward, which is a good sign, particularly if it's going to turn. See if he can just get one to dip and catch that outside edge.
If it happens, it's a bonus, but generally you've got to play the long game as the spinner.
Patterson White then in and right back in his crease this time is Wesley. Does well to push the bat down onto that as it just straightens onto the off stump. Good length there from Patterson White. He's in for the 5th ball of the over and just runs off the outside edge this time through that gap between second slip and silly cover, but it's picked up by Lyndon James, who's standing at backward point, so there'll be no run. 5 dots then. Can he complete the maiden? In for the final ball and really sharp turn there. It was very short, so didn't challenge the batter too much, but sharp turn and bounce as Verena behind the stumps has just taken that up by his shoulders.
Helicopter takeoff, wasn't it? Extraordinary bounce. Surrey having a miserable trip to Wales, playing Glamorgan, following on. They're 145 for 4 this morning. Glamorgan have managed to get the prolific Dan Lawrence out for no score, so Surrey still trailed Glamorgan by 108, following on. They're 145 for 4. That's at Cardiff. Yorkshire similarly are in trouble in the East Midlands. They're 83 for 5, still trailing Leicestershire by 135. So a lot of work to do even to make Leicestershire bat again. That might just kick-start Leicestershire's bid for survival. Stone comes in, got him here surely. Umpire Pollard being berated, implored, appealed to from all directions by the Nottinghamshire side. But he stands firm as his opinion, and that opinion is not out. Seemed to keep a whisker low. Ollie Stone, clearly you felt from the appeal and the way he's just looking round, felt it, well, I think it would have hit. The question, might just have been, did it pitch outside leg stump? Umpire Polly might well have got that one spot on.
Looks to me like it pitched outside leg, and you saw the umpire sort of signal gesture in a way that suggests that's why he didn't give it. So
I mentioned everybody appealing. You'd need to have had umpire Pollard's view, or maybe Verena's, or perhaps Ollie Stone's as well, the bowler, to have known that. Everybody else joining in is Stone in again, and Elgar drives it to mid-on, and there's no run. It was certainly going to hit middle, just 4 or 5 inches up. There's absolutely no doubt about that, but I do think it was probably just outside leg. So
a few words between these two again, between Stone and Elgar, getting into it.
You don't mind a bit of sparky interaction out there, as long as it doesn't cross the line, and I'm sure it won't. 3 slips. They've certainly got to be on red alert when you've got Ollie Stone bowling, certainly in the high 80s. Here he comes in again, bowls to Elgar, wide enough to be left alone, and Verena's getting a bit of a workout this morning.
Ooh, that just nicked back towards him actually. Did quite a bit off the pitch, managed to straighten from that angle.
Again, they were nearly meeting eyeball to eyeball. Morning Dean, morning Oliver. Bowler and batter. At Taunton, Somerset 70 for 3 in their second innings. They still trail Warwickshire by 52. They're two of the sides sort of in the shake-up towards the top end of Division 1. Don't know what Notts would want. Clearly, Notts just looking to take care of business themselves. Again, wide of the pegs from Ollie Stone. And the run chase is on at Hove. Hampshire in their second innings this morning, bowled out for 220. Sussex 18 for 1. They need 235 more. It's been a low-scoring game, that one, so both sides from there will feel they're in with a chance. Remember, England were blown away this morning. They lost 5 wickets this morning inside the first hour, and all to Matt Henry. England bowled out for 209. Essex's Jordan Cox last out for 25. Nottinghamshire's Josh Tong was out for a first ball duck. Henry had the ball on a string by all accounts. Here's Stone in once more from the Graham Gooch end. Once more it goes through to Verena. Division 2 batting sides. Lancashire won 99 for 9 in their second innings, trailed Derbyshire by 4, so Derbyshire on the brink of an innings victory. But even if Lancashire put off the inevitable, it seems as if Chesterfield is again going to be a happy hunting ground for Derbyshire. Durham, they're down to their last pair, 374 for 9 against Northants. Of course, they lost the services of Ben Stokes, withdrawn by England from that game, been replaced by Colin Ackerman as an official sub. Still in the first innings of that match. Northants 450, Durham 374 for 9. Stone to conclude what at the moment will be a maiden. Bowls now and defended onto the onside up to a Mead. Just quickly to finish before Beth picks up at Canterbury, where hopefully I'll be on Friday evening. Kent versus Notts in the T20. Kent 416, Middlesex 398 for 7, and at New Road, Gloucestershire yesterday, or over the first 2 days, 289 all out, Worcestershire 255 for 6. And most of the women's matches in the county T20 competition start at 2:30, but they've started early at I was going to say Worcester. It can't be Worcester because I've just said the men are playing at New Road. Stourbridge Road, Himley. I'm not familiar with Stourbridge Road, Himley, but that's where Worcestershire women are playing Surrey women, and Surrey women are 38 for 1 after 6. Himley, that's a new one on me. I've never even heard of it as a town.
No.
In Worcestershire, presumably.
Presumably. Patterson White then to continue from this end. That first ball of the overs defended solidly by Wesley. Out into the leg side, and there'll be no run. Bit of excitement between Elgar and Stone. I'm enjoying it. Good battle. As Patterson White is in to Wesley again, and this time forward, and just skews off the inside edge out towards mid-wicket.
You've had an eventful morning. You've relived your club match yesterday. You've seen the red carpet.
I'll have to get back to the team with Don's key takeaways.
Coaching tips.
Yeah. Patterson White, and this time worked off the back foot into the leg side and manages to evade a diving fielder and will trickle all the way for 4.
And let's face it, if you can get some coaching advice from somebody who's managed at international level as a coach for free, then you've got to gobble it up, haven't you?
You must, yeah. I'll take that.
Just make sure you don't tell him where you're playing next Saturday, Beth.
Oh.
Just make sure you don't give him your fixture list. He'll be there.
Wouldn't mind it.
Wait for it to come on. Wait for it to come on to you, Beth.
Patterson White in, and this time turning sharply past the outside edge.
What have I told you, Beth? You'll be like one of those dads at the side of the football pitch. He's not offside, ref. Let it come on to you, Beth.
Let it come to you. Keep the long levers at bay. Patterson White in, and Wesley on the back foot, and that just skidded on, came onto him very quickly. So a little bit in the pitch here for the spinners. And Wesley seems to be playing pretty well, getting right forward or right back. He's a good player of spin. Patterson White giving him a bit of a test here. So he's right forward this time and defending the ball up towards mid-off to end a rapid over. 4 from it. Essex now 65 for 3.
Thanks to just got around to looking at the old X, the old Twittery thing. Some communiques from earlier. Don asked what the current capacity is at Trent Bridge, just a 54-year-old. With the exact figures, thank you. Just a 54-year-old. 17,029 to be precise, Davey says. So there we are. Kev Marriott. So I watched England's resistance this morning for 20 minutes. Pathetic, he says. Thank you, Kevin. Glad you're back with us. There's Ollie Stone. Fiery little battle here. He strikes again. This time he's got him. Didn't get Elgar in the last over when Stone thought he was out. The umpire didn't. This time they meet a happy, harmonious line together. Stone felt it was out, and so did umpire Pollard, and Elgar has gone for 42, and Notts have their second wicket of the morning, and Essex still a long, long way behind, only have 6 wickets left to fall.
Yeah, the finger went straight up there. There wasn't a huge amount of thinking for the umpire to do, and it looked from a first glance to be very straight, just maybe nipping back towards him off the pitch. Not really, actually. He held its line, but it's pitched on leg and it's hitting off.
I mean, fresh in his memory, Ollie Stone presumably would be a little word from the umpire. Just pitched outside leg, Ollie, and Ollie running in would have thought, okay. I think that pitched leg and would have probably hit middle. Elgar didn't get a long way forward either, did he? That didn't necessarily help his case. Sometimes you can just bring in the element of doubt if you can get that big stride in that Hamid and Joe Clark in particular are very want to do. Charlie Allison played nicely in the first innings till it seemed like Matt Critchley called him for a run that wasn't there, and he was run out. Hamid whizzing the ball back into the gloves of wicket-keeper Kyle Verreynne, and Notts was sort of gifted a wicket, and then straight afterwards Critchley fell without addition, so brought about a bit of a mini collapse. Fergus O'Neill just having a word there with Charlie Allison. Here's another one, it'll all be good humoured, I'm sure. Stone and Pollard just chatting about that one. Bit closer for you, Polly. It was Ollie, yeah. Polly and Ollie.
O'Neill's just having a little look at Tom Wesley's bat there. He's just picked it up. He's feeling the weight of it in the hand. Having a little word.
Taking his bat off him.
Getting him ready to face, I imagine.
Can I have a go with this, mate? Well, he didn't need anybody else's bat yesterday. He was absolutely brutal. I don't know if you saw any of the highlights or even the card of Fergus O'Neill's knock. 61 from 50 balls. There was 4s and 6s flying everywhere. Here's Stone then. Got a new man, a right-hander, Charlie Allison, to face his first ball, and that's a good delivery. It's good length, nicely pitched up, just outside off. Is adjusted nicely there from having bowled the last couple of overs all at the left-hander. Just drops onto a nice line there, and Allison's gone down just as much to have a little bit of a chat with Tom Wesley as to do any real gardening. Just have a little glance down at the surface.
Yeah, he did well not to edge that, actually. It straightened just about the perfect amount to catch the edge, but Allison playing inside it.
Good ball first up, wasn't it? Stone, figures of 1 for 9. This is his 6th over. Comes in now and bowls to Allison, who just sort of rides the bounce, plays it up near the splice and pushes it into the offside. So all 4 wickets so far in this innings have come from the Graham Gooch end. 3 for O'Neill, and when he came out of the attack, Ollie Stone has been quite pacey this morning. He's found a good line and length and bowling in good rhythm. And then has now picked up reward in this over.
Yeah, this will be his 6th. How many does he usually bowl in a spell? Is he short bursts?
I would have thought this would probably be about it. Here he comes in again, bowls past the outside edge. Of course, with Essex tinkering about with their batting card, in the sense they sent out their numbers 10 and 11 last night. Jamie Porter first as the first night watchman, and then when he fell, Charlie Bennett. The rest of the card would read Matt Critchley, Michael Pepper, Luke Benkenstein, Simon Harmer and Shane Snater at 11. Good player to have coming in at 11.
Not bad.
He, as I say, nearly wiped us out in the Essex first innings. 3 sixes, and one of them very, very close to coming in and joining us in the commentary box. Stone into Allison, who again just sort of makes that feel that it kept a whisker low, didn't it? The very fact that He played it very late and just jabbed his bat down on it. If he'd got forward, if he'd got a pace out of his crease, he could have played that nicely as the ball was still on its way up maybe, but just had to adjust and jab and keep it out, and goes down just to get a little word in passing from his captain, Wesley. One ball left in the over. Stone one delivery away from a wicket maiden. Essex 65 for 4, having begun the morning on 13 for 2 as Oliver Stone bowls to Charlie Allison. Pushes this into the offside, so it is a wicket maiden. Stone 6 overs, now 1 for 9. And again, it'll be a case of Liam Patterson-White from this end. Wouldn't be at all surprised if he just goes on and on and on and on and on until this game is over one way or another. Liam Patterson-White, as he is prone to do, books himself in for long spells. It was 16.4 overs consecutive from this end in the first innings for his 6 for 43, broken by the luncheon interval, of course. But we have seen him just bowl for 2 sessions flat out in the past. That means the quicks can rotate from the other end.
Yeah, and he's been bowling well. Be continuing to Wesley, who he's been working on for a little while, as that first ball of the over has been pushed up to mid-on for no run.
Bring Don back at the end of the over. He's like an Olympic sprinter. He's in his starting blocks.
He loves it, doesn't he? As Patterson-White's in, and this time driven firmly back to the bowler, and does well to pick it up.
He'll have his little notepad there, and he'll have written about three or four little things he can just try and pull my chain with. That's how he operates.
As he's in, and this time keeping really low, and it's just shot on off the pitch and narrowly missed the off stump. Hands on heads. No one can believe that it's missed.
Yeah, that was just one of his variations that, if anything, came back the other way.
Yeah, just really skidded with the angle, didn't it?
Bowling in sunglasses.
He's in now and defended solidly by Wesley.
As he did in the first innings. I think he said afterwards it's the first time he's done it, and then produces career best figures of 6 for 43. So we might see him being a Harmer clone.
Yeah, the shades making all the difference. As he's in, and this time tried to work it into the leg side, did Wesley, and it skewed off the outside edge towards backward point.
Wesley top scored in the Essex first innings with 44. He's trying to get his nut down here. It's not been easy.
Yeah, he's 10 off 53 at the moment, so he's been very watchful. He's in, and this time defended solidly out into the offside up towards the bowler. And with that, I'll leave you to it.
Ta-ta! Lovely to spend time with Beth Harvey once again. Beth will be back at the start of the afternoon session. We'll have DT back alongside in just a moment. So we've been playing for 90 minutes this morning. Nottinghamshire picking up the wickets of Charlie Bennett. He was caught at point by Ben Slater off the bowling of Fergus O'Neill for 5. And that was the early breakthrough that Notts needed. O'Neill with all 3 wickets then to that point, and in the last over, Ollie Stone getting Dean Elgar LBW. It looked a very good shout from the front of the commentary box. Just wonder what sort of view Don had from the back of the box. Stone in and bowls, and Allison a little push back the bowler. Hamid fires down to this end. Oh, and had he hit, crikey, that would have been another run out in the match. I'm pretty sure from the reaction, look at them, Don, they've all got their hands on their heads. Ben Slater square on. He's got the best view of anybody in the Nottinghamshire team, and he's down on his haunches. The umpire Tom Lungley, of course, he's impassive, he's unmoved at square leg, but this was a push by Allison past the bowler, out of the bowler's reach, and there was a chance of a single. Hamid quickly got there and fired it down to this end, the end that Wesley was coming to. I think Wesley was a little tardy in setting off, had to just check instead of responding to the call immediately, and had Hamid hit from 45 yards, he'd have been out. is Stone in again, and Wesley defence. Maybe not as far as that. Maybe 30, 35 yards. It was a good throw from Hamid, who all season have been saying, "Oh, that was close," or "He's hit, but the batsman's home." But in this particular match, he has already contributed to a run out. That was the last thing Essex needed there.
Oh dear. Absolutely right. Ollie Stone, for me, has bowled beautifully. Great endeavour, effort this morning, and he's bowled nicely. Kevin Shine, who will be watching from Nottinghamshire, let me tell you, he's bowled very well this morning.
Yep. Beth did ask if that would be his last over the previous one. Thought it would, but he got a wicket, so he's now into a 7th, and this past Wesley and through to Verena. Takes it low down. Patience the key for Nottinghamshire, you'd imagine, today, and they've got 2 wickets in the morning session, 2 or 3 in the afternoon, and what would that leave? If they got the 3, it'd be 3 more in the evening session. And Essex certainly haven't set their stall out to go crash bang wallop at any point to try and wipe out the 216, so you'd imagine it'd be very late in the day that they'd get to a position where Notts would have to bat again. So they're going to be under intense pressure all day. If Nottinghamshire's bowlers can maintain their pressure, and it's going to be tough for the batters. Wesley pushes this back to Ollie Stone.
Well bowled. We've had a few emails in. Paul Claydon, he said, great to hear the commentary over the last couple of days, but had to laugh at the highly accurate description of the shopping centre end. He was there on day 1 and he's listening from home, and he was also at the Oval on Wednesday, and have to say the leisurely atmosphere and space at Chelmsford compares very favourably with the extreme congestion at the Oval. And he goes on to say,
Stone bowls wide enough to be left alone through calmly into the gloves of Carl Verena.
County cricket at Essex seems very much on the up with good crowds. It was disclosed the other day that Vian Mulder is not being replaced due to the financial reasons. Are there any additionals expected before the next batch of championship fixtures? Well, it's around this time of the year that players receive a letter, an appraisal letter, just like people do in Civvy Street. The county cricketers get appraisal letters, and they have sort of a green, red or amber, and the further negotiation, or we're letting you go or not letting you go.
Stone into Tom Wesley. He defends. I'm looking forward to my appraisal letter at the end of today from Don.
I'm doing it, yeah. I'm currently doing it. I'm on page 6.
The thing is, I believe you. End of the over, Essex 66 for 4. Here's the great man.
The thing about the appraisal letters, and I think it's the 1st of July, those who are going to be probably out of contract, they circulate it between the counties to say, these guys are out of contract potentially, and you are welcome to talk to them. So they technically become free agents, and you do say one or 2 go on a loan. Listen, Essex picked up 2 bowlers in the winter. One of them was the Derbyshire coach, Neil Colleen's son, who we haven't seen yet, and the other one is Zamin Akhtar, who's bowled really well for Essex whenever he's played, and in particular in the T20 Blast. Liam Patterson-White starts a new over with 3 round the bat on the offside, slip, gully, and the forward on the offside under the lid, and Charlie Allison plays an immaculate forward defensive and negotiates the spin. We've seen a couple of balls bounce, certainly just on short of a length. Patterson-White again, this time Allison comes forward, smothers the spin with bat and pad tight together, 66 for 4. So I hope I've answered that carefully, Paul Claydon. Thank you for contacting us as Patterson-White bowls, and there's a thick outside edge which goes to ground, but in the gap that is a very square gully.
I think Paul's question was, will they be replacing Vian Mulder for the end of the season?
I don't think so. There are financial constraints with Essex, challenges, and they may pick a loanee or 2, but Vian Mulder will be missed so most certainly in the Blast. This time short of a length, goes back this time Allison and plays with a straight bat very sensibly into the offside, no run. Anthony Mercer, who is a regular contributor, he asks after this ball, Patterson White in, round the wicket, and this time Allison almost plays on his knees and there is no run. Anthony, who regularly is an attender visitor here at our ground, said, where was the very best place to play cricket? As Patterson White bowls, played into the leg side, straight bat, very sensibly, Charlie Allison, well played, well bowled by Liam Patterson White. Essex are 66 for 4. Anthony, good morning to you. I would say that question is both, I'm going to answer domestically, home, and may I also say away as well. Firstly, home, we always liked playing at the outgrounds, Ilford, Chelmsford, Ilford, Colchester and Southend. We always fancied our chances. We had the attack, you know, whatever, whether it was a bit of pace, swing, seam, being tight, spinners, whether it was a couple of spinners as we frequently did in the days of Eastern Ackfield or Charles and such. But we had a great bunch of seamers who had the knack of taking wickets. We didn't always bowl extra fast, but we were able to get success, and we had a very good side. Elsewhere around the country, we always enjoyed playing at Nottingham because back in the 80s there was a little bit of green for Hadley and Rice. But
I was just wondering what was going on here, Don, actually. They've had a little bit of a stoppage whilst the two batters have had a change of gloves and whatever. But the two umpires seem to both walk up to the far end, and then Tom Longley's now heading back to his point. Brett Hutton's coming into the attack, by the way.
Busy. Change of bowler from the Graham Gooch end. We always used to like playing at Trent Bridge.
Where did you get your career best figures? Which ground would that have been at?
Chesterfield,
Okay.
currently being played.
Yeah.
This week, Derbyshire, Lancashire.
Yeah.
Chesterfield, I took 12-fer, a 7-fer and a 5-fer.
So presumably you would say that was one of your favourite grounds.
It was indeed. Always got wickets against Derbyshire. Got wickets at Lord's regularly. Didn't get many wickets at Old Trafford. There you go.
Brett Hutton then into the attack. 5 overs, none for 12 so far. He's coming in from the Gooch end to bowl to Wesley. First ball is nothing more than a loosener, a long off, pulled away behind square for 4 runs, and that's sort of the gift that you can sometimes get when you've been out there battling away for an hour or so, and you're just in the right place at the right time to get your rewards when somebody comes on and bowls a loosener. 4 runs.
I don't think I've seen Brett Hutton bowl from that end. Actually, since I've been here over the 2 days.
Well, you're just going to get Liam Patterson White bowling from this end, aren't you? That's how it's going to be, I think.
What you don't realise, Brace, there is quite a considerable slope running down with you from that Graham Gooch end.
And it's Hutton in again, wide of the pegs. In fact, Brett Hutton had a couple of overs to be in with this morning from this end, didn't he?
Yes.
O'Neill from the far end, Hutton from
Yes.
this, and then after 2 overs they took him out.
And I think in the first innings I only saw him bowl from our end. Somebody criticised me for the shopping centre end. But fair enough. So Alistair Cook end, the river end, the city end.
A reminder, New Zealand beat England earlier today to set up the Test series at 1-1. This is pushed into the offside. No run. England lost their last 5 wickets in their second innings this morning, all to Matt Henry, who finished with 6 for 28, I think it was.
Did you know he had a season, an English summer around here? Played for Halstead in the East Anglian Premier, but he also attended as a scholar, sports scholar. He attended St Joseph's College, Ipswich, and played for them.
I didn't know that. He played for Somerset. Hutton bowls. I think he played for Derbyshire as well for one season, didn't he? And this is a streaky 4 for Tom Wesley. Sometimes you can come on and have some instant success and everything goes your way, and other times you come on, you leak a boundary first ball and things don't go for you. Elsewhere in Division 1, Surrey now 170 for 4 in Cardiff, trail the home side by 83. Yorkshire 97 for 6, still trail Leicestershire by 171, so that's gearing up towards a big win for Leicestershire. Somerset 86 for 4 at Taunton against Warwickshire, still trail by 36 as Hutton passed umpire Pollard bowls again wide enough to be left alone, and Sussex 42 for 1 at home against Hampshire, needing 211 more. Division 2, Derbyshire need 24 to win. They've just bowled Lancashire out for 226 in their second innings.
Sorry, taking me.
The match at Chesterleaf Street, Northants 450 all out, Durham 405 all out. In Division 2, obviously, Houghton in again to bowl short again and pulled away for... no, it's not going to be 4. This is going to be cut off by Joe Clark, who appears just to my left. Couldn't quite see him for the edge of the media centre, but there he is. So only a single. That's the end of the over. 75 for 4. Just finished this done. Middlesex 420 for 8 at Canterbury. They've just taken the lead over Kent by 4 runs. Worcestershire 277 for 6. They're 12 behind Gloucestershire. That match still in the first innings. All the scores as always on the cricket page of the BBC Sport website and app.
Interesting that Surrey score. I mean, if they could get 180 lead, which is ambitious, but if they could get 180 ahead of Glamorgan, they've got the Indian leg spinner Chahal playing. He was meant to be here last week, but he's here for this game, and it is at Sophia Gardens, Cardiff. It may turn. In bowls Paddison White, and it's well played by Tom Wesley into the offside no run. That'll be very interesting. Northampton. They're doing very well in. Is it your group in the T20s?
No.
They've won 100% record.
No.
Paddison White bowls at inside edge, which goes out to 45 no run.
They're in the call it the Central and West group, I think.
Well, Essex play them on Friday.
Yeah, well, Notts play at Canterbury.
Well, they've done really well this season. I think they're doing well in this game. You got some emails?
Just the one come in.
Paddison White bowls, forward defensive, very far forward. Tom Wesley, well played, well bowled, good cricket.
Get to it at the end of the over. You can't read a deal out when Liam's rattling through an over in about 80 seconds.
And he comes, bowls, slightly slower, forward defensive, looking to come forward, well played Tom Wesley. And that's the 4th ball of this over, 2 balls remaining. Ollie Stone bowled very well for me from the top end today. Great effort, a lot of effort in fact. Paddison White bowls slightly shorter, but it's played back to Paddison White on his follow through. I think it was mistimed as he looked to play onto the leg side, but it went back straight. Short run up at the crease now. Bowls, comes forward Wesley, sees out a maiden, well played Tom Wesley. Essex is 75 for 4.
Fan of spinners bowling in sunglasses?
Yeah, Graham Swan did it, didn't he? I mean, I don't know how Jack Russell kept the sunglasses on.
No. I mean, some...
Who's the West Indian? Chandapal. He played it with them, didn't he? Batted with them. He was a proper batter. I don't understand.
He used to have the stickers, the black stickers under his eyes, didn't he? It was sponsored. I can't remember him with sunglasses on.
I don't know how they do it. Anyone can remember any other cricketers? Swan bowled with sunglasses.
I mean, Daniel
on?
Vettori bowled with glasses on, didn't he? They weren't sunglasses.
David Still batted in glasses, didn't he?
There's Hutton from the far end and bowls. It's dropped on the leg side. Mark the Mod's with us. Hello, Mark. Afternoon all from steamy Sevenoaks in Kent. So happy to see Notts back on form after last weekend. I was in Leicester for a World Cup weekend with a pal, so only made it to Grace Road. There was nice Victoria sponge there. As for today, just too hot for the complicated train trip to Chelmsford. Stay hydrated, everybody. That's Mark the Mod, who I'm sure will be at Canterbury on Friday. Mark the Mod on the communications. Don the Mod next to me is Hutton into Allison, who pushes this onto the offside, and there's no run.
I don't think I'm a mod. What I would say is I'm a 1980s electric music.
You're a rocker, you are.
ABC, Duran Duran.
Do you like all that?
I did, yeah. Yeah, we're similar ages, aren't we?
That's very kind of you.
What are you?
What am I?
Well, no, you don't have to advertise publicly, but I think I might give you a year or two.
No, I'm a bit older than you.
Oh, really? So what were you into? Bowie. You're a Bowie man.
I like David Bowie. It was a great regret I didn't go and see him at school. This is pushed into the offside.
Oh.
There was a school trip in the sixth form, and it was actually just before I left. I was coming up to 17, and I left school at 17 to join the Air Force, and they'd had some very music mad youngsters in my year who, from Nottinghamshire, would arrange trips to the City Hall in Sheffield to go and see all the top names of the age. As Hutton comes in and bowls this down the leg side, taken by Verena, and sort of everybody I knew or hung about with or whatever, we're all going to see Wishbone Ash on one of these trips. Yeah. Ted and Martin Turner, they were brothers, I guess. It was a little bit like an early Oasis, if you like. But that was a Friday night, and I don't know what it cost, but obviously compare the prices then to nowadays, and it was very moderate or whatever, but sort of blew all my money earned doing the paper round or whatever on the trip to see Wishbone Ash. Next ball, this is pushed onto the offside, and then round, and this, as I say, this was just before I was due to leave school and join the Air Force, and signed up for that one and to go and do that one, and then having parted with my money, it sort of came up, and the following Friday we're going to see David Bowie at the City Hall, and it was just too close to leaving school and everything that entailed, but also sort of every penny I'd got had gone on the Wishbone Ash trip the Friday before, so it was always a great regret. I could have gone to see Bowie 1975, but didn't, as Hutton bowls, and this is turned on the leg side. But in terms of music, I mean, round about that time, I mean, disco was a thing, wasn't it? So I loved all the Donna Summer. I loved just things with a nice vibe, and your music and your Earth, Wind and Fire, your Nile Rodgers and your Chic. Went to see groups because it was a good place to go for a good night out, the likes of the Drifters and the Temptations and the Four Tops and all that. And it's like somebody today, a young man today is saying they're like Boyzone and Westlife in One Direction, and people would look at them a bit strange. I know, to sort of say the mole group, the soul groups, the harmony groups. Oh, really? But at the time it was a thing, wasn't it? You could hear the music, there was all good lyrics and whatever, so I loved all that sort of stuff. Of course, ABBA, never got the chance to saw ABBA, but they were massive. I mean, they didn't make a bad song, did they?
Patterson White commencing a new over round the wicket, bowls, and there's a nick, and I'm interested to see, yes, he's got him, and it's Tom Wesley has to go. He's been caught, I think it was by the gully fielder, not at slip but gully, and Tom Wesley has gone. Essex have lost their fifth wicket.
It's Freddie McCann.
Freddie McCann, well, he didn't get many runs, did he? But he's made a contribution in the field, caught at gully. He's got Essex's fifth wicket and the first in the second innings for Liam Patterson White.
Yes, almost in slow motion, wasn't it? Really, just came gently off the outside edge, and I mean, he is
it
is at slip, but he went
Yeah.
a long way. And
Yeah.
you're right, Don. The catch was actually taken at Gully because he's a tall man, Freddie, and dived a long way to his right. Had there been somebody stood to his right, it would have been comfortable, but it was well held. But it didn't go very quickly. It was almost like slow motion cricket, and that's 3 in the morning session by Notts, and they'll be absolutely delighted about that. There's still 8 minutes to go in the session, but if you'd offered Notts 3 in the morning, then they'd have beaten your hand off. 1 for O'Neill, 1 for Hutton, and now 1 for Patterson White. 7 in the match. Can he get his first 10 for?
Oh, magnificent if he can, in a winning cause. Brilliant.
Yep, they always say it's better, don't they? I'm sure we've both interviewed players when they've scored 100 in a losing cause and they play it down. Yeah, it's nice to get some runs, but it doesn't mean anything when you lose. It means so much more if you contribute to a win, and county championship wins, as you would know much better than me and all the listeners and viewers, they're hard to come by. They're hard work, aren't they? And if you get a county championship win and you've played a part in it, it must be such a great feeling.
It is indeed. Right to the crease, Matt Critchley.
Only made 1 in the first innings, and he wasn't there very long at all, but really I felt Matt disrupted the innings dramatically, because trying to get off the mark, the little push and run, and Allison was sold up the street and run out by a distance, and then Critchley felt immediately afterwards, so it was very short but damaging stay in the middle.
We've got an extra man at forward short leg, 4 round the bat. In comes Patterson White, and that may have turned a fraction, and it's well played in the end, but wow, good delivery from the left arm finger spinner.
You said you like to see fielders round the bat. Well, you've got your wish
Pressure.
right now.
Real pressure. You sense they're there. You sense, you can see them in your eyes, as plays an immaculate 4 defensive with the full face of the bat and plays it back to the bowler. Critchley be desperate for a contribution here, because really, to be honest, the rest of the Essex batting lineup all play their shots. Everyone who's left. This time driven into the offside. They take a quick single out to a longish mid-off, 1 run, and he's off and running.
Yeah, of course it was this pair, Critchley and Allison, with
Yes.
their calling, so...
Do you think that's been mentioned? Do you think...
Well, you would, wouldn't you,
Allison
in the
has
field?
said, shall I do the calling?
Yeah.
Call clear, please. Well, he'll be chuffed that Critchley's up and running, won't he? This time Allison plays with slightly softer hands than Critchley's in the previous ball.
I'll guarantee one of the fielders will have said, "Oh, here we go, boys, here we go.
Run out.
On alert, run out.
Yeah.
Run out, Claxon. Here we go.
Of course they
Watch him run him out."
They would do that in club cricket,
Yeah,
in the professional
absolutely,
game.
absolutely.
Absolutely. Patterson White bowls off the back foot, just slightly shorter. He picked up the length well, survives the over, 76 for 5, and Essex are still adrift, wait for this, by 197 runs.
Yeah, Patterson White, 12 overs, 1 for 17. They've all been consecutive from this end. Every ball 16.4 overs on the spin from this end in the first innings. 6 for 43. Going to be Brett Hutton to continue. Closing in on lunchtime, we're only about 5 minutes away.
Sorry, I haven't brought you anything today.
That's absolutely
Banana.
fine.
Banana.
I'm still full from yesterday. Mr. Casella that you brought me in was no, it was lovely. It was a lovely feast we had yesterday lunchtime. It was
Quite healthy.
you know, we'd got the picnic blanket on the floor, hadn't we? And we'd got the
Deck chairs.
the nibbly. We'd got the nibbly bits and everything else. Bit of good healthy salad. Some good company, some good chat. Nice lunchtime yesterday. Here's Hutton. In and bowls and down the leg side for 4 somethings. Verena standing up, it's byes again. It just went too quickly down the leg side. Carl Verena will not be, I guess, overly amused that it's got away from him. The morning started with 4 byes, didn't it? And there's another lot to boost the Essex tally. I'd like to tell you the score, but I can't at the moment. I think it's 80 for 5. There we go. I've got that many monitors that the sun's shining on them at the moment. 80 for 5, so Notts very much in the box seat, looking to try and wrap up a third ever victory at Chelmsford. This is eased into the offside, and there's no run. Fielded by Jack Haynes, who has leg pads on. He's one of those that's been round the bat.
If you do get a day off, meaning Nottinghamshire win on day 3, can I ask you what you will be doing on your day off?
Next ball on its way, wide of the off stump and through to the keeper. I will be very much keeping an eye on the other live streamers and BBC commentators, and no doubt my plans for tomorrow are all but already being written down on a piece of paper back in the Kingdom of Newark as to what I'll be doing tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mention of Wishbone. You wonder, which particular avenues you're going to disappear down to, don't you, on a day of county championship cricket? And a Wishbone Ash one wasn't one that I thought I would go down, and I've been corrected, as this is dragged on the leg side by Matt Critchley. By Rich. Dave, loving the mention of Wishbone Ash, but a point of reference for you. The Turners weren't brothers. Thank you very much, Rich. And never knew that. Was it Ted Turner and Martin Turner? And Rod George. Dave, so it was you headbanging when Martin Turner's Wishbone Ash played at the Flying Circus in town, Dave? Crikey me. No, it was the City Hall in Sheffield. I saw them, and in the City Hall in Sheffield as well I saw Big Daddy unmask Kendo Nagasaki. There's another one for the younger viewers. It's pushed onto the leg side, fielded by Lyndon James. Kendo Nagasaki and Big Daddy, there you go.
Yeah, vaguely. But Wishbone Ash I
can't remember, mate, anything other than...
Well, didn't everyone who used to go and listen to them have a beard and long hair?
I think you're thinking of ZZ Top, aren't you?
No.
I don't know. I was 16, coming up to my 17th birthday.
I was introduced to Wishbone Ash.
This is through to the keeper. I'd probably had my first lager tops or something that night. As 16 going on 17-year-olds. Do you think they'll serve us? Do you think they'll serve us? And of course, getting in before a concert somewhere, getting in Sheffield maybe 6 o'clock, and you had to be in for the support at 7 or half 7. Do you think they'll serve as a lager top?
But my English master from school was a Wishbone Ash gentleman, and he introduced me.
Mate, I can't remember. It was just a night out.
I'm sure they all sported beards and long hair. Undergraduates, maybe. Liam Patterson-White. This played with an open face bat safely in the offside no run.
I say there was, I enjoyed it, what I can remember, but the element of disappointment was the fact that I'd paid my money and whatever, and I could have gone to see Bowie a week later.
Possibly quite similar to the group I mentioned yesterday, America.
Yeah.
With Ventura Highway. This is driven into the leg side safely. Patterson-White was interested on his follow through, but alas, no danger. 4 men round the bat. Beautiful sunshine here at Chelmsford. No breeze. That's a good ball. Well played. And there you can also hear they're going to come to an update at 1 o'clock in Essex. A play and a miss, oohs and ha's around the wicket by the keeper, as Critchley isn't able to get a bat on the ball. I think there's a bit of conversation going on with him. Everyone's back in their place. In comes Patterson-White. This is forward, an inside engine to the leg side, no run. In comes Patterson-White again, round the wicket. This time played on the back foot by Critchley. There is no run. End of the over, and in fact, end of the morning's play, as the umpire takes the bails off and they all head right towards the pavilion. So before we get to the update, I'm going to wish everyone a pleasant lunch, and we shall rejoin in 40 minutes time with Essex on 81 for 5.
And that is the lunch interval. During lunch, you're welcome to join us on the outfield. As usual, please be aware of the ground speed working between the pitch and the scoreboard. Also be aware of any players training during lunch. If you want to play any ball games on the outfield, please softballs only. And we do ask that you don't bring any food or drink onto the outfield.
Step, they've taken 3 wickets this morning, like Essex and 68 runs with us. Fergus O'Neill, just early in the Ollie Stone, and Liam Patterson White, 7th in the match. At lunch, as Essex 81 for 5, still 192 behind. Thanks, mate. Thanks a lot. Have a good weekend. Cheers, boss. Have a good. Bye.
Well, I'm witnessing a few kids on the outfield because everybody has exited right to the pavilion for lunch. Essex started the small Champions. Meanwhile, Nottinghamshire will only need 5 more wickets to achieve a clinical and heavy defeat over Essex. The champions may be able to relaunch their advance to retain the title. Always the most difficult to retain your title, because well, when you win it, everyone fears you and normally plays a little harder. But for Essex in this particular game, well, they haven't. So we're going to see the afternoon session now, bathed in decent sunshine. The umpire calls play, and we're going to see Fergus O'Neill back into the attack. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 23. Right arm over the wicket to Charlie Allison, who drives beautifully, genuinely half volley delivery, back past the bowler to the sight screen for 4. Beth Harvey is one of our co-commentators, along with Dave Bracegirdle, BBC Radio Nottingham. But Beth, you were purring then.
That was a lovely shot. I think that the on drive might be the nicest looking shot of all. It is. That was superb.
And the most challenging, yeah, absolutely. Yes. What can he do? Will he bowl quite as full? Allison is waiting. This is not as full, which is bouncing, and it may have hit him on the gloves or the forearm. He doesn't have a forearm protector, but he's gone to do a bit of gardening. Is the young man who was, I think, declared the player of the month for Essex, and rightly so. He's scored some very good runs in championship cricket. And Essex have won 4 T20s on the bounce. Notably, I think he's got 3 half centuries. There you go, form. This time, Allison comes forward, plays into the leg side with a forward defensive against O'Neill, and there is no run.
Yeah, he's some talent, isn't he, Charlie?
Yeah, he is.
Excellent young player.
For me, what is so impressive is his temperament. Never flustered when he's batting. Seriously. You know, he's got something that most young batters won't have. He's got a calmness to his game. Bat aloft, waiting. 2 slips, waiting 2. And this is an immaculate forward defensive. Back to the bowler, who fields on his throw, and he threatens to throw, clearly just in a bit of fun. So 2 slips, 3rd man perhaps. There's a ring of 3 off-side fielders on the single, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a squarish fine leg coming in from the Graham Gooch end down the slope. And there's a nick, or may have been his pad actually, may have been his pad there. It deviated off his pad, I believe, to first slip, short of first slip, who certainly was able to pouch it after it bounced. I think it was pad, not pad.
Yeah, it's come off the knee roll.
Has it?
I think it struck him just outside the line, so the LBW shout was turned down.
Yeah, for me it didn't look quite right, but we're not quite behind the arm. Bat aloft. O'Neill's in. This played into the leg side. They'll pick up 1, maybe 2. They do. They return for 2. Who's that fielding? Who's that fielding? Is that Hutton? Gosh. I don't want to be rude, but he moved as if he'd had 2 portions of lunch.
It was very leisurely, wasn't it?
Gosh. He's about 32, isn't he?
I think
Brett Hutton.
He might be 33. No real intent from him there. A comfortable 2 for something that should have been a 1.
Right, Liam Patterson-White, and he's all yours. How many around the bat do you think? 3.
And yeah, the gully, who took the catch earlier, of course. A slip and a silly cover as he's in, and this is worked just into the leg side. And Patterson White will put in a bit of a shift to field off his own bowling as they come through for a single. I think he's settled in at this end now, isn't he? Patterson White. He's been bowling well, took 6 wickets in the first innings. Bit of something on offer from this pitch for the spinners today. As he's in now to Allison, who's pushed right forward, defending that under his nose.
After the over, we've had a lovely little message about Wishbone Ash.
Patterson White in and Allison just defending that out towards the leg side.
I'll wait to the end of the over.
He does rattle through him, doesn't he? I missed the Wishbone Ash chat.
Well, you need long hair and a beard, probably an undergraduate.
Patterson White then to Allison, who's on the back foot and pushing that hard into the offside, and the silly cover fielder had to take cover there, but it was fielded neatly by the skipper in the outfield. As Patterson White's in again and struck on the pad. Half a shout, but that wasn't. It didn't look like a particularly convincing appeal or chance. To completely over then, Patterson White to Allison, and this time defended solidly on the front foot. He gets really on top of the ball, doesn't he? Plays it right under his nose.
Yeah, body weight forward. Yeah, impressive man, Charlie Allison. Right, Wishbone Ash, because we talked about Dave was suitably impressed by Wishbone Ash when he was younger, with a beard, long hair, prior to joining the military service, which he was in the RAF. Yeah, Wishbone Ash were from the West Country. This gentleman lived down there in Torbay and saw them a few times. There was a third Turner called Kim Turner, who had a small band called Catlon, and they played at his school near Torbay. I think he was also briefly manager of the police at the very start. In comes Fergus O'Neill, plays, and this is driven back by Critchley up to mid-off, no run. A manager of the police. Do you remember Regatta de Blanc, Message in a Bottle?
Yeah.
Not sure.
Sting?
Walking on the Moon, yeah. This gentleman, I'll introduce him in a minute, liked Wishbone Ash very, very much. He did have long hair in the 70s, but no beard. Thank you, Charles Underwood. This time short of a length, goes back and across, played up to mid-off, no run. Charlie Underwood is a great man who has followed various tours abroad, watching England play, and he's a Chelsea man, but he supports Essex, comes up to watch from Tunbridge. Good man, Charles. Good afternoon to you. Good to hear us reminiscing about the band Wishbone Ash. This time it's clipped into the leg side, a little too straight this time from O'Neill, and Critchley takes a single. Score is 89 for 5. As another correspondent mentioned, and he contributed, Martin and Ted Turner were not brothers, nor related. Martin Turner did play with his brother Glenn Turner, must have played near Worcester, in a band called the Tornadoes in the early 1960s, but only Martin went on to Wishbone Ash. Fergus O'Neill bowls. This time Charlie Allison plays with an open face bat, sensibly, smartly, carefully, but he gets a long stride in. Good technique from Allison. Another single, 90 for 5.
David Parker.
This is from David Parker. Good afternoon, sir. Thank you. There were 2 branches still touring, one retaining the name Wishbone Ash under Andy Powell and the other known as Martin Turner, ex-Wishbone Ash. Just in case you fancy an evening out, with or without lager top, here are the current schedules. And he sends them to us. Dave and this is played into the offside by Critchley. There is no run. Dave Bracegirdle may just have a look at where they're playing, if there's anywhere further.
Do the top bit as well, about Courton Bowles is obviously...
Courton Bowles, from the same gentleman, David Parker. Dave, Courton Bowles, the most Courton Bowles taken in first class innings is 8 for Kerala versus Goa at Vasco da Gama in 1985. O'Neill's in, outside off stump through to the keeper, end of the over, no run, 90 for 5. In Test cricket, Anil Kumble and Matthias Muralithian have taken the most Courton Bowles with 35. The most by a quick bowler is Jimmy Anderson with 12. In the 21st century, about 1.56% of quick bowlers' wickets have come from caught and bowled. Spinners are comfortably more than double that at 3.55, courtesy of Andrew Sampson and Substack. But Liam Patterson-White bowls, and this is a dot ball back to the bowler. Thank you, David Parker, for the 2 contributions. Many thanks indeed. And you can contact us if you want to through essex.cricket@bbc.co.uk.
Patterson White then in, and that's just defended by Allison. Pushing right forward. Looks very watchful at the moment, does Allison. No false shots as of yet. Patterson White in and defended again. He's looking to find, there's a spot that he's hit a couple of times that sends the ball absolutely flying past the shoulders. So he's looking to hit that, I think. As he's in again, and this time beats the outside edge. Or is it a drop? I wonder why they weren't appealing, and it's because Verena seemed to just juggle it and it dropped between his feet. I think there was a tickle on that. Verena looks a bit gutted in the replay. So Patterson White bowling well here as he's in again, and that's worked into the leg side, and they'll come through for a single. Allison probably glad to get off strike there. It's Critchley.
Do you know, I'd do a field change here. Patterson White, it's not massive, but he is getting away with an inside edge for 1 run on the leg side. So he's just short of a length, that spot that you were talking about. Just short of a length, just short, not short, where it bounces and you play and miss, and we've seen that ball happen a couple of times. I would bring the man up from the boundary. It may encourage the Essex boys to play a cross-back shot. So bring him up. But
and they've got so many runs to play with.
Haven't they? Yeah.
All the focus here is that should be on the how they're going to take wickets, and I think you're right there.
Just don't allow Essex to rotate the strike.
Yeah.
Do you want a bag to keep the door open? In comes Fergus O'Neill, 2 slips waiting. Keeper up to the bat, driven beautifully by Charlie Allison, and straight after lunch when O'Neill came back on, following his Sunday roast, Allison drove him beautifully. It was a half volley, wasn't it? And you were purring.
Fantastic shot. He plays very well straight, doesn't he? In the V.
Yeah. Proper player. Very good. Very nice. Great shot there, back past the bowler to the side screen. It won't be quite as full this time. It isn't. It's a bit of leg side, which is clipped to square leg in front, where they stop a single. So 2 slips, keeper up, mid off. For me, what they're planning to do here, the angle that they're going to bowl is straight, not outside off. They're looking to make it by bowling straight at the Essex batsman. There's only 2 on the offside here. See, very straight. Forward defensive, well played Charlie Allison, very good.
Yeah, and a couple, the first and second slipper in as well, aren't they?
Yep.
And then that big open expanse on the offside to try and tempt them into tempt them into an attacking shot.
But if the ball goes there, it'll be from a bad ball.
Yeah.
They want to bowl, not outside off, they want to bowl dead eye straight. They got a short mid wicket catching. There's a gap and played into the offside backward point where there is no fielder, so Essex take the single. That was from a thick outside edge, wasn't it? Maybe with slight open face.
Yeah, it just ran off the outside edge, didn't it? Not an attacking shot by any means, just pressing forward onto it.
We could hear a bit of noise in the morning session. It was the scaffolding being secured over in the far corner for obviously 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Fergus Neal bowls out off the back foot it by Critchley into the offside no run. I wouldn't like to be a scaffolder. It's just slightly beyond the Essex County Cricket Club boundary and the floodlight, a deep third man from where we're commentating from. All around it looks like they're doing something to the roof, isn't it?
Yeah.
Of the flats. They were working hard this morning securing it. On the front foot, for defensive by Critchley, excellent play from him. And Essex have moved to 96 for 5. Critchley's on 4, a patient 4, Allison on 14, and I think we've seen certainly 2, if not 3 boundaries from Allison. Back to your day job tomorrow?
Yes, back to it.
A marketeer.
A marketeer, yeah.
Would you like to introduce your day?
Well, I'll be working from home, so it'll be a relaxed
Do
morning.
you often work from home?
Patterson White in, and that's just worked into the leg side, and I think they could use a little fielder there, couldn't they?
That's the only person I'd
Tight,
bring up, which
yeah.
is deep cow corner, close to the pavilion gate. You could bring him up, stop the single, don't give Essex an easy single, and then you open up that acreage to our right, mid-wicket area. Will that encourage Essex to play against the line?
Yeah, it could do. And I think they've got the runs to use,
Yeah.
so why not? As Patterson White's in and full this time, and Allison just jabs the bat down on top of it. I work from home 3 days a week.
Do you? And the office is?
Office is in London Bridge,
Okay.
twice a week. As Patterson White is in and off the back foot this time, Allison just slightly turning his wrists on that to drop it into the leg side, but
What
get
length
no
was
run.
that? That length was just short, wasn't it?
Just back of a length. That's
Yeah.
a good length. I think
Yeah.
you want to
And
be pushing them back.
Allison suggested that ball got bigger on him. And that is just short of a length is the ball that bounces and turns a bit.
And
That's a
this
good
time
shot.
punched off the back foot into the leg side, and we'll find the man at mid-on. But they'll make it through for a comfortable single. Yeah, I think that's probably the length to bowl on this pitch where it is turning. Just chuck a couple on that length, push them back, see if you can catch an edge. He's in again, and this time swept hard out to the boundary. Finds the fielder, one bounce. That was a flashing sweep shot, not the most watchful.
Would you be happy with that? That would have been a disaster way to get out,
It
wouldn't it?
would have been a terrible way to get out in this circumstance.
Yeah. Only man out there.
As Patterson White's in, and this time defended by the more watchful Allison. And they've just brought that silly cover over to a short leg position.
Do you remember me talking to you about Charlie Allison's great asset? I think I mentioned that he's got a fantastic temperament.
Yes.
And I think, we're watching Matt Critchley at the other end. And I think you've commented that when he plays his forward defensive, it's not just technically correct. He smothers the spin, he looks comfortable, classy, and I think he shows that Fergus O'Neill bowls, played off the back foot by Critchley into backward point, no run. I think he just reiterates again that he has something.
Yeah.
And his temperament is his great asset. It's difficult to coach temperament. You know, we can coach perhaps somebody to get better at a leg side on drive or a pull, or try and bowl an away swing, but to teach batting temperament is quite difficult. Played into the leg side, off the back foot, off his hips, no run.
Yeah, and you can see Critchley, I think he feels a little bit bogged down. What is he, 5 from 25? And he's just, previous ball walked at O'Neill a little bit. He looks like he's looking for a scoring option.
Yes.
Whereas Allison seems to be playing the ball on its merit. And
Correct.
if that's in a place he can score, then good. But if it's not, then...
Brilliantly described that. Brilliantly. Fergus O'Neill in again. Critchley comes forward, plays with the open face bat, goes out to backward point where there will be no run. 98 for 5, still 175 runs adrift. You know, they're playing for a bit of personal pride as well. It's always nice to do well against the champion county. It's very special when you're the champions. In he comes. O'Neill plays. Slight leading edge. Played out on the offside to backward point. No run. One ball remaining, I think, from this over. Or is it two? Two. He's not bowling express pace here. I certainly felt Ollie Stone gave him a bit of the hurry up. And you rightly observed Dylan Pennington having a decent bowl at lunchtime, and they were practicing some of their white ball skills as well, weren't they? And this time Critchley comes forward, plays in the offside, and there is no run. So
Yeah.
Pennington, Farha, Ahmed.
Yeah, they had a big...
Who were the other seamers there, Brace? You didn't see him? That was it. Essex also training on the adjacent strip. Mackenzie Jones, Noah Thane having a bowl. He's done quite well in the T20 Blast. Mackenzie Jones hasn't played much this season, if at all. 2 slips waiting, and that's a nick. It's going to go down, run down the slope to Ollie Stone, who's fielding at the Tom Pearce stand, and Essex take 1 run to conclude the over. 99 for 5. Patterson White to continue.
Yeah, I think Notts won't mind that. I think Critchley looks the most likely man that you're going to get out of these two. Allison looks very settled.
How should we describe that? More vulnerable?
Yeah.
Don't want to say risque, but he is slightly more of an aggressive batsman. And next man in, Luke Benkenstein, I think he's very similar.
Patterson White then in to start the over, and this time worked into the leg side by Critchley. That will be fielded by the man out on the leg side boundary to come through for a single and bring up the Essex 100. 100 for 5 they are.
Yes. Yeah, if you look at the next set of batters, Michael Pepper, Luke Benkenstein, they're slightly more aggressive. Well
Worked
played.
into the leg side again by Allison. Just ran off the inside half of the bat. And it's the keeper who has to make the journey out to that short mid-wicket region. They come through for another single. Yeah, we saw Critchley sweep hard at one towards the end of the last Patterson White over. So I think he is looking to score here, and as he's punching out towards the offside.
Ooh.
Oh dear.
Oh, poor bit of footwork there.
Hasib Hamid has tried to stop that with his foot, but he's not got a good first touch.
I think that was more Notts County than Notts Forest. Nottingham Forest. I'm reliably informed.
Yeah.
He went to put a foot down. Some people would call it cool if it flicked up off his foot
Yeah.
to his hand, but this carried on towards the boundary.
Critchley there just pushing, searching for the next delivery as it runs off the outside edge. Finds the man at backward point. Yeah, it didn't look very cool kicking it on towards the boundary. As he's in this time, just skidding on with the arm. It's short and he manages to squeeze it out towards the offside. But that's well bowled by Patterson White. I think that's a variation he has, where he just hits the shiny side of the ball and skids on to the stumps. Defended solidly this time by Critchley out into the offside to end the over. 100 coming up in that over. Score is 103 for 5.
You're listening to Beth Harvey, Don Topley, and soon to be joining us Dave Bracegirdle. This is BBC Essex, BBC Radio Nottingham. We're on the streaming and we're also on BBC Online and the app. Wherever you're listening to us, from afar or in the garden, in the car, somewhere abroad maybe. But you're most welcome. It is delightful. It's actually got the weather of being abroad. Yesterday we had a march behind us in the park. A large one. Huge. Huge.
Oh, it was Essex Pride.
It was. And it was massive but noisy, and it gave us the vibe here of cricket on sort of a Mediterranean beach. It was that kind of a
Lovely.
noise. The beach bar and things like that, if you know what I mean. Ollie Stone into the attack. He's taken over from Fergus Neal. Ollie Stone bowled very nicely this morning, very impressed indeed. His first ball goes down to fine leg for a single, 104 for 5. Critchley to face on 9. Allison has 17. Both have faced, well, Allison's got 50 deliveries for his 17. Critchley just 34 for his 9. Critchley's facing 2 slips. Ollie Stone, he's going to crank it up, I'm sure. He's going to test both areas of the wicket, both short and full, I'm sure. In he comes, he bowls. That's on a length, that's squared Critchley up. That's a good ball that's played out to backward point. No run. Third man in place. Down beneath the Tom Pearce stand. Ollie Stone coming down the slope from the Hayes close end, the Graham Gooch end. Two slips waiting, a ring on the offside. Stone is in, was driven on the front foot by Critchley. Up to mid-off, no run. Okay crowd for a day 3, which probably will see the final day of this championship fixture. Half as many in maybe of yesterday, and I tend to suggest that Fridays here at Chelmsford always a cracking crowd, decent crowd, always the best crowd. Saturday is never the best crowd. In comes Stone, right arm over the wicket, a good delivery, played off the front foot correctly into the leg side, no run. Have you got your Wi-Fi going on your phone? Have you got?
Yeah.
I was just wondering if you would care to look at the Essex women, because it
Yeah.
is. Oh, hang on, they haven't started. 20 minutes before they start. I'm a little too early. They're playing at
Jumped
Castle
the
Park.
garden.
You ever played there?
I
Castle Park?
haven't.
Oh, really?
No. Is it in Colchester?
In Colchester,
Yeah.
yeah, near Cowdrey Avenue. But gone are the days when we played. The men used to play there in the John Player League. We used to close the gates with about 6,000 in. They were great days. Very popular venue. Short, just on a length. Well bowled Ollie Stone. Follow through. Very far down the wicket putting a lot of effort in once again. Good effort from Stone, well played Matt Critchley. And those were the days when there were memberships, county memberships. Essex would have members in Norfolk and indeed Suffolk who would buy a membership for 1 week's cricket, 2 3-day games and a 1-day game at Colchester.
Very good.
Yeah, no, they did, and they would love and come to see us and play in August. Cut, short and wide, cut by Critchley, and that's gone very quickly to deep backward point. It went over backward point to the boundary for 4. That was a run scoring opportunity and duly taken up by Matt Critchley, who moves to 13, and Essex 108 for 5. Shall I do to quarter past, sir? Yep, that makes it nice and simple. We can do quarter past and quarter twos.
Derbyshire have beaten Lancashire at Chesterfield.
Right, if you didn't hear that, Derbyshire have beaten Lancashire at Chesterfield.
Patterson White continuing, settled in for the afternoon, I think, as the first ball of the overs defended back to him by Charlie Allison.
I think that is the first time Derbyshire have beat Lancashire in Championship cricket.
The next ball's defended off the back foot and just drops into that vacant mid-wicket region as they come through for a quick single.
For a good number of years, but it's the first time I think Derbyshire have beaten Lancashire at Chesterfield since the 1980s, 90s.
Patterson White's in, and this time it's sort of spooned up into the leg side by Critchley, but falls well short of the fielder at a sort of wide mid-on. Patterson White is in again, and this time cutting away into the offside. Will find the fielder, but just slightly short there from Patterson White.
I think Farhan Ahmed's on in front of us as a 12th man.
Patterson White in and on the front foot, and
Out.
a little edge
Caught behind.
through to the keeper, and he's gone. Patterson White just turning it away from the right-hander, has caught the outside edge of Critchley, who has to go for 13 from 42 deliveries. He looked antsy, looked like he wanted to score, wasn't looking too settled, and Patterson White's been bowling very well in his 18th over here, taking another one with him. Just looking at the replay, and that's pitched middle and off. He had to play it, and it's just turned enough to catch the outside edge, and no question there, he's had to walk straight off. That's really well bowled, the perfect area for a left arm spinner to a right hander, finding a bit of grip, finding a bit of bounce, and a well deserved wicket there for Patterson White.
Yeah, it really was. He's bowled really well. The one thing I would say about Liam Patterson White, I didn't see him bowl it and take his wickets on the first day. What I have seen him bowl, he doesn't bowl many bad balls. He doesn't bowl many run scoring opportunities, which is great when it's not really turning, and he can do an honest job to help the seamers. But this particular innings, he hasn't bowled many bad balls, even with the new ball last night. He made us play, and he's been impressive, and no more impressive than his 6-fer on the first day, the first innings.
Yeah, he's looked very good. He's bowled great areas, making the batters play. He's got one that he just skids on with the arm as well. You've got to watch for that. But yeah, well deserved, and well held by Verena, who we think dropped one a couple of overs previously. New man is Luke Benkenstein then, as Patterson White is in, and first ball he's defending solidly on the front foot, smothering that. To end the over, Essex then 109 for 6.
Well, Essex next batter, Luke Benkenstein, is slightly more aggressive again. And we have Snater and we have Harmer. And we've got Michael Pepper, tall wicketkeeper, who is again somebody that likes to score runs, not just bat for long periods. So I'll do this over and then I shall vacate and you can welcome back Dave Bracegirdle,
Lovely.
BBC Radio Nottingham. Stone is looking at fine leg, getting him a little finer to our left, and he's on his way. 2 slips waiting to Allison, who plays and misses. There's an ooh and an ah, but simply played and miss through to the keeper. No run. Does a bit of gardening. When you bat, do you do a little bit of gardening?
I don't tend to bother.
You don't bother.
No.
A divot is a divot.
I don't think it does anything.
That's what I see players do on TV. So I
gonna-
thought I better do it. You know what I mean?
I think that's what people do. I don't think knocking a tuft of grass down with your bat tends to change the dynamic of the pitch.
In comes Stone. Clipped off his pad. It's gone in the air. There's no bat pad. Short mid wicket was interested, but it fell short of Lyndon James. And from my point of view, I still like the idea of a bat pad, but that was a big nick from his pad onto his bat and up in the air. That ballooned upwards. But
Yeah.
it avoided short mid wicket.
That yard of extra pace he's got, that does seem like it would be a good wicket-taking option to have someone just a bit closer in there, because he's really putting it through now.
In he comes. This time a leading edge. It's going to go along the floor down to third man. I think it's Joe Clark beneath us now, with a sporting a cap down beneath the Tom Pearce stand. And Luke Benkenstein, formerly, is the son of Dale Benkenstein, a South African cricketer who has coached Hampshire, Gloucestershire, Lancashire. Himself had a distinguished career with Durham. Deep thinker of the game. 2 slips and a gully in place for the new batsman. Stone in, bowls, played into the... There was a one then. There was a one then. They finally took it. I thought, they're not taking a single. Are they turning it down? With respect, it was Brett Hutton who was escorting the ball.
He did a bit of fielding with his feet as well, following the role model set by his captain.
Yes, and he escorted the ball then after his 2 roasts.
Slightly better touch than Hasib made earlier, I must say.
In comes. This is driven. He's going to have to go again. He's got into gear 2. As he's picked up the ball, he's not going to bother throwing it. They've taken a quick 2. Good looking shot from Benkenstein. Sorry, Allison. These two are England under-19 mates. They've grown up together, played a lot of cricket together. They are thick as thieves. They are so close. They really are.
Are they both Essex?
Yeah,
Born and bred?
yeah. Charlie is. Went to my school. As down the leg side, dot ball, end of the over. Benkenstein to face on 1. Allison will watch at the other end on 21, and Essex have made it to 113 for 6. And I shall leave you in the capable hands of Beth, and with her is Dave Bracegirdle.
It's going to be Patterson White continuing likely for the rest of the afternoon from this end, for as long as he's required. He's been bowling very well, picked up the wicket in his previous over of Critchley, as he's in now, and that's defended by Benkenstein out towards the offside. 3 catches round the bat. He's got a slip, a gully, and a sort of silly extra cover. Already waiting for a catch. This is into Benkenstein, and this time prodded out to the leg side. They think about a quick single, but the bowler is hot on its heels. And I think he'll want to keep this new man on strike as well. Hello, Dave.
Hello, Beth. We're all hot on our heels now, aren't we? In the full glare of the sun here in the commentary box.
Patterson White in, and this time pushed on the back foot out towards mid-off. Yes, the sun is beaming into the commentary box. I feel like a rotisserie chicken in this window here. It's not ideal. Patterson White's in again, and this time defended, just catching the outside half of Benkenstein's bat, but played with soft hands, so that will fall safely out towards point. Benkenstein on the back foot, driving it up towards mid-off. He's off the mark, so he's on 1 off 7 balls, but he looks eager to score here. As Patterson White is in to complete the over, pushing forward and defended. There, another maiden for Patterson White.
Yeah, made 13 in the first innings, Luke Benkenstein, and then fell to Liam Patterson White. Slow left arm spin, caught behind a thin graze through to Kyle Verreynne. Elsewhere, obviously, the Test match finished around about midday, I think it was. New Zealand's Matt Henry finished with 6 for he got the last 5 wickets today. New Zealand levelling the series, beating England by 253 runs, so they all go to Trent Bridge on Thursday. Division 1 of the County Championship, all the games still in progress, but Yorkshire, they're almost on life support. They're 8 down now at Grace Road. Yorkshire 156 for 8 in their second innings, still trail Leicestershire by 112. If Leicestershire, seems likely, goes on to get the win, that's just reinvigorated their season, I guess. Somerset and Warwickshire, 2 of the sides that could, with a win, go top. They're in the top 4. I think not to go top would need to win this and hope that one finishes in a draw. Somerset are 125 for 5 second time round, leading by only 3. Here's Ollie Stone from the Gooch end, the Hayes close end, and nicely played by Allison, way through the offside. Chase for Slate, well, it's not a chase, he's just going to fetch the ball back. Lovely bit of timing by Allison, goes to 25, 117 for 6. At Hove, Hampshire 220 all out today. That left Sussex requiring about 250. There's 77 for 3. Division 2, all over at Chesterfield. Derbyshire defeated Lancashire by 9 wickets. Lancashire's last 5 championship results have been 4 defeats and a draw, so they're sliding down the Division 2 table. 3 other games still in progress. There's Ollie Stone into Allison. Won't want to give him as much width, and he has in fact repeated it, but it's just been angled down to Fergus O'Neill, who just popped off for a little comfort break for a couple of overs. Farhan Ahmed taking his place, but O'Neill with the return. At Canterbury, Kent second time round 18 for 1, trailing Middlesex by 9. At New Road, Worcestershire 321 for 6, leading Gloucestershire by 32. And at Durham, Northampton's 53 for 2 in their second innings, leading Durham by 98. There's 100 or more women's games, not quite as many, women's games that are getting underway, including at Colchester we've been hearing about, Essex, Gloucestershire, and in Nottingham, Blaze playing Durham. I'll give you the scores a little later on. Next ball angled away onto the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, Essex, well, Gloucestershire won the toss and will field, so Essex will be having a bat down the road in Colchester, and the Blaze, who are covered by Nottinghamshire, they've won the toss and they're going to be having a bowl.
So this is the County Cup, the T20 County Cup, so it's different from the Vitality Blast, so they're all starting afresh, aren't they, today?
Yeah, there was a preliminary round of tiers 2 and 3.
Is it still a knockout? It was a knockout last year.
Yeah.
There's Stone, passed umpire Pollard's left shoulder, ball slightly up his from Benkenstein, nothing to worry about, he just pushed it into the open spaces on the offside, and Hamid comes round to field. Yes, the Blaze got to the semi-final stage last year. They came up short in all the competitions, but going well this season. Of course, all the counties have lost their international representation at this stage of the women's season. All playing away in the ICC Women's T20. Of course, England beat Scotland last night. Kirsty Gordon getting a wicket with the first ball of the match. Her Blaze teammate Amy Jones out, but England went on to win. Just waiting for Ollie Stone. Freddie McCann from second slip has just nudged a little wider to third. Stone in once more, and a drop and run from Allison, who's playing very nicely indeed. He's moved to 27. Steve Crawley, this championship season is like the home straight on the Wacky Racers cartoon. The lead changes every time you look. It's brilliant. Wacky Racers? Familiar with the work of Wacky Racers?
I'm not. Is that Penelope Pitstop?
It is, and Dick Dastardly and Muttley.
Good. Very good indeed.
Kept me entertained when I was at school. You'd come home and there'd be a little bit of Wacky Racers on. Round about tea time. One of those tea time programmes. Magic Roundabout, Hector's house. It's just playing up to mid-on and there's no run. Just getting blank looks from Beth, as normal. It's the end of the over. Essex are 124.6. I'll try and do the Rachel Riley's. I think it's no, I don't have to do. It's on the board. They trail still by 153 runs. Something else, we often disappear on commentary cul-de-sacs. There's a brief mention of wrestling before lunch. Yes, Kevin says that takes me right back to the world of sport tea time every Saturday. Big Daddy and Kendo Nagasaki in the mast. Brilliant. Thank you very much, Kevin. Not like the old WWE or whatever it is now, the American, where they I think they operate by a script. It was Saturday afternoon wrestling. It's always a big thing on FA Cup final day. They'd always have an FA Cup final in wrestling. Get all the big names on.
Amazing. English production, was
Yeah,
it?
you had to be there to appreciate it. Yeah. ITV. You either watched it or you didn't watch it in those days. BBC, ITV, or you didn't watch it. What's the hold up here? Just waiting for the fielders surrounding the bat just to get ready.
Yeah, it's going to be Patterson White as he's in to Allison, who's just whacked that into the offside. First ball of the over. I was big into Blue Peter when I was...
who were your presenters in your age?
Oh, Matt Baker, of course. Patterson White's in and defending. Short extra covers, picked that up very quickly and dummied a throw back to towards the stumps, but didn't let go of it. The reaction suggests he should have had a go. Allison then facing up to Patterson White and attempts a reverse sweep and a huge appeal for LBW. I think it's just hit him outside the line, and they'll come through for a single, and it's given as leg by, so no bat involved.
The bizarre thing there, sorry Beth, was that it hit the pad and it looped up into an area of grass where there were no fielders at all, and everybody was looking at the umpire, including the two batters, including all the fielders. Nobody went for the ball at all, and then they thought, wow, we might as well go for a leg by here. And it really was a delayed reaction from everybody before that run was completed.
That would have been a terrible way for Allison to get out, given how he's batted so far. As Patterson White is in and beating the outside edge of Benkenstein, just turning it enough to sail through to the keeper. That was a bit mad.
Just seems to be doing a
sweep.
little bit more with it right now. Yeah, it's one that not seen Charlie Allison bring out before, and he might want to put it away again.
He's into Benkenstein now, and that's driven out towards Hasib Hamid at cover. Yeah.
Did you enter the competitions? Did you get a Blue Peter badge?
I had 2 Blue Peter badges actually. I had
there we
the
go.
silver, which meant I was a bit of a big dog at primary school. Patterson White's in, and that's worked into the leg side by Benkenstein. This time a more comfortable single.
Makes a note, refer to her as Big Dog Harvey from here on in. Why were you a big dog for getting... How do you get a silver Blue Peter badge, end of the over, 122 for 6?
Can't imagine I did anything too impressive.
You didn't have to go on the show or submit.
No.
Did you submit anything, a painting
Yeah,
or
I
anything?
was submitting probably terrible drawings of cats or something like that.
Let's just stop this young lady in her tracks and send her a badge, because that's all she's after.
Exactly.
Very good indeed. It's going to be Stone to continue from the far end. I think when I was alive, back in the day as a youngster, I think the choice was, I think it was Mondays and Thursdays, wasn't it, Blue Peter then? And the choice was either watch that or watch Magpie on the other side. Stone bowls and it goes through to the keeper. Remember Magpie? No, that would have finished strong before. One for
the
sorrow,
name
2
rings
for
a bell.
joy. There was quite a catchy theme song. That's just Beth cracking the lid on her latest can of lager.
Lovely. Sound like an advert, didn't it?
How's your can of lager?
That's a false
Banana splits,
accusation.
yeah.
I'd like to.
Saturday morning banana splits. Tra la 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 la. And Don's singing that at the back of the box.
No, Don's just delivered me a lovely cold soft drink.
That's a can of lager, I'll tell you, dear listener. Stone from the far distance, the Hayes close end, and strikes Benkenstein on the pad. It balloons up to square leg, and there's no run.
Yeah, that looked like it was going comfortably down leg, hence the strangled appeal.
It's all right. I've just one shouldn't interfere with a lady's water bottle, but you were like the casual observer at club cricket who always turns up and then stands right in front of the scoreboard, and you're out in the middle, especially if it's a run chase. You wonder what the score is, and there's some clown stood there reeling off his anecdotes right in front of the scoreboard. Stone bowls, and this is pushed into the offside, but your water bottle was playing the role of village clown there. You can see it now, 122 for 6. Essex trail by 151. They began the morning on 13 for 2, so Knott's chipped away. 3 wickets in the morning session, 1 so far in the afternoon, which has still got the best part of 20 overs to run if Essex are to still be alive at tea time. That's got to be the goal, hasn't it? Extend it to tea and then have your little break and your breather and reset and look to go again and try and get to the end of the day and come back tomorrow and hope it's raining. Here's Stone. Bowls now, another one into the pads, but drifting down the leg side. A fancy of Luke Benkenstein. 122 for 6.
I think there might have been a bit of bat on that.
Not so many.
It looked fairly straight.
Just wonder if we get a replay. Not as I've said, I've only won here twice in the past on this ground. They've only here's a good one for you. They've only beaten Essex once by an innings in Essex. Have a stab at the year for that one. Any time you want to play. 122 for 6. There's Ollie Stone. In and bowls now. He's got him on the pad, asking Pollard. That one looked better from my angle. I'm not in line, but nope. Again, seen the replay drifting down. When do you reckon? Well, obviously it wasn't at this ground, but only once in Essex have not defeated the home county by an innings in Essex.
Was Toppers playing?
No. I feel actually looked if Toppers played in the match where Knott's got 793 against against Essex.
He's not even here to comment.
He's not. No, we'll say he wasn't. It wasn't. It was after it had finished. No. It's just 100 years. 1926 at Leighton.
Wow.
So it would be the 100th anniversary of Knott's last innings win in Essex, if it happens. Not saying it will. Here's an edge. Edged down by Benkenstein with soft hands pushing at Stone. It's a good stop actually by Freddie McCann. It's a good job he'd moved from second slip to third, otherwise that would have run down to, well, it wouldn't have gone for 4 because Joe Clark's down here. 122 for 6.
Yeah, it was a very good stop. That came very sharply off the outside edge.
That match, I was just looking whilst you and Don were commentating, at Leighton in August 1926, so coming up to 100 years ago. Essex batted first, 3-day cricket of course. They got 354, a century from Johnny Douglas.
Patterson White then in and defended out into the offside by Allison, just running off the outside edge.
Douglas was one of those famous old school cricketers who had the temerity to have a whole host of initials which became very famous. JWHT Douglas, the Essex captain. Pretty sure he played for England as well.
Patterson White in and driven into the leg side by Allison, but will be picked up by the bowler.
Yeah, 23 tests for England. John William Henry Tyler Douglas, JWHT Douglas.
Patterson White to Allison, and this time defended.
He couldn't, or he had a reputation of being a bit of a blocker, a bit stodgy in the crease, not a quick run scorer. And you could gamble on him just to frustrate the opposition and bat and bat and bat.
Allison now forward and plays it straight to the short extra cover, who quickly picks it up and throws it back towards the stumps, but he misses.
So the wags of the day, and it's become cricket folklore, JWHT Douglas. He was renamed Johnny Won't Hit Today Douglas because he was short of shots.
This time it worked into the leg side by Allison, played nicely there, just angled the bat, come through for a single.
So this match 100 years ago, Essex 354, a double 100 for Dodger Weissall for Notts, who got 595 for 4 declared. It's one of Nottinghamshire's better days of the time, and Essex second innings 151 all out.
Patterson White to finish the over and just defended by Benkenstein.
So Notts won by an innings and 90. That was 100 years ago, so I'm not gloating, you Essex fans. Don't start, oh, here goes Bracegirdle, he's gloating. He's not. It's taken 100 years, folks, and there's still no guarantee that it's going to happen. Essex trail by 150, but if you can't mention something that hasn't happened for 100 years, Beth, when can you mention it? How's your lager?
It's quite refreshing, actually.
Just the job. 123 for 6. Essex. Benkenstein has 3. Charlie Allison, who's played nicely, is on 28. There's a little bit of a powwow at the far end. Brett Hutton, Ollie Stone and captain Hasib Hamid just having a little coming together to discuss perhaps what they could do differently to the bowling of Stone. Freddie McCann's concerned it might affect him because he'd moved to third slip. He was just getting the official confirmation from the skipper and the bowler that he was in the right place. So he's at third slip, but again he's, I fancy, hutched himself just a little closer. Stone comes in and Allison defends. Bowling quickly with good rhythm here, Ollie Stone, isn't he? I'm glad I'm up here and not 22 yards away from him.
Yeah, he's looked very threatening today. That extra yard of pace, you can see it coming off the pitch. The batters just don't have quite enough time. It seems a bit rushed.
Criticism of Stone from one or two Nottinghamshire members are in the blast that he bangs it in too short. He goes to the short ball in T20 cricket too often. He's not done. You'd think it'd be the other way round, wouldn't you? But he's not really done that today. He's pitched it up there, trying to get it up nice and full. Done really well, and he does it again. And it's pushed back to him. Very impressive stuff from Ollie Stone. 1 for 26. He got Dean Elgar. LBW and over after he was convinced he'd got in, was celebrating, and everybody in the Notts team thought it was plumb. Actually, on our replays we could see it why it wasn't given. It was just a hint that it was just pitching outside the line. So umpire Pollard, it looked as if he made a very good call there.
Yeah, that was a great battle, wasn't it, those two, and the left-handed Elgar with the ball coming across him.
If we just melt away into a puddle anytime soon, you must understand it is now sweltering here in the southeast. Next ball is pushed into the offside. It's a very warm one. It's been largely warm and sticky and humid and cloudy, but now the cloud is gone and it's well, it hasn't. It's still a bit of cloud about, but it's high and it's broken and the sun is beaming through. And they did say it's going to be up into the 30s. The Blaze have taken a wicket, so these women's matches, the 2:31s, are now underway. But whoever's updating the score hasn't made it so it's particularly user friendly. But Durham are 12 for 1. That's all I can say after 3 overs. Being played at Lady Bay, T20 match. The Blaze there. This is turned on the leg side, and they'll get a poor old Brett Hutton. He's had a few chasers, hasn't he? And they've all been to his right. Why didn't he just move a bit to his right?
He looks reluctant to bend down as well. A lot of fielding with his feet.
Essex women off to a bit of a flyer, but they have lost a wicket. They are, and again, it's just refreshing itself. Bear with me. Bear with me. They're 20 for 1 after 2.4 overs against Gloucestershire at Colchester. You can follow all the games yourself, much easier, I guess, than me doing it on the cricket page of the BBC Sport website. The only one county championship game to finish so far in Division 2, Derbyshire beating Lancashire by 9 wickets, and of course the Test match has finished. A thumping win for New Zealand. A stone in to Benkenstein, who blocks this latest delivery, and he remains on. Can't see, Beth. Is that 3? I think it is.
3 from 21.
Wasn't your water bottle then, that was the sunshine. Light aeroplane going over the ground. I imagine it'll be nice and pleasant up there. Scenic tours of the southeast. Don't know where the nearest airport. Well, I would imagine the nearest airport is Stansted, but I wouldn't have thought this one's taken off from Stansted. Maybe Southend. The light aeroplanes fly from Southend, I would imagine. Next ball is slightly short of a length, and Benkenstein almost got into a position there to play an uppercut, but in the end just plays it square of the wicket on the offside, and there's one more. And Nottinghamshire sweltering in the heat, and they all deserve a drink, and they call this in the football, I think, a hydration break. And that's what we're going to have, because they're all coming out to give the players a proper old drink. I think not so well ahead on their over rates, so the umpires said, why not? If you want a drink, have a drink. And I hope somebody takes a bottle of water out for the 2 umpires. Very often don't see them remembered, and it doesn't look at the moment as if umpire Pollard and Tom Lungley have been brought a drink out. Paul Pollard might just say, because he's marching towards them, oi! Oh no, somebody is coming out. It's Dylan Pennington. There you go, Polly, he says, giving umpire Pollard a drink. And here you go, Tom, and just remember me next time I'm bowling at your end, fellas. Just remember me, I've brought you a drink. It's nice to see. I really hate it when the players have a drinks break and they don't at least offer the umpires a drink.
Would never happen in club cricket. I'll tell you that. Everyone's rushing to give the umpires a drink to get any.
So you gamed yesterday,
gratitude.
Which you were grilled on.
Yes,
I shan't grill you on it.
Yeah.
We'll only go on until play
degree.
restarts. Mixed, men and women, or were you the only lady playing?
I was the only lady, but yeah, I play men's.
So you're the professional.
Club cricket on a Saturday.
Is this whites or coloured clothing? Red ball or white ball?
Red ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, gives me a free Sunday to come and do this. Why not?
I thought you were going to say recover then.
Well, that too.
And was there a social element to it? Was there a clubhouse at your club?
Yeah, we've got a perfect setup really, because our ground is next to a pub.
What more could one want?
A 1 minute walk to the pub, and then you can sit. Well, like our 3s yesterday finished early. They came and sat in the beer garden and watched the game.
That's perfect, isn't it?
Ideal.
And that's where youngsters can learn probably even more than actually being out on the field. If they just go afterwards. They don't have to go and have a drink or anything, but
Have a
just
little
go and listen
Coca-Cola.
to a little bit of wisdom from those club pros that have done it at that level for decades and decades, and know everybody in the local area and know all the little bits and pieces and intricacies of the game. That's where the young Bracegirdle learnt so much, tapping into the likes of Alec Rose at Cornton and Newark. He all right today, Dave, but. And he just the odd, a little bit like Don Topley, he'd pass on some free advice, and and then the week after you'd expect to implement that advice. If you got out the same way, or you bowled, another hopeless long up, then you'd, what did I say to you last week, or whatever, you'd hear about it. But there we are. But that's where you can pick up so much information as a youngster, just talking to people. Watch cricket and listen to those that have played it. Some of them know what they're on about. 125 for 6, they've all had a drink. We're going to get back underway in a moment, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be Patterson White. Who's at first slip that looks to be warming up? Is that McCann?
Freddie McCann, might give another spin option from the far end. Saw Matt Critchley bowling in tandem with Harmer yesterday for a while.
Yeah, it's a slip in a gully and a short extra cover as Patterson White's in, and that runs off the face of the bat and bounces conveniently over the top of the stumps to the keeper. He was very lucky there that didn't take the bail off on its way past. It was Benkenstein. Hasib Hamid's just having a little look at the ball at extra cover. I think he might not be best pleased with it.
Well, no, you know the game. If you haven't taken a wicket for half an hour, you ask the umpire if you can change the ball.
Yeah. Patterson White then in and short, and this time drilled through the offside by Benkenstein, up on his toes, giving it the kitchen sink. Fielders have done well to drag that back inside the rope, and they'll come through just for the 2, was it? No, the 3.
Who hit it? Benkenstein hit it, so they got 3.
Yeah. Decent chase, saved 1 run, +1. They're taking a bit of time to get back to their marks after that chase in the high heat. Patterson White in, and this time Allison looked to turn that across the line, but caught the outside edge of the bat and has gone straight back to the bowler. Allison played a wild shot earlier at Patterson White. Now he looks to be much more watchful as he's defending that right under his nose, right forward.
I'm intrigued that Michael Pepper is going to find himself coming in at 9 at the earliest, because he's ground out a reputation as a very fine top order player as well as a very good wicket keeper, hasn't he?
Allison now defending again, pressed right forward.
I know they were 2 night watchmen, but I would still have, me personally, looking on from afar, I would have expected him to have been in before Benkenstein, but clearly Essex have seen different.
Patterson White then to complete the over, and it's just prodded back up towards him by Allison. And I'll make way for toppers, shall I?
I'll move first, then toppers will come in here.
Just playing a bit of musical chairs. Make sure everyone's got their perfect headset on. Looks like it's going to be a change of bowling then from the Graham Gooch end. I think it's Freddie McCann for a bit of an extra spin option. He's directing a bit of traffic. He's sending someone out to the leg side boundary. Got a short leg in. 1 slip. Hello, Don.
Good afternoon.
And goodbye.
Yes, you're going to have a half an hour or so off. You're not missing any cricket because we've got an inspection of the ball. as both you and Dave Bracegirdle said, it's sort of customary. Oh, they're asking for the attaché of balls. Huh? Something that is of similar age. And we reckon the age is 54 54 overs old. Umpires are walking towards us. Joe Clark has taken out the precious box of balls. Good afternoon, Brace.
Good afternoon, toppers.
It's Benkenstein 7 from 25. Not bothered about the balls, but Charlie Allison has played well for his 29. Yet I didn't like his reverse sweep, where he got in a bit of a tangle. But temperament-wise, I think he has looked really good, secure, as the Essex number 4.
Yeah, he's looked good in both innings, actually. He was, as you will have heard, although you weren't here, he was run out, and it wasn't really his fault on the first day, but was playing equally nicely then. Michael Pepper at 9.
Yeah.
He came in ahead of Benkenstein in the first innings. We don't, as far as we're aware, there's no injury or anything with Michael Pepper. They've obviously just decided to go that way, I presume.
I've been reading.
You're reading? What are you reading?
Well, quite a few of the press are quite critical of England, and indeed the management. Yeah.
We've changed the ball, and we've changed the bowler, and we've changed the commentator. We've got Steady Freddie McCann, and we've got Don Topley.
Freddie McCann, what does he bowl?
Right arm off spin.
Never
If anyone can, Freddie McCann.
Oh, I like that. That's a nice little saying there. As he's waiting with a slip and a bat pad in from the Hayes close end, which is, well, that was described as a loosener or a moose. Could have been hit anywhere.
A moose? Why a moose?
I don't know, at school, 23 years coaching, the lads always responded that if you bowled a moose, it was Christmas, birthday and Easter wrapped up in one. McCann again, that's a better delivery. Testing Allison, but he takes a single as he's played. Oh, the ball was an excellent line for an off spinner as he played it into the offside, looking to try and bowl the batsman through the gate. That's good bowling. But Allison takes a single, which brings Benkenstein, who is a slightly more freer player. He picked up the length, it was short, and he's pulled it up to deep mid on for a single.
Fancy Ben Slater at square leg has gone back a pace.
Yeah.
It's short leg, I beg your pardon.
Yeah. McCann again bowls. That's okay. Played identical ball in many respects for Allison, who takes a single into the covers. It's an okay ball, that. So he's bowled one moose and 3 goodish balls.
Stifling, isn't it now?
It is. I'm going to suggest that the players have got a bit of breeze. The rest of the public haven't. That's slightly short, giving himself a bit of room, but it goes out to the cover boundary for a single. Benkenstein moves to 10.
Yeah, pop a helmet on, will you? Must I?
Do you really want me fielding here? But back in the 60s and 70s, on those uncovered wickets, we wouldn't have a man with a helmet. No. Helmets only came in the late 70s. This has gone over the infield on the offside, and that's gone for 6. I don't think he hit it particularly well. I think he just timed it. And it sailed into the crowd and bounced back out for 6. Well hit, Charlie Allison, on the last ball of the Freddie McCann over that cost 11 runs. 139 for 6, with Michael Pepper to come, Simon Harmer and Shane Snater.
Yeah. Wasn't the best over that Freddie McCann has bowled either for Nottinghamshire or this season. Essex women 59 for 2 coming up to the end of the 6-over power play against Gloucestershire. Durham 43 for 2 in the 7th over against the Blaze, the 2 women's matches we're keeping half an eye on. It's Patterson White round the wicket, bowling to Benkenstein, drops it on the leg side, and there's no run. It's bright, it's glary, can't see the screens of the scoreboard or pretty much anything, but we can see the cricket in front of us, and Nottinghamshire will be just eager to wrap this up as soon as they can. Essex likewise determined to foil the county champions, and this pair have done a good job as Benkenstein blocks the next delivery, and there's no run.
Well, it's given you a great memory of Chelmsford, hasn't it? You
The
know,
home of broadcasting.
Well, very much so. Do you want to elaborate on that?
I don't know any more than that.
Marconi.
This is pushed out onto the offside. There's the signs as you come in. Welcome to Chelmsford, the home of. Is it the home of radio or the home of broadcasting? What does it say?
Radio, I think it is.
Yep.
It's to do with Marconi. Historically.
Was he from Essex? I thought he was Italian. Round the wicket is Patterson White. This is turned to mid wicket, and there's
Didn't he
a single. I don't know.
play on the left?
I don't know.
Manchester
Don't.
United. Lou Marconi. Oh, Macari was
The
it?
great Lou Macari, who
Yeah.
he's doing such a great job for the homeless. I don't know if you're
Yes,
aware of
yes.
Lou Macari in
Yes.
Stoke-on-Trent area. Was awarded in the King's Birthday honours last week.
LBW shouts not out. But Chelmsford is a. When you visit us, do you sense that weather's better down here?
As you well know, Don, I've been here and watched it rain for days on end at various times.
We don't get as much rain and the poor weather as everyone else. Oh, well bowled, well bowled. I said earlier, he just doesn't bowl from, for me, too many poor run-scoring opportunities. And that is a great asset, it's a great trait, Liam Patterson-White. You know, I've learnt a little bit about him. We always seem to play you at Trent Bridge early in the season, so he's not going to have a massive contribution. Starve and end when the seamers are tired.
Yeah,
Bat a bit.
Steady Eddie.
But seeing him this trip down here on a wicket that just turns a little bit has been impressive. Just doesn't bowl any run-scoring opportunities.
Do you think it's the same amount of turn today, or is it just doing a little bit more?
There's a patch just short of a length, not short, just short, which I think bounce and turns a little bit.
So Freddie McCann to get a second over from the far end.
He's in, it's cut by Benkenstein for 1. Out towards the cover boundary in front of the pavilion, square of the wicket, and Essex move to 141 for 6.
Is this a good thing for Notts that they're playing a few shots, or is it a good thing for Essex that they can keep the ball moving from one end if they're being tied down from the other?
Yeah. A little bit quicker, a little bit wider, no run. I always was confident that you would dominate this day. Whether you would win today or first thing in the morning, but Allison has tickled it off his iPad. He's looking for 2 and he gets himself in. That was a good calculated 2 by the Essex number 4. He moves to 39, or is it? Yeah, 39. I mean, I interviewed Harmer, and I have to do my own report. I was pretty negative last night, and I don't like being negative. That's gone over the long on for 6. All Brett Hutton can do is ask somebody else on the boundary to retrieve it. He's looking over the boundary boards, and they finally found it on the back row of the green seats. And Allison has hit an almighty 6 over long on.
Yeah, don't mind them hitting in that direction. It's when they start picking us out as target practice, like Snater did on the first day. I wonder if that ball's it's going to be okay, because that's only just come into the game, hasn't it, this ball? They changed it a couple of overs ago.
Little bit quicker, and it was respectfully played by Allison for no run.
So this is 2 overs from Freddie and 2 sixes.
Yeah, well, it's all a bit academic. If you can encourage Essex to play shots, I think that's quite a good thing. Driven up the ground to long on for a single. It'll be the end of the over. 150 then recorded on the scoreboard. Benkinston has 12, Allison 46. But the young Essex batsman, who is the player of the month, keeps the strike. 150 for 6, not forgetting Essex only made 184, I think it was, all out on day one, having won the toss, and you know, just not enough when you win the toss on a goodish wicket and anticipate batting. You opt to bat on what you perceive as going to be the best batting time on your home wicket. They didn't make enough runs.
No, that's right. First innings runs so important. 13 overs to go until tea, so if Patterson White and McCann were to continue, then tea would be on time at 22. Here is the left armour, and dropped on the leg side by Allison. Another look, yeah, Yorkshire still alive at 178 for 9. Leicestershire needing one more wicket there. The only championship result so far is at Chesterfield.
Somerset and Warwickshire, how are they getting on?
I'll have a little look as we progress. Another defensive push. 2 of the sides in the top 4 then, Somerset and Warwickshire. Somerset second time round, 161 for 6.
Ooh.
They lead Warwickshire by only 39.
Oh, they're struggling really, aren't they?
Sussex on their way, they're 102 for 3, need 151 more to beat Hampshire.
Okay.
Round the wicket is Patterson White, again turned to leg for another single. And at Cardiff, Surrey 245 for 4. They only trailed Glamorgan by 8. Rory Burns 115 not out. Ollie Pope 55 not out.
Gosh.
Could turn that round, Surrey.
They could. Chahar to bowl in the second innings
Yeah.
on a turning Cardiff.
Patterson White bowls, and this next delivery is blocked by Benkenstein.
Hampshire are struggling. They look as if they might lose this round again.
Well, they need to beat Sussex, I would imagine. Otherwise, they're going to be cut adrift, especially with Leicestershire winning as well at the bottom. This is pushed into the offside for a sharply taken single. One more to the tally. Fergus O'Neill, who took the first wicket of the morning to add to his 2 last night, is at mid-off. One more to the tally. Liam Patterson White round the wicket. Umpire at this end is Tom Lungley. Has a good view of a defensive block back to the bowler, and the over ends 152 for 6. So Essex trail by 121, and there are now 12 overs to go until the tea interval. Just 1 wicket in this session for Notts.
In about maybe 45 minutes after tea, the new ball will be taken, and I think that could be critical in this game, because Essex, look, nothing's much happening. These two are playing okay. The partnership is worth, it doesn't say it on the scoreboard.
I'll have a little look.
But they're playing all right. Benkenstein 13. He's facing. He takes a single all the way up to Brett Hutton at long on.
They've put 43 on 44 with that single.
No major dramas, but I think Nottinghamshire just need to keep things fresh, and they will after tea. As I say, about 40 minutes, half an hour, 40 minutes, they'll take the new ball. This is a late cut, but it's well fielded by, is that Joe Clark?
33, yeah.
And at backward point, who moved very swiftly to more of a thigh slip to stop the single. It was a good shot, a late cut, driven on the offside up to long off, where they take a single.
Don't have too many complicated numbers, Notts. They've got a number 11, a number 22, a number 33, a number 44 and a number 99 out there on the field at the moment.
If you were a professional cricketer, what number would you choose? Freddie McCann, shorter. This is Paul. This is going to run away quickly for 4. through a long part of the boundary towards the floodlight and the Felsted School stand to deep mid-wicket. That was short, picked up early and really hit hard across the square.
No, not got a favourite number or anything really. I think a lot of cricketers are sort of given one as they come through the academy into the pro ranks.
Forward defensive, better length, no run.
And they just tend to keep it, don't they? Unless they're after one of the fancied numbers. There's a few cricketers around the circuit wearing number 1. They obviously want to be top dog, don't they?
McCann again, this time good stride by Luke Benkenstein, who was about to pick up the ball then decided not to. And I'm not a keen favour of picking up the ball for the opposition. All right, I remember Jeff Arnold told my fellow batsman off. I was playing for Surrey, twos. David Ward, lovely man, lovely man. Such a nice gentleman. He went to pick the ball up. I'm batting with him, and I remember Jeff Arnold shouting, "Here, it's not your job. Leave it to the opposition." In no uncertain terms, Jeff Arnold. That's a dot ball.
Do you know, next time I'd just bat it back to him like with a croquet mallet. Just take a little piece out of your new ball. Then, if you want to be like that. All the tricks.
It's his job.
Well, it's correct.
Yeah, quick single there. His answer would always be, and I'm very happy to have a beer, have a cuddle.
Afterwards, yep.
Have a hug.
Yep.
But on the park, you play hard as nails.
Yeah.
Yes, you can have friends.
That's the 50 partnership they're applauding.
Played into the leg side. Patterson White in again, forward defensive. Back to the bowler, no run. But it should be played hard.
Yeah. Sunday afternoon friendly cricket just lacks all the intensity, but Saturday you lead cricket when there's points at stake as hard as you like.
Played into the leg side, slightly straighter from Patterson White. Fielded by Joe Clark, one-handed at mid-wicket.
A Sunday afternoon
One
friendly. If 200 for 8 plays a 195 for 7 or whatever, everybody's got involved, haven't they? They've all had a bat and a bowl, and it's a good game. But on a Saturday, you don't mind bowling a side out for 20, do you? And an early finish if it's for points.
The left armour round the wicket in, bowls a good ball, defended sensibly by Charlie Allison. 3 men around the bat, slip, gully, and a forward under the lid on the off side. Patterson White again, bowls. Looking to play slightly across the line into the leg side for a single, but finds the bowler on his follow through there for no run. End of the over, 160 for 6.
All that said, there's nothing more disappointing than you're looking forward to your Saturday cricket and the opposition cry off. I think that's it's dreadful, isn't it? It still happens up and down the country. Obviously, the lower down the leagues you go, and more of a demand on players if a side has, or if a club has got 3 or 4 sides and they're struggling to complete all their fulfilments and have to cry off a game because they haven't got enough players. It's really disappointing. Lyndon James is going to get his first bowl of the day. The 3 overs, I think it was, from Freddie McCann didn't exactly increase Nottinghamshire's chances of getting this done and dusted before tea. He went round the park a little bit, but well worthwhile. Going to be Lyndon James now, as Don suggested, the second. I can't see, Don, the amount of overs, but
no, I can tell you it's 60 gone.
Okay, so that's quite some time away yet then.
Yeah, what have we got till tea?
You can't drift for 20 overs, Nottinghamshire, and wait for that second new ball, because that might not bring reward or results. We've got to try and do something different. So Lyndon James into the attack, and we're having another look at the ball here. Seaver Mead has offered it to umpire Pollard, and umpire Pollard walks over to umpire Longley, who seems to be in charge of the gauge. Does my head in this. Why do you need both umpires?
One carries the gauge.
Yeah, but why? What? Then take it. Tom's got the gauge, has nip over to him. It's gone through it. Get on with the game. It doesn't go through. Oh, we're going to change the ball again.
They're going to look at it. They're going to look at the quarter seam to see if that's splitting or
now
being
both
raised.
umpires are walking towards us. Why? Doesn't need both.
They both have to inspect it, not one. Or the new ball.
They're both of equal
Change the ball.
seniority. Both of equal seniority. They don't both have to delve in. Surely to goodness.
Joe Clark, once again, wanders out with the attaché.
Just looked like a shopping bag, actually, on the first day when we saw it. They have a fancy James Bond briefcase at Trent Bridge, one of those metal briefcases. You can imagine, you know, Bond being interrogated. Give me the code, Mr. Bond. But they're having a route around in there, and they're trying to find one that's just over 60 overs old. Of course, it won't be. It'll be an approximation. And you can imagine in a couple of overs, if it doesn't bring a wicket, Notts won't like that ball either. And it's just the way. It's not Notts, it's not Essex. It's all 18 counters. If you can't find a ball that you like and it's not getting wickets, then you're going to ask the umpires. But there must have been some damage to it, otherwise they wouldn't have changed it. There we are. That's 3 minutes of our life we won't get back.
But I've spent it with you. Eh?
I can only apologise.
Not at all.
So Lyndon James being kept waiting for his first bowl. Went wicketless in the first innings. Lyndon made 40 with the bat yesterday. First innings he bowled 5 overs, none for 24. No significant amendments to any scores anywhere else. Yorkshire still 9 down. So is this your end or mine? It's Lyndon James.
In he comes. Decent run up. Has driven into the offside. It is quite full and it is quite wide, and it's distributed to the executive suites, which are our deep extra cover. 4 runs to Benkenstein. He moves to 19. That was a gorgeous delivery from a new bowler.
Yeah, 2 set players here, and they've been fed quite a few, I think it's fair to say, from the far end in this post-lunch session. Liam Patterson-White's just kept pegging away at this end, and it's clear they've decided, you know, let's keep Liam out and let's take what's on offer at the other end, and unfortunately there has been a little bit on offer.
He's in again, doesn't bowl quite as full, quite as wide. Straighter, forward defensive by Benkenstein into the offside, no run. So Benkenstein has played a little bit this season, not regularly. I think he played when Mulder was delayed coming here, a couple of injuries. Can bowl as well, but not required when you have Harmer and Critchley in the ranks.
Yeah, Freddie McCann's 3 overs, none for 27. This over started with a boundary.
Nice action from James, and it's played off the back foot this time, slightly shorter, which goes into the leg side. It's 1 slip.
Current figures actually, Liam Patterson-White, 25 overs, 8 maidens, 2 for 36. Just let that sink in a little bit. 25 overs, 2 for 36. Fergus O'Neill, 12 overs, 3 for 37. I think Ollie Stone's put in a good shift. 12 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 28.
Bowl really well today.
Yeah, agree.
Outside off stump, ball bounces twice to the keeper, therefore not played at.
Brett Hutton, 8 overs, 2 maidens, none for 22 is the other one. I would imagine Brett will get a chance just to get something in the end column with that second new ball, provided things haven't begun to happen for Notts before then.
He's loosening up actually. He's doing some hip circles at mid-on. In comes James, bowls There's an LBW shout. The ball has bounced off his front pad, gone to second slip, where the first slip skips along and collects the ball. There is no leg by, nor an LBW decision.
Just looking for Liam Patterson-White, where he's disappeared to. It's Freddie McCann as the only slip. Don't know if there's somebody down at fine leg or long leg somewhere we can't see down below us. Fingers might just start to be getting a little sore.
Bold, well played. Push driven by Benkenstein to complete the end of what is perceived as a long over from James.
And Patterson-White coming in, he was down below us, coming in to have another go. So the first innings he bowled 16.4 overs. Got career best figures of 6 for 43. This will be his 26th over then on the spin.
By the sounds of it, not Ben will be back. Ben Stokes, and I think Brendan McCullum has confirmed he will captain.
Well, you'd assume from that, or you'd have expected from that, we might have heard something from the Disciplinary Commission, if it has been referred to the Disciplinary Commission, because, well, it's the Disciplinary Commission that said he couldn't play in this match, wasn't it, for breaking a curfew? I don't know. Here's Patterson-White. Round the wicket. Bowls to Allison. Turns this to leg for his 50. Very well battered indeed, Charlie Allison. Deserved to go on a little longer in the first innings, but was seen off. But in this second innings, played very nicely indeed. With our monitor has packed up in front of us. We're missing the pictures at the moment in here. The figures normally come up, but nice 50. Patterson-White continues, and Benkenstein blocks this time.
The scorer didn't even announce it then, so he's probably waiting for the opportune moment with at the end of the over, which is in a few balls' time. What I can tell you, I think it was 96 balls. There's the short ball from Liam Patterson-White, just short of a length that bounced and turned. And most of the day, that particular ball has allowed the Essex batsman to play and miss, as it's gone quite big.
It's in again, round the wicket, dropped again, just on the leg side by Benkenstein. There's no run. It's Jack Haynes under the lid actually at short leg, with the helmet on, all suited and booted. Some white balls edged, and that's
did that drop short?
Well, it was edged to McCann at slip, low down to his right, and as Freddie reached down and got his fingers to the ball, the bottom part of the ball was touching the ground. Now, whether Freddie was on the way up, I'm not sure. It was an edge. I don't know. I don't see how he can get much closer than he actually is. This one's played back to the bowler, but again, a little bit of frustration for Nottinghamshire and for Liam Patterson-White. Just didn't quite carry to Freddie from where he was stood, but like I said, I don't think he could have done a lot different on first viewing.
Very impressive figures, very impressive bowling today. Right, we've got a hazy sunshine with particularly high cloud. Bit of shadows from the floodlights. The floodlights will be on soon. Essex are away on Friday to Northamptonshire, who are leading their group with a 100% record in the T20. James in bowls and push driven back past the bowler for no run. And you're at Canterbury.
Yep.
Playing against actually a Kent side that's playing some good T20 cricket. I've witnessed them a couple of times. And then Essex have, hosting a double with the women and indeed the men playing on Sunday. Here I think it's against Middlesex. James bowls down the leg side. Allison can't get anything on it. And then Essex host a local derby against the Brown Hatters of Surrey here, which actually is becoming a very key game. It's a very tight division with Hampshire, despite being bottom in the Championship. Hampshire are top, having only lost one game, I think it is, in the T20. So they traditionally a very good white ball team. This is clipped into the leg side. Allison's looking for one. Can he get two? He's coming back. And it's a good bit of running by the young man. He will move on to 52. And Essex 167 for 6. So by playing Surrey, that's going to be a key game in the division here at Chelmsford on Wednesday, the 1st of July. Meanwhile, what do you get up to? Canterbury? As James is on the way in, one slip down the leg side, the keeper dives, he can't get there. That's going to run away for 4 runs. You could hear the nick of the noise of wood down the leg side. It went fine. Allison collects another 4. He moves to 56 now, score 171 for 6. So the lead is about 70. About 70.
You went down that rabbit hole. I'll let you sort it out for yourself. The test match at Trentbridge starts on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday of the coming week. James bowls its turn to mid-wicket, and there's no run, so Notts can't use Trentbridge next weekend for their blast matches. So they're away. They've got 2 away games. Friday they are at Canterbury, and then a little closer to home a week today, the Sunday afternoon, they're at Leicester. In the North Group.
That's viewed as a local derby?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
good crowd?
At Leicester. Next ball on its way and defended by Allison. No, they don't get great crowds at Leicester for a great deal at the moment. Just to tell you, Don, Essex women 113 for 5 in the 13th over at Colchester against Gloucestershire. Joe Gardner out for 36. The top score there for Essex, and the Blaze are playing at Lady Bay. Of course, they can't use the test match ground for Trentbridge for the same reasons. The test match. The Blaze are at home to Durham. This is all in the women's County Cup T20 competition. Durham women, the visitors, 118 for 3 after 14 overs. Holly Armitage is 58 not out. Grace Ballinger left out, or she was in the squad but didn't play for England A yesterday against India A, but she's back on duty and began with a wicket. She's 2 overs, 1 for 5. The other wicket takers, Maria Andrews, and a run out. Patterson White bowling to Benkenstein, and there's no run. Just for a moment, the intense heat of the day has left us. There's a little bit of a gentle breeze just blowing in, only a little bit of a breeze, and a nice flow of the bat through the offside. So a chase for the Sun Hatter duo, who both lose their floppy sun hat. Fergus O'Neill with a flick back, Seba Mead with the throw in, the Notts captain, and they come back for a couple. Good chase from the pair of them. I'm sure the blood was already pumping, but that will just add to it. Good chase. Essex 173 for 6. Not had a picture on our monitor here in the commentary box for 20 minutes or so. Hope you've got pictures where you're following. Here's an LBW shout asking umpire Longley. Patterson White was keen there as Benkenstein lunged forward. Don't think there's any bat involved, but the umpire had the best of views, and as I've just said, I've not got the opportunity to have a second viewing of it. Seemed very keen, but not so very, very good at not moaning about things too much. This is played onto the leg side, and there's no run. You know, no umpire has ever changed his mind having said not out, has he?
No, not in the history of the game.
Not unless, before you all say, well, with DRS, a little bit of turn to this latest delivery goes through to the keeper. You know what I mean. There's no good sort of chipping away at the umpire. He's not going to change his mind and say, oh, well, I didn't think it was LBW, but now you've asked me nicely, I will give it out.
I think we just had a Spitfire go over.
Sounded like it, didn't it? This has worked away on the leg side for a single. It used to be a really top-notch air day at Southend back in the day. I know when I was in the forces, everybody talked about the Southend air day on the seafront there.
Correct.
A big thing, and you'd have all the old Battle of Britain flight aircraft there, and aircraft from all over the world, and then a terrific display from the Red Arrows to round it off. And of course, where I am, not too far away from the Lincolnshire air base, as we see the Red Arrows on a regular basis coming over Newark.
Well, I've seen that. Funny enough, is it Scampton?
I think they're at Cranwell. No, they're at Waddington now. They're at Waddington. They have been at Scampton and Cranwell, but they're at Waddington now.
But interestingly for me, where I live, which is not far off the A12.
Yeah.
The A12, as James is on his way in, right arm over the wicket, played by Benkenstein up to mid-on, no run.
Is it Duxford?
There is Duxford at sort of the other side of Cambridge on the M11. But when we have, last week was it, the King's birthday, Trooping the Colour.
Yeah.
There's an enormous amount of aircraft that linger and get together just off the coast at Southwold, that area.
Right.
Then they come inland.
They've got to time it to the minute, haven't they?
Yes, they have. And then in comes James outside off stump, left alone by Benkenstein, no run, 174 for 6. But what happens is they start to come inland, and just after Colchester, north of Colchester on the A12, they come down the A12, and then they go into London to Pall Mall. So they actually assemble together and then gradually converge together in the right order on the A12.
Is there a base there, North Weald?
No, North Weald is just outside the M25, about 15 miles away. James bowls, and that's played back to the bowler on his follow through, no run for Benkenstein. So you find a lot of people, and Colchester's new football ground. Literally an underarm throw off the A12. And there are various bridges where people park up and just simply watch the planes go down the A12 and on into London and Pall Mall. And my missus does that often when they announce that there's a good delivery from James, probably beaten the bat there, and it's moved after it's past the batsman Benkenstein, and it's been snaffled up, but there was no edge on it.
We've got our pictures back. The deficit is 99 runs now for Essex.
Morally,
99 more to make Notts bat again.
Mentally, it would be great to make Notts bat again. And if these two, look, my cup's half full, and I'm wishing these two both youngsters got a century each. Gosh, you might have to chase 130. As Benkenstein drives back past the bowler, there is no run.
Well, you were out the room actually when I fired or I loaded some bullets, and Beth fired the trigger, because I looked up when the last time Notts beat Essex in Essex by an innings, and it was 100 years ago, 1926 at Leighton.
How long did that take you to research?
Not long.
In for defensive, back to the bowler, no run, good over, well batted. These two score 174 for 6.
But Miss Harvey said, was Don playing? What about? Oh! I didn't realise she was behind. Oh, I've thrown her under the bus.
Did she?
I've thrown her under the bus. Yeah.
Did she? That is the end. That is the end of a beautiful relationship.
And then I looked to see how many overs you bowled that day that Notts got 793 here, but you weren't playing in that one either.
Yeah. What year was that?
2007. James Foster got a double hundred and Chris Reed got a double hundred. And
I
know you
I've
had.
been teaching for about 15 years.
There's Patterson White round the wicket bowling. Oh, now then they're asking umpire Longley Gibbon.
Yes,
and he's got one this time
fair.
just before tea, and it's another one in the match for Liam Patterson White. That's a great partnership.
He's got 9 for.
He has indeed. He's got a 9 for, but that's the breakthrough. Really important wicket with Allison. I think it is Allison who's gone, isn't it? Out for 56 LBW to Liam Patterson White. Faced 104 balls, hit 4 4s and 2 6s. Really good, strong battling innings from Charlie Allison, like what I've seen. He was at the crease for nearly 2.5 hours, but has gone. And it's 174 for 7 now. Notts need 3 more wickets, and that lead of 99 looks even larger now. It's only about 8 minutes to go until tea. If Beth wants to slide in now, you're very welcome. So we'll bring Beth in, and then you can
Grill her.
perhaps. Well, no. I think you've already grilled her enough. I think you've already grilled her about her day yesterday. She's come here for a nice day with us, and there's you just basically running through the MCC coaching manual, just trying to improve her performance for next week.
Thank you, Dave.
Don't give her a hard time.
All that free coaching, mental preparation. Helping the cricketers in the local community. Great Tottenham. On the way to Malden. Do Malden still have those bizarre mud races?
Mudlarking, I believe it's called. Yeah.
Did you grow up doing that or something?
No, well, I'm a Sussex girl, really.
Yes.
But I've heard of some of my teammates larking in the mud, I suppose.
Yes. Malden, which is famous for a brewing company. And of course, just down the road you have Tiptree, famous for its jam.
The jam?
You
The
find
jam
those jams. I travel a lot. You find those jams that are made and developed in Tiptree all over the world. Patterson White in. First ball to Michael Pepper, the tall Essex keeper, who is able to keep it out, and there is no run. 3 guys around the bat on the offside, no one on the leg side. Michael Pepper with quite a square stance. This is cut as the ball comes back in. Got a little bit cramped there.
Did well there.
He plays it out to backward point, no run.
Leicestershire have beaten Yorkshire by an innings.
Second result, Leicestershire have beaten Yorkshire by an innings. In comes Patterson White, little shorter, played with a straight bat by Michael Pepper. I do think he tried to pick up the length there, maybe thinking it was a little bit shorter. But he did right in playing off the back foot, but with a straight bat. 174 for 7. Patterson White. He's gone for an LBW and it's not out. Patterson White puts his hands on his head, turns to his colleagues who are just a couple of metres away with disappointment. In he goes, turns from our end here at Chelmsford. A little bit shorter, and he's been pinned as the man at Silly Point, or just in front, a bit straighter. As he turned away, I think he got one on the back or the rump.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
I think that's fair. I think it was the rump.
But it didn't hurt. He's brave.
No.
If you're going to field
Shake it
there,
off.
you've got to take a bit of pain for the team. So we're approaching tea. It's just beyond 25 to 4. I was going to ask you, as a younger member of our commentary box.
Yeah.
I brought it up yesterday. We talked about Wishbone Ash. There's another group called America.
Ventura Highway.
Oh my word!
Horse with no name.
Been through the...
Oh,
There you go.
where were you yesterday?
Listening.
I love a bit of America.
Do you?
Yeah.
I've listened to Ventura
Fantastic.
Highway so many times driving down Ventura Highway.
Very good. Got to be done.
So often. James, on his way in, bowls and clipped into the leg side. Benkenstein is interested in a single, but Michael Pepper isn't. No run. Yeah, that's right. America. Well, I was telling Brace that we go out to California in October every
Nice.
year.
For the fall.
It's still
Exactly.
damn hot. Still damn hot in California. You know, they have 300 out of 360 days a year that it's blue skies, no rain. This is played into the leg side, quick single by Benkenstein, sensible run there by Essex, and Pepper responds to the batsman's call, one more run. But America are on concert, and we're going to go and watch.
This October.
Yeah, we are. It's going to be a
Excellent.
small venue. I can't remember where. Yeah.
Statement just released if you want it.
Oh, lovely. You can read that. All right. I'll commentate. You read it.
Dave has just provided us with a statement from the ECB.
Oh,
Stokes and Atkinson to join Test squad for Trent Bridge. They've been included in the squad for the third test following the conclusion of the disciplinary hearing.
as James is in. This is a forward defensive. Back to the bowler. No run.
They were found to have breached specific contractual obligations that require England players to at all times maintain the highest standards of conduct and act in the best interests of England cricket. In addition to not being considered for selection for the second test, they have both been given a written warning as to their conduct. It was also concluded that no blame should be attached to the players for violent conduct at the nightclub.
In comes James, bowled, and there's a nick and he's been caught. That's a really good catch by number 44. Is that McCann, who's caught some good catches in the slips off the spinner and the seamer, and that's the end of Michael Pepper. He has gone for naught, and Essex are really getting to the depths now of this defeat. 175 for 7. Court McCann bowled James, and he'll be pleased to have got his first wicket in this second innings. And Essex, well, this is could all end rather quickly with just a few. 275 for 8 with just Harmer and Snater left. Sorry, please continue.
Very good catch, sharp catch down low that was on him very quickly. Stokes was not involved in the altercation and did not witness the incident either. The evidence the ECB has seen demonstrates Atkinson was the victim of unprovoked attacks and did not retaliate on either occasion. And they have released the squad for the third test.
Who's in and who's out?
Ben Stokes, captain.
Okay.
Rian Ahmed, Jofra Archer, Gus Atkinson, Shoaib Bashir, Jacob Bethel, Harry Brook, Jordan Cox still in,
Stays.
Ben Duckett, Matthew Fisher, Emilio Gay,
Stays.
Ollie Robinson
Back.
in, Joe Root, Jamie Smith, Josh Tongue. So missing we have
Sonny.
Rue, Sonny Baker,
Rue.
Crocom's been released as well, who was
Yeah.
cover.
Yeah.
Rue.
Yep, James Root.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Okay.
Thanks for reading that out, Beth.
Press release
Yep.
coming to you live.
Yep. So the one question I've got, Brace, while you've still got it open, the one question I've got is said, while the investigation has it been concluded?
The disciplinary
Yes.
hearing has concluded.
Because that is conducted by the ECB. What do they call it? It's a new job, new role. and it's not where you mark your own homework. They are technically independent. Regulator. This is James Bowles, nice and straight to Harmer. Harmer respects it by playing forward. There is no run.
No mention of that at all.
So I'm wondering whether that's still ongoing.
Could be. Could be. That says the evidence that the ECB have seen concludes there was no violent conduct. So that's probably the internal one.
In he comes, Bowles, and Harmer respects it, plays it up to mid-off for the end of the over. So Harmer has no runs, Benkenstein 27, and Essex's score still short of their first innings on day one, where they opted to bat, having won the toss, 175 for 8. Well, they'll take the extra half hour, won't they?
We're still crashed on here, unfortunately.
Yeah. We can't.
Oh, no, 35 remains.
So three overs, but surely you would take the extra. Yeah. Patterson White.
He's been settled in for a long time from this end as he's in, and that's defended out into the offside. He's got a short leg now. That fielder with the pads and the helmet on's come over to the other side.
Yeah, he has.
Seems like the better choice for me as he's into Benkenstein, and this time worked into the leg side. They'll get a comfortable single as the fielder comes in from the boundary to pick it up. And they're coming in actually for Harmer to put a bit of pressure on the new man. That short leg comes back over to the offside. Oh no, mid-wicket's being sent back. I think they fancy having a crack at Harmer here. Benkenstein looking pretty well settled at the other end. Harmer taking a couple of guards there, getting a lay of the land. Patterson White then to Harmer. He's on the back foot and punching that into the leg side, and they'll come through for a swift single. I think that Essex may be looking to run when the ball is in Brett Hutton's vicinity. They seem to be pushing the singles to him, and Hutton doesn't seem too enthusiastic about fielding it. And they'll do the same again as Hutton gets down, diving away to his right, but they still come through for the single. Harmer back on strike then. The ground is hard, it hurts to go down when the ground's this hard. Hutton checking his elbows.
The drainage systems in these county grounds are excellent today.
As that's worked into the leg side again, Hutton comes round again. He's a magnet.
He is, isn't
He's
he?
a magnet at the moment. Come through for another single.
I'm trying to think, Brace will tell me. I remember Brett Hutton growing up playing England under-19s.
Patterson White working that into the leg side, and they come through for another single. Fielder coming in all the way from the boundary to end the over.
I think Brett Hutton started off at Northampton. He had somewhere else before he came to Notts.
No, he didn't. He went to Northampton 17, 18, 19. He had 3 years at Northampton. He started at Notts.
Did he? And then came back.
Into 2017 he went and came back after COVID.
I remember him at south of England, or in the Bunburys and the different things like that, and England youth. I do remember him. So James to continue. 4 overs, 1 for 11. The wicket not that long ago. last over from that Hayes close end. In he comes, 2 slips waiting. Benkenstein to face. Driven up to mid on. There is no run. Again, it's that man, Brett Hutton, he's playing.
He's a magnet.
Yeah, he is.
It always finds you when you don't want it.
Hutton talking to his skipper. Skipper saying, do you fancy another bowl? Gives the ball to the bowler of the moment, James. He's in, driven, but up to Brett Hutton.
The one and only.
Yeah, he's putting his hands on his hips saying, am I playing here on my own? Like bit of double bluff here against Benkenstein, not the worst ploy. We're advertising a man, I think it's Joe Clark going out on the boundary in front of square on the hook. Bit of double bluff maybe. What length are you going to bowl, James? And it's a length ball. They're looking for a single. Guess where it's gone? It's gone out to Brett Hutton, who's had to move 10 yards to collect the ball. He lobs the ball, shining it to the bowler, who's on his way in. Man's come back up into the ring from deep mid-wicket. This is a good ball, just squares Harmer up, goes out to backward point. Good delivery there from James. Lyndon James, all-rounder. Tall man, blondish fella. A motorbike accelerating down Park Way behind us. Lyndon James bowls and it finds mid-wicket, who picks it up and throws impulsively at the wicket-keeper with a rather daft throw. Unimpressed is the wicket-keeper.
Double teapot from
It
Verena
was, wasn't
there.
it? Look, he's staring at him and he's apologising.
Not happy.
I think that's Joe Clark, who was just trying to stir things up. Again, he's been banished out to the boundary on the hook in front of square. 2 slips waiting. What length is it going to be? A length ball, which Harmer respects, back up to Brett Hutton. Well, Brett Hutton, if the ball's not shiny, you can only blame Brett Hutton because he's had the ball for the last 2 overs.
He's had the most of it, hasn't he?
He has. He's probably looking at the skipper, can I move? Why me? Umpires have got together. Not missing any cricket. Hutton's shining it.
Extra half an hour.
Yeah, I'm sure. The extra half an hour.
Yeah, scores 181 for 8. So just the 2 wickets remaining, but of course they're not the wickets of the normal 10 and 11. They both came out last night. Porter and then Bennett, the double night watchman, as Porter got out. So left to come in we have Shane Snater, who can give it a whack.
Oh, can he?
Patterson White in now, and that's defended by Benkenstein towards the short leg.
I'm just going to advertise this, if this is all right. Mr. B, if we lose a wicket, would you come and join us?
Patterson White in, and that's driven a flashing drive, but comes off the outside portion of the bat, running to backward point. Yeah, he ought to be here, wouldn't
If there's
he?
a,
Can gloat.
yeah, doesn't need encouragement.
Patterson White then into Benkenstein and driven firmly back to him.
Yeah, no, Nottinghamshire have been worth every penny as the county champions in Chelmsford this last 3 days.
Benkenstein forward defending. Bit of a race on between the fielders at cover and point to get to it.
Beautiful 3 days in Chelmsford. We hope you certainly have enjoyed the coverage.
Patterson, White and Benkenstein right forward defending that under his eyes.
We had Victoria Polly on day 1 with Dave, myself and Roshan Alarm on day 2, and the ever-present Dave Bracegirdle, yourself and myself on day 3.
Patterson, White in, and Benkenstein looked like he thought about pulling that as he was on the back foot, but thought better of it. Just defending it into the offside, and that will be tee.
Yeah. Well, when we look back on today's cricket, 13 for 2 Essex recommenced this morning with already out Walter and Porter, the night watchman. The second night watchman, Bennett, was first to go for 5. Elgar was stoic and played nicely for 42 before he was LBW to the impressive Stone. Wesley went before lunch. He was caught by a good catch at slip off the first wicket for Liam Patterson-White. And then 81 for 5, still 192 runs adrift at lunch. Essex took their Sunday roach. Critchley was caught by Varian Bowl by Liam Patterson-White for 13. Allison, who has batted very nicely again today, he was LBW to Liam Patterson-White. And then the last wicket was that of Michael Pepper, who was caught at slip. A good snaffle off the bowling of James, who got his first wicket in the second innings, and it was that of Michael Pepper who made naught. And Essex now therefore at tea are 181 for 8, and I look at the screen and I think they are still trailing Nottinghamshire by 92 runs now. 92 runs. So listen, from all of us at the moment here at Chelmsford, we will powder our nose, have a cup of tea, and we will recommence in just under 20 minutes. Thank you.
Kate's on here.
Welcome back for the post-tea session, and will this be the last session of the match? Some think so, some may not, in hope that Essex can see out the evening and come back tomorrow morning. In the commentary box is Don Topley and Dave Bracegirdle, BBC Radio Nottingham, who is the ever-present BBC commentator for Nottinghamshire, who are the county champions. Dave, you would like to see this be clinical and happen quite quickly?
Well, I think
No,
in your long experience, I think with this amount of time left in the game and a favourable weather forecast, I think we'd really have to go a long way to sort of look up something similar where a side are still the best part of 100 behind, only 2 wickets left and 4 sessions left in the game to turn it round. It will have happened a time or two, but not very often, so it'll be interesting to see what these two do, if they take the same approach and just try and have a little bit of fun and perish in the process, or whether they do try and block it out. Just very quickly before we start, I've had 1 or 2 people get in touch. Very kind, everybody that's taken the trouble to get in touch through the course of the match, to Victoria, to Rushan, to Beth, to Don and myself. Thank you very much. A lot of lovely people on the ground as well have stopped us all to say hello.
in comes James, bowls down the leg side through to the keeper, dot ball.
One of the regulars from back at base, Mandy Fitzpatrick from Nottingham. Hey, Dave and Dom, commentary from you two today has been so funny. I hope you'll throw Beth in there as well. Mandy, I'm sure you will. I get and understand that line you used. We won't get those 3 minutes back when they were changing a ball. Thank you, Mandy. Been at Trentbridge twice so far this season. I love Trentbridge Live and all the other radio commentaries. And good news as well, Dave, she says.
James is in, right arm over the wicket. Good forward defensive by Simon Harmer, dot ball.
After almost 2 years looking for employment, I'm now back in employment. So really congratulations. That's Mandy Fitzpatrick in Nottingham.
Oh, many congratulations. What a great bit of news for you today.
Lovely, Mandy. Mark the Mod, a regular from Sevenoaks in Kent. Dave, from Wishbone Ash to the likes of the Arkansas Chuggabug. It's the Tiswas versus Swap Shop debate next.
James is in, Lyndon James, and he bowls a ball that's played into mid-wicket for no run.
I blame the heat, he says myself. No doubt Don is familiar with the work of the Basildon boys, Depeche Mode. Yes. I recommend a damp cloth atop the head in this weather. Come on, Knots, Mark the Mod in Sevenoaks.
Alison Moyer from down there as well. Is she? Yeah.
Southend isn't too far away. Were they
Not at all.
They were the Kersal Flyers. They were from there, weren't they? Remember them? Little does she know.
Well, actually, I don't know that, but there was a nightclub called the Kersal. Played into the leg side by Harman, no run.
Kersal Flyers. Little does she know.
Don't know that.
Mark the Mod again just followed it up. That last LBW I think was going down leg day. Good job you're not umpiring, Mark the Mod. All the best to you. And looking for a name at the bottom. John Shaw. Last time I tried to get in touch with you, Dave, it disappeared in your junk box, and he sent me a link. And all the best. Yes, I've got it, John. I'll have a look at that later. Thank you very much. All the best to everybody.
Lyndon James bowls outside off stump through to the keeper. No shot offered. Dot ball.
Wacky racers. Blue Peter. Yeah, did you know we're in the presence of a silver badge holder?
No.
Blue Peter?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Were you Blue Peter or Magpie, or were you at cricket nets?
I was cuddling my cricket bat. There is something that you aren't aware of.
There's a lot of things I'm not aware of. I told you yesterday, if it's not been an answer on the chase, I don't know it.
I was once part of Crufts. As Harmer gets a single from Lyndon James, who bowls a little straight, tickled round the corner, looking for 2, but alas, there is only the 182 for 8. Yes, Ian Botham was due to go to the dog agility challenge.
Yes.
Crufts and the Horse of the Year show and all the... It's not really my scene. More importantly, I don't have a dog. So anyway, Ian Botham couldn't go. So Neil Foster,
yes,
the Essex fast bowler from Colchester, Wivenhoe, he agreed to go. and he had a dog called Bertie,
Right.
a big old thing.
That's all.
Lovely.
That's the only identification we've got. Bertie was a big old thing.
Yeah, I can't tell you what kind of a dog. He was
No.
quite lovable.
There's Liam Patterson White. He's got 2 little ducks on his back. Balls to Simon Harmer, who forces this out under the offside. They've had a little bit of a duel in this game, Harmer and Patterson White. Liam got his 6 for and said all he wants to do is outdo Simon Harmer
He has.
in this game on his own patch.
Oh,
Ball's now a little bit of
oh,
turn, and
oh.
Verena takes it. Very nearly nicked that through to the keeper. Harmer got LPW out yesterday for his 5, so he came back, and now Liam would love nothing more than to get the man out. He also hit Harmer for a 6, which he will have enjoyed. Patterson White into
Oh, that's another one.
the right-hander. It just took off from a length. Notts obviously were not keen to press for the extra half an hour. They'd had enough of the afternoon sun, went and had a cup of tea and just soaked the feet for 20 minutes, and they're back out there now looking to wrap it up. We'll come back to the tales from Don's furry friends in a moment. As Patterson White bowls. Nice shot from Simon Harmer out to deep mid-wicket, where Ben Slater will do the fielding, and they come back for a couple. Have you got a moment, quick?
So, Neil Foster was due to replace Ian Botham. Neil Foster had an injury, and he was committed to doing Crufts and Horse of the Year show. So I took his place.
Next delivery again turns a little bit and goes through to Verena. Why was Botham committed to go
No,
to the
Botham
just as an
was.
official guest?
Yes, and he was going to do the dog agility challenge, but he couldn't do it, so Neil Foster did it, and then he got injured. So Fozzie said, "Do you want to do it?" And I said, "Oh, well, there's one particular problem. I've not got a dog." And he said, "Well, you can borrow Bertie."
Just push back to the bowler. Thank goodness it's the end of the over. Thank goodness. Now we can hear the end of this.
So I borrowed Bertie. We didn't practice anything. I knew Bertie because Bertie was about with Neil Foster.
Right, he'd come to the
and
cricket
his
a little
wife.
bit, yep.
So listen, Bertie was a beautiful dog, but slightly unruly.
Brown, a leg in each corner.
Yeah, 4
Yeah.
legs. And so we went to Olympia, and I went to Olympia, and who was the horse rider?
David Broom.
No, I can't. All the superstars were there, and there was the Tic Tac man. He did it with his
John
dog.
McCreerick.
John McCreerick, he did it. There were all kinds of these celebrities, and suddenly it was my turn. You have to get round this dog agility challenge, and I hadn't trained Bertie. Anyway, Lyndon James bowls, and this is driven off the back foot straight to mid on no run, and it's my turn. So 3, 2, 1, whistle goes, and I'm running with Bertie, and he's got to do these agilities.
Go on, Bertie.
Yeah, and then we have to go in
The
this
tunnel.
Bertie went in it, but didn't come out of it. So what am I going to do? This is my time being eaten up.
Tell me you went in the
So
tunnel.
I went in the tunnel, wait for this, and I got stuck. But there's more to this. Lyndon James is in. Played into the leg side where there's a quick run or leg by. Hits the stumps on a direct throw, but Essex were easily in, and it's not leg buys, it's a run.
Never mind the cricket, I want to know about Bertie.
So Bertie eventually come out the other end of the tunnel,
Right.
which was an S-bend.
Yeah.
So I couldn't see him exit. All I could hear was the capacity crowd laughing. And I'm stuck, so I end up having to come out backwards. This was on Blue Peter.
You reversed out, did you?
I reversed out, and eventually we ran like hell all over the course. This is played into the leg side, looking for 2. Harmer will touch, turn and call. He does. An easy 2 for Essex there. 187 for 8. Harmer has 7. And eventually we caught people up. Clearly I was relatively fit to the likes of John McCreerick and whatever. But we came second, and I got
Good
the
grief.
most beautiful cut glass crystal vase
Crikey.
engraved.
Great stuff.
It was a great day at Kensington Olympia with,
Yeah.
you know, all the paraphernalia that goes with it on television. Played into the leg side, there is simply no run. You didn't know that?
I didn't know that,
Yeah.
no. That's a good one. That's one you've kept from me.
Shot a commercial in Los Angeles. Do you remember that? For AT&T.
Didn't know that.
That's another story. Great story.
Have you been on the David Letterman show?
No. No. Have you?
Yes.
Oh, I've heard of David Letterman. I have heard of him. As this is driven forward defensive into the leg side. No, why were you on the David Letterman show?
So late night chat show in America every night for years and years
There's
and
loads
years.
of them.
When I worked for the American forces, this was the big thing everybody watched. If you're on a night shift, you watched David Letterman. In fact, somebody asked me yesterday. It wasn't you, was it? Why do you like the NFL? And I said, well, I worked with the Americans for 7 years in the forces, and they watch the NFL, sort of every night.
Lyndon James in, right arm over, just shorter of a length, played by Palmer into backward point, no run.
But they also watched the Letterman show, and I loved it. David Letterman, great interviewer, the master of interviewing, terrific stuff. And I'd never been to New York till the winter of 2009-10, that Christmas, that New Year, and we went, had some time in New York, and I knew it was filmed in New York, and I knew it was one of these TV, it was actually in a theatre right on Times Square, but I'd sort of done a bit of research best I could, and it's one of these free tickets. You just got to go in the morning, they're filmed every night, and you've got to go in the morning, form a queue, and first come first serve tickets. And went in 2009-2010 and got a ticket, and it was the last day before we flew home. Round the wicket is Patterson White, bowling to Benkenstein. He'll turn it away. On the leg side, and Armour wanted to run. He's run a run. He's gone halfway down and halfway back. Got in, watched the show. Brilliant. Terry Hatcher was the guest. Done a lot of work with kids. Desperate Housewives and all that. No, the female actress Terry Hatcher. I think she was in one of the Bonds as well, but she was the big star anyway.
Right.
This is pushed into the offside American musical group and comedian, etc. that I didn't know, but it was a great show. It was great experience. Bought a David Letterman T-shirt.
Yes.
Front, nothing more. The David Letterman show, his logo and all the rest of it. We went back again 2 or 3 years later and decided to do the same thing as Patterson White steadies himself, still wearing the sunglasses, round the wicket and bowls and down the leg side, and it's tickled away. Don said just before tea he's hardly bowled a bad ball today. He'd like that one back. Just drifted down the leg side to Harmer, who tickled it away for 4 runs. Did it again this time, and we got right at the front, me and my good lady, second row. Things started, and Letterman comes out and does a monologue and has a little bit of a chat and this and this and the political jokes of the day and all that in his monologue. Round the wicket comes Patterson White bowls, and it's defended, and then he must see me, the T-shirt. So I wore the T-shirt that I'd bought 2 or 3 years earlier when I went. So I'm there, sat there in the Letterman show in a David Letterman T-shirt, and he went, "You there with the T-shirt on? Stand up, let me have a look at that." And it's pushed onto the leg side. This is live on America on the night. And where did you get that? And I said, well, I came 3 years ago and I bought it from your merchandise thing outside. And of course, speaking then, oh, what sort of accent is that? Where are you from? And I thought, well, what accent? And just cut away. Oh, he's going to get 4 runs down to third. And I went, I'm from Nottingham, England, and he had a resident band master and band, Paul Schaefer and his band, and I went, it's from Nottingham, England, and quick as a flash, he on the keyboard went, which was, quite funny, and he went, let me ask you, sir, how much did you pay for your T-shirt? And I said, I can't remember. I said, what should I say, too much? And he laughed, and he went, could somebody give this man his money back? And a steward came up and gave me $20, and that was on American TV.
Oh, wow. Did all your friends stay up and watch that?
Well, no. Well, I don't know. I don't know. I've never seen it.
Oh, really? But it's out there somewhere.
It's out there somewhere.
Wow. Well, Sports Extra 2 have just enjoyed that story
Hello,
of Dave
everybody.
Bracegirdle
Can only apologise.
and David Letterman.
It's a quiet old
Listen,
day at Chelmsford.
When you commentate and listen to the commentary, you never know about the past of
Well, no.
some of our great commentators of county cricket.
Well, you've been on Crufts. Were
Anyway.
they with us in time to hear that?
Oh, I don't think so. It's going to be Ollie Stone into the attack, who bowled very nicely this morning, and he's been taken for a single as Benkenstein moves to 34. Essex ever closer to 200, 197 for 8, and not forgetting that this morning Essex started at 13 for 2, still 260 runs adrift of Nottinghamshire's massive first innings total. It was a tremendous effort by all 11 men of Nottinghamshire. They batted so well yesterday. Stone, who bowled well this morning, bowls quite quickly this morning and very nicely. He's got the 1 wicket, but he's bowled better than that. Harmer's played him into the onside for no run. So Essex are still adrift by, well, the scoreboard technically isn't working. The scorecard
92, I think. Is that?
No,
oh no, that was the T score.
Can you see it on the to the right there? Lead. What is the lead?
76.
76. 2 slips awaiting. Ollie Stone rushing in, bowls. There's a good delivery which has come back, and it's a genuine play and miss, and I wonder if that was on the inside of the bat against Harmer, but a good delivery. And as I say, Ollie Stone, listen, England, he's bowled like an England bowler today. You know, I know England perhaps haven't been so keen on Sonny Baker in the last test match, and it's a test match. Were you aware England have lost 3 test matches on the bounce at the Oval?
I am now.
There you go. Ollie Stone, right arm over, 2 slips waiting down into the leg side. Harmer wants 2. Will he get 2? No, he turns it down as the fine leg rushes in the best part of 30 metres to prevent a single.
John Starbuck's been in touch on the email, bracecricket@icloud.com. Dave, it looks like Notts are going to triumph again. Well done to the lads. Thanks to you all for the dynamic commentary. Do you know if the building work at Trent Bridge has finished yet? They're aiming to complete for the 3rd test. There will be 4 or 5 rows of seats, John, in front of the pavilion. The pavilion is still being worked upon, but for the test match starting Thursday, public will be allowed in the seats in front of the pavilion, but nowhere else at that end.
Players will use the existing pavilion for the moment, as in the other side of the ground. Stone bowls. This is an attempted drive by Benkenstein, but he finds the fielder. He mistimes it slightly, but Stone has bowled 12.5 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 30, deserves better. Liam Patterson-White took 6 wickets in the first innings on day 1 when Nottinghamshire lost the toss and Essex opted to bat. That's really the main bit of story from day 1, apart from Liam Patterson-White picking up 6 wickets, and then Nottinghamshire batted beautifully on day 2 to get a substantial lead, driven out to mid-off where there is no run, and slowly but surely Nottinghamshire have wheedled Essex down to 198 for 8, bearing in mind 184 is all they made after winning the toss and batting on day 1, and the county champions are really worthy of a win here at Chelmsford, but still a little bit to do.
Well, still a little bit to do, and one thing that, you know, anybody who's sort of not really been following this game, they've been focusing on other matches, their county involved, or up to other things on this sunny weekend. Essex used 2 night watchmen last night, so there is still a bit of depth. They've got Shane Snater as the only one to come, and Snater played beautifully in the first innings for 29. Harmer has come in at number 10, and we know how good he is, and he's defending this one to backward point, so it's not like you've just joined us for the very last knockings of Essex versus Notts, and they're likely to go bang bang knocking over number 10 and 11, because Benkenstein's been there for a couple of hours. Harmer can bat, and Shane Snater, as we say, was peppering sixes all round the ground in the first innings. Here's a single on the leg side, including one that very, very nearly came into our commentary box. There is a dent in the roof just above our commentary box window, and Victoria Polly dived one way, I dived the other, I'm afraid. We thought it was one with our name on. This next one is pushed back to Liam Patterson-White, who's now bowled 33 overs in this innings, an innings that's lasted, it's into the 76th over. He's bowled for much of the day so far, and has 9 wickets in the match. Round the wicket comes the spinner and bowls, and Benkenstein will just nudge it onto the onside for another single. They're applauding, and it's sometimes, I was going to say, it's sometimes difficult just to wonder what they're applauding, because our monitors have frozen in here. We've got the sun glinting off the scoreboard, and we've got Beth acting as our lookout, filming as it is confirmation that it's the 200 up, 200 for 8 as this is pushed back to LPW.
The odd piece of electrical equipment has overheated
yeah, it's
in
getting
the
warm,
last
isn't it? It's
3
understandable.
days, which
we've overheated, haven't we, over the course of the...
Speak on your own behalf, please.
There's a slog sweep
Safe.
by Harmer. It's looped over the keeper, whether it was bat or pad. They've taken one something. Umpire at this end is Tom Lungley. He's not going to make any sort of signal to our scorers, so Harmer gets another run. I think he's gone to 16. Or maybe he hasn't. No, that picture's still frozen from a while ago. But whatever, it is 201 for 8. 18. So they're 72 away from making Notts bat again.
Well, the most important stats you mentioned is Liam Patterson-White has got 9 wickets, as you suggested and rightly advertised. 2 wickets to be claimed. Will Patterson-White get just one of them? Because he's never had a 10-fer.
No.
And to get a 10-fer in a game you win is so special. Man on the hook has come in. They're just holding up play for a minute. Stone was ready, but deep mid-wicket wasn't, as Stone is ready. 2 slips quite wide apart.
Ooh.
And he aborts take-off because I think he's got something in his eye. Yeah.
It's not nice to get something in your eye, but you know, Don, I'm really pleased it's something in his eye, because as he pulled up there I thought, twang.
Oh, yes.
I thought the hamstring had gone. Surrey 7 down at Cardiff in their second innings, 292 for 7. They lead Glamorgan by 39 runs with only 3 wickets left. Recently Rory Burns for 115, Sam Curran for 1, and Pope as well. Pope for 73, and
Do you know,
Burns.
they bat a long way down.
Yeah.
They could get themselves another 130, 160 ahead.
Ryan Patel and Adam Thomas in at the moment.
Stone in, cut. That's beautifully cut. That is a genuine 4-ball, short and wide. And Simon Harmer doesn't let it pass. He hits it beautifully square of the wicket, and it races towards the pavilion boundary square here at Chelmsford, as the sun is now offering many shadows, and one particular floodlight that is starting to approach close to the square, which is traditional here at Chelmsford. But where we had wispy cloud, it's really now just a blue sky here in Chelmsford. This won't be short and it won't be wide. Stone in. This isn't short and wide. It's just on the back foot for Harmer, who plays up to mid on. The captain does the fielding. Hamid.
Been keeping an eye on 2 women's matches, those affecting Essex women and the Blaze, and you'd say both are on top at the moment. Essex women made 194 for 6 at Colchester, and they've got Gloucestershire already 34 for 3, and the Blaze are 84 for 1, chasing 168. They're not at the halfway stage yet. Elwes and Beaumont both in the 40s after Marie Kelly went early on.
Stone at the top of his mark at the Graham Gooch end. Comes roaring in, bowls short of a length, played into the leg side, finds mid-wicket. Harmer doesn't get a run. And, you know, we're looking at the overs 76, so we do only have probably 3.5 overs before that second new ball can be taken. One would expect it to be taken. And it would be interesting whether Liam Patterson-White, who I've said deserves a 10-fer, whether he will remain or whether Hamid, the captain of the county champions, says, OK, I want the seamers to have a bowl at both ends. Your Australian hasn't bowled since lunch.
No.
In comes Stone. Stone, decent length. Harmer was a little late to come forward, but he does squeeze a single into the leg side and takes it. And Essex moved to 206 for 8.
I think the answer to that is Liam, how are you feeling? Because he's not given any runs away, has he? They've just not been able to play him in this match at all, but he has bowled pretty much all day today from this end, and if the fingers are just starting to give him a bit of jip, or he feels it's time to come out of the attack, then he'd say so. 33 overs pretty much on the spin.
Stone, short, it's slightly pulled into the leg side, but fine leg does the fielding. They take the 1. Harmer's on 23, Benkenstein 36, Stone 13, nearly 14 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 36. I honestly, he's bowled beautifully today. Great effort, great endeavour, and he's bowled some terrific deliveries.
33 overs, 10 maidens, 3 for 59 to go with his 6 for 43 in the first innings.
Can you just relay the bowling figures of Fergus O'Neill as well? He's done very well today, last night and today. Stone finishes his over where Harmer leaves it, allows it through to the keeper for the end of the over. Essex 207 for 8.
12 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 37, and he bowled 3 of those overs last night, so he's only bowled 9 today, the Aussie. And I guess the other thing with that is this is his last game. He's done. He could be finished with knots in 2 balls time. So maybe they'll give him the chance to have a fond farewell and a moment just to say sayonara and thank you.
Well, he took the first 3 wickets, 2 last night and the first one this morning. He did bowl. He bowled a terrific delivery at Paul Water last night through the gate to the left-hander. And no, very good.
There's LPW continuing, and this one he's hit down the ground to the other fellow we were just talking about, Fergus O'Neill. Again, I'm struggling to the monitor's packed up, struggling to see how many overs we've had, or how close we are to the
77.1.
So this is the 78th over. Thank you very much. This is turned on the leg side, and there's no run. Sunny day, nowhere near as many people in today, and that might be something to do with the fact that those that were in this morning, I think, were very much resigned to the fact that Essex were probably going to lose today, as this is just nudged onto the offside Stonefields, and there's no run. But there's a good number of people down from the East Midlands wearing their Nottinghamshire colours. Might just get a little noisier as the end gets closer. Next ball's pushed back to Liam Patterson-White.
And of course this is a break in Championship cricket now after this round of games, because we have a bit of T20 blast returning.
Yeah, both sides into the chance of qualification for the knockouts. This is pushed back to the bowler, not second after incredibly losing their first 3 matches and then winning their next 3, and they've had a good run rate, so they've
what happened in the first 3 matches?
Well, that's a very good question. This is pushed onto the leg side. A lot of new faces, and it just took a bit of sorting out. Just quickly, Don, as well. Mark Harrison, Mark the Mod. This is what you pay your licence fee for. Tremendous stuff from all of you. Ask Don if he was thinking about Harvey Smith as the famous show jumper.
Yeah, Harvey Smith, correct. Yes, somebody I'm missing as well.
OK, I'll come back to that in a second, because Adrian from Mansfield says the Kersal Flyers, Dave. The Kersal Flyers were named after the Kersal in Southend, one of the world's first purpose-built seafront amusement parks. My first property was on the grounds of the Kersal roller coaster in Southend. I was an adopted Essex boy for 5 years in the 90s. Great commentary as always. Thanks to all the team. Best wishes, Adrian in Mansfield. Thank you, Adrian. That's very, very kind indeed. I'm sure it was little does she know the Kersal Flyers' big hit.
What, I don't know that. Stone in, short of a length, where Benkenstein stays in his crease, just blocks it, and it goes back to the bowl and no run. The Kersal was a very famous nightclub, actually, in Southend,
Okay,
on the beachfront.
that's pretty much tying up with
Yep.
what
Yep.
Adrian says. Beth's going to slide in here for me for a
Absolutely,
moment while
okay.
they're 8 down, and if you do nothing else during this little bit of commentary with Beth, you can thank her for being such a trooper today and being as always a valued part of the team, Don.
Thank you, Dave. Ollie Stone on his way down the slope from the Hayes Close End bowls. This is a good delivery, top of off, where Benkenstein respects it with the full face of the bat. Goes into the offside, and there is no run. 208 for 8, and Essex are still behind. Can you see that on the screen? What do we reckon that is?
208 for 8.
65 deficit.
65 deficit. It's so bright in our commentary box. It's very difficult to see any of the screens. Some have overheated. Beth Harvey joins Don Topley in the commentary box. Good afternoon, Beth.
Good afternoon.
In comes Ollie Stone. Stone bowls. This is a play and a miss through a rather expansive drive by Benkenstein, and it's a genuine play and a miss. Warm for you today?
It's toasty, isn't it?
Is it warmer than when you played for Great Totham yesterday?
That was toasty as well, actually, yeah.
Lots
It's
of
been a
nudity
warm
on?
weekend.
It
Yeah.
has, isn't it? Been
Yeah, I was
beautiful,
loaded up.
this part of the world.
Oh, I like the heat. Much better than the last time I was here. I had my hot water bottle with me.
I remember.
The hottie botty was
Can
out.
you remember the fixture? It was with me, wasn't
We
it?
were playing, yeah,
Somerset.
Somerset.
Yes, I remember. You brought a very, very beautiful hot water bottle.
Wow.
Do you want to read that one?
Oh, I'll let you read it. There you go. Ollie Stone has just got another little fly in his eye. He stops, returns, he wipes his brow, wipes his eyes with his sleeve, and he's on his way. In he comes to the crease, pitches it up, it's driven, almost Yorker length. Good delivery, an ooh and an ah. Very interested was Ollie Stone, and we have a contribution.
We have an email from Peter. Well, he's emailed Dave. Thank you and your fellow commentators for the great commentary during the last 3 days. The cricket has been fantastic and both teams deserve a great pat on the back.
Ooh. Nottinghamshire certainly do.
I think that's who he means.
As Stone comes in, still 2 slips wide apart. That's a good delivery, but Benkenstein plays with the maker's name facing the ball off the V, and there is no run.
We are always aware of how good our fasts are, but Liam Patterson-White has been absolutely fabulous,
Yeah,
and I think
agree with that.
we can all agree with that. And he's also said, as a bit of an advertisement, I'm looking forward to picking up your book when I return to Trentbridge on Thursday.
Oh,
Dave.
David, you've sold another book.
Another copy.
Oh, he'll be delighted to sign it for you. And he'll probably buy you a cup of tea, Peter. This is Paul, beautifully Pauled. He got on top of the bounce there, did Benkenstein, dismissed it in front of square, gone to deep mid-wicket on the large boundary on the leg side towards the old hospital, and really that was dismissed. That was a cracking shot for 4. Benkenstein has 41 deserved runs, Harmer with him on 23. Essex making Nottinghamshire the county champions weight here in Chelmsford. Essex at 212 for 8.
Yeah, Peter, thank you Peter for your email. He would like to see a little bit more of Fergus O'Neill.
Well, I think he will with the new ball, and that is
79
available.
gone.
Yeah. We'll see. Liam Patterson-White can still bowl with a new ball. He did.
And he's just there starting
He-
another over, his 35th over, and that's worked out into the leg side.
Unless you were here, you wouldn't be aware. Essex had to bat in their second innings for 6 overs. And Liam Patterson-White bowled 3 overs from our end with the new ball.
That next ball's just prodded back up towards him by Harmer.
And he bowled actually quite well. He made Essex play in those 3 overs that he bowled.
Yeah, that's what he's done really well. He's been very consistent in his areas as he's in there, and that skews off the outside edge of Harmer, and they'll come through for a single. Short extra cover was interested in that for a moment, but it fell just short of him. And he's moved to a short leg position now as he's into Benkenstein, who tries to shovel that round the corner but misses out on a rare wayward delivery from Patterson White. Yeah, he's bowled great areas. He's made them play, he's been turning it, he's been dipping it. I think he's looked excellent for Nottinghamshire. As he's in, and that's just back of a length and punched out into the offside, but finds the captain at extra cover. Oh no, Sussex have lost.
Really? You carry on.
Patterson White's in, and that's an edge, a genuine edge, and it goes past the right hand of first slip. Very low to his right, not sure it was very catchable, but a genuine edge there.
Well, Sussex have been bowled out for 134. Abbott took 3 for 6. 3 for 6 off his 12.5. Jack took 14 overs, 4 for 36, and Felix Organ 13 overs, 3 for 31. And Hampshire, bottom of the table, have defeated Sussex by 118 runs. That's the Battle of the South Coast.
Or Classic Coast.
That's a remarkable turnaround, that is. Thanks, Dave, for that. Well, that will probably propel Hampshire further up the table, away from the bottom. There are a few victories loitering around, no more than here at Chelmsford, as Nottinghamshire require 2 more wickets. Can Essex make them come back tomorrow? And there we go. Pete, I think it was, who contributed to the email, said he would like to see Fergus O'Neill. He's got his wishes, and they've taken the new ball. 2 slips are closer together, outside off stump through to the keeper, no run. So the only academic question we must ask is, will the spinner stay on? Brett Hutton could bowl, Ollie Stone could bowl, Lyndon James perhaps, or will they? I reckon they will stick with the spinner that's taken 9 wickets in this game.
Yeah, and that edge he got in the last over cements it, doesn't it? No one seems to be warming up.
In comes Fergus O'Neill, another one just outside, just loosening up, I would suggest. Doesn't seem to have too much pace. I would tend to say the guts has almost gone out of this wicket. It's not particularly quick, it's become a little slower. Ollie Stone gave Essex the hurry up.
Certainly did. You can tell that he just has that extra yard of pace, doesn't he? Looked to be hurrying the batters.
It's wonderful to see somebody that's been, well, he's had a lot of injuries, Ollie Stone, in the air, and it's gone, and Benkenstein holds his hand to his helmet. He cannot believe he's chipped the ball to mid-off, and he's got to go, because he's played beautifully for 42 in 101 balls. But Essex are down to 9 men down, with the new ball just been taken. This is the first over bowled by Fergus O'Neill, who picks up his 4fer. So the question is, will Fergus O'Neill pick up a 5fer in his final game, or will it be Liam Patterson White to take the final wicket to collect his first ever 10fer? I'm going to leave you in the chair, and I'm going to invite Dave to come in and take my spot, because he's going to win.
I think
right?
he might. I've got a feeling.
Just a quick word from me, because we will probably all be over soon, but a big thank you to you, a big thank you to Dave Bracegirdle, BBC Radio Nottingham, that's massive, but also to Victoria Polly. We've had Roshan Alam, and we've also, had the likes of Gentleman George, who's been our tea boy. But it's been absolutely brilliant to have 3 fantastic days of good cricket, good weather, good company, and listen, at the end, I think the county champions of 2025 are going to come out on top.
Beautiful, thank you, toppers. Yeah, that was a very gentle dismissal in the end for Benkenstein, who worked really hard. He faced 102 balls, was grinding it out, and he has then just chipped one very nicely to mid-off. Maybe that change of pace, Fergus O'Neill slightly slower coming on for Ollie Stone with the new ball, but yeah, that was a shame. Not a shame for Dave Bracegirdle of Nottinghamshire.
Well, they've just had to be patient, haven't they, and chip away today. Just keep working hard, maintaining the disciplines, making the Essex batters play. It was always a tall order to see if they could get through the day.
Fergus O'Neill to continue, and this first ball to Snater has been driven out towards the offside boundary, down towards third man. They'll come through just for a single, bringing Harmer onto strike.
Just looking at the table actually, and I'm afraid Essex have been toppled now officially from the top of Division 1, because Sussex, even though they lost to Hampshire, their bonus points has just lifted them above Essex. They're 2 points clear at the top at the moment, but that's not likely to stay like that for long, depending on the outcome of this one, and then eventually Somerset and Warwickshire at Taunton.
O'Neill to Harmer, their new ball in hand, and that's wide outside the off stump, left alone. No need for Simon Harmer to play at that.
The two sides at the bottom, Leicestershire and Hampshire, both winning, and they're now neck and neck, both on 72 points at the bottom of the table, played 8, and 13 points ahead of them Yorkshire, who were well beaten at Leicester. They're on 85, but in that wedge of counties in the middle of the table, a lot of positions still to be.
Harmer then defending solidly outside off stump. That completes the first over of the new ball. 1 wicket and 1 run from it, leaving Essex 215 for 9. Yeah,
that's all to be sorted out. Nottinghamshire, you'd have to say, with Essex 9 down on the brink of victory, that would take them to the top. But if there's a winner in the match at Taunton between Somerset and Warwickshire, whoever wins that one would then go above Notts. Notts would really need a draw to happen in that one if they were to end round 8 top of the table, so it seems. 215 for 9. It is going to be Liam Patterson-White to continue this marathon spell. 3 for 62. He's got 9 in the match. Career best figures of 6 for 43 in the first innings. He's kept going and going and going. One thing to look out for, though, Beth, is that in the first innings, Shane Snater, although he had those fantastic figures, hitting for 3 straight sixes, and one, I'm afraid, very nearly wiped out all the occupants of this commentary box. As Patterson-White into Snater, and he's pushed this gently into the offside. He certainly wasn't playing like that on day one. There is a dent just above the commentary box window on the outside. I know you haven't seen it yet, but well worth a look before you disappear, Beth. You'll see how close we were to being invaded by the cricket ball. Shane Snater smashing it fearfully hard straight towards us. And it was his third 6. This is pushed back to the bowler now by Simon Harmer, who's also going to end this game with a 5-wicket haul, very expensive one, 5 for 165. Here's Patterson-White bowling to the South African, who just drives this down the ground for a single. 217 for 9. Essex 56 away from making Notts bat again. That's a lot for a last wicket pairing, but of course, as we said a moment ago, Shane Snater bats 9. He's only batting at 11 because last night Essex sent out 2 night watchmen, Porter and Bennett. This has eased into the offside. Porter went last night, Bennett went first thing this morning. So everybody's sort of dropped down 2. So we had Michael Pepper coming in at 9, Harmer at 10 and Snater at 11.
Not bad.
Crowd very quiet, aren't they? They've not had too much to cheer about, the home supporters today, understandably. This is cut into the offside for a single. Yesterday, those of you that were either listening or watching on the live stream and could make out the noise, there was a festival going on in the park behind us, all sorts of sounds and familiar songs and not so familiar noises coming from behind us as another leg side single is taken. I think one of the Atomic Kitten girls was singing Fun Boy 3. There was all sorts of music behind us, wafting over the ground. There were marching bands, there were all sorts, and very noisy atmosphere to be playing cricket in. It made it sound like we were somewhere in the Caribbean with the backdrop of all the noise we could hear all day. 219 for 9. Second near ball has brought a wicket, which we're now 82 overs old. There are 20 overs remaining in the day. Of course, you'd assume if they block for 20 overs, Notts would then ask for the extra half an hour, and that means it's a long old time between Essex and taking this into day 4.
It's going to be Fergus O'Neill with the new ball in hand into Harmer, and this time worked into the leg side. Come through for a single.
So you're captain and coach of Nottinghamshire right now, Beth. What are you going to do?
I think you've got to be aggressive here.
I was just wondering that.
I wouldn't mind an extra slip. I wouldn't mind a catcher on the offside.
Just thinking exactly the same. They're 9 down. They need another 53 to make Notts bat again, and they've got a deep mid wicket and a long leg. And anyhow,
in to Snater, and this time right back in front of his stumps, trying to work that off his legs. I think is it giving his leg buys? I think but just slightly wayward, a bit too straight coming down the leg side from O'Neill.
our umpires are Paul Pollard and Tom Lungley. It's got to be a really draining, energy sapping day for the umpires, hasn't it? I genuinely am full of admiration for our umpires and the hours they put in just out there serving our game.
Harmer back on strike and driving up towards mid-off along the floor.
Do you get roped in club cricket? Can you go out and do 6 overs?
Yeah.
Do you like it?
I don't.
Will you take the standing end, or do you always say if I can just stand at square leg?
I'll take the standing end. I'd rather be in the action. I'm not great at counting to 6, unfortunately. it's so
a
much.
disadvantage.
It's harder than it looks.
It's harder
when
than it
everything's
looks.
going on. As O'Neill is in, and a little prod from Harmer outside the off stump, but misses the edge.
Counters?
It's usually sort of scraping around for some stones or pebbles in the car park. Or we have actually, when we're at home, we have poker chips to use. But I always forget which hand is which, and whether I've put it across.
If I get roped in, I look around in the car dashboard and find 6 different coins, a penny, tuppence, 5p, 10p, 20 and 50.
O'Neill in and struck on the pads and given. Harmer just trying to work that across the line to the leg side, and he's been caught in front of all 3. And that is it, Dave.
Yep, Fergus O'Neill ends his stint with Nottinghamshire with a 5-wicket haul, 5 for 39. The defending county champions wretched last week against Somerset at Trent Bridge, and like they did last year, the only match they lost in 2025, they bounced back with a really convincing performance a week later at Headingley to beat Yorkshire. Here it's been Essex on the receiving end, an Essex side that won the toss, chose to bat first on the first day and were blown away before tea, and that very much set the match up for Nottinghamshire just to stick with their disciplines and bat well yesterday and bowl well in the Essex second innings today. It's Nottinghamshire's first victory in Essex by an innings in 100 years. 1926 at Leighton, the last time Notts beat Essex by an innings in this county. They will, for the time being, go back to the top of the table. I mean, it's so tight. Last week they were top and lost and dropped to 5th. Now, for the time being, they've won here, and I think they're likely to be overtaken by Somerset or Warwickshire, but they've managed to turn it round and got their 3rd win of the season, and Asiba Mead and his team must take a lot of credit for that. Lots of heroes for Nottinghamshire. Liam Patterson-White in the first innings and again in the second. 6 in the first innings, career best. 3 in the second, pretty much bowled non-stop from this end. Jack Haynes with an unbeaten century. Mead himself a return to form with 89. And today with the ball, apart from Patterson-White taking his match tally to 9 wickets, is supported Fergus O'Neill beautifully. The Australian 5 for 39 as Essex have been bowled out by 221, and that means that Nottinghamshire are the winners by an innings and 52 runs. That's quite a walloping. Essex are a better side than that scorecard will reflect. It's their 3rd defeat of the season. They've not drawn many. They either win or lose. It's been an off week for Essex this week. Can I just echo what Don said, thanking everybody that's been with us, particularly you, Beth, today. You know you're going to get a regular call now on Nottinghamshire fixtures, because last time we were together was when Notts beat Surrey, September last year. Hope you've enjoyed your day.
I've had a lovely time. Thank you for having me. Beautiful weather and some good cricket.
Beth Harvey with us on our live cricket, brought to you as always from the BBC Essex, BBC Radio Nottingham, on the club's live stream and on Sports Extra 3. And also, we must say a sincere thanks as always for the people that we do this for, the listeners and the viewers. Many of you have taken the trouble to get in touch, from Don, Beth and all the team. Thanks for doing that. It really helps us get through the day, to know you're out there, to know, you're happy to join in with all the nonsense, all the different subjects, and passing on little things that we ask. So we really appreciate you being out there. That's why the BBC brings you the commentary. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage. Thanks to Essex County Cricket Club for their hospitality this week, and to all the Essex supporters. Stick with it. You're a very fine side. Losing this match doesn't really deter from where you are. Good luck in the Blast and later on in the County Championship season. To the Nottinghamshire supporters, the team are back to winning ways. Next in action on Friday evening, I'll be at Canterbury in the Blast for Kent versus Notts. Essex are at Northampton on Friday evening. The BBC Radio Essex team will bring you coverage of that one. From the entire team at a sun-drenched Chelmsford, enjoy the rest of your Sunday afternoon. A very good night as we leave you with the news that Nottinghamshire have defeated Essex by an innings and 52.